2021, there were 36 million people who were displaced in Africa. 2023, there were 45 million. We're now in 2024, we're looking at about 50 million and growing.
Displaced people are people with talent. They are brilliant people with dreams and aspirations to really add value to humanity. So what a big loss would it be if we didn't professionally invest in them?
In Africa, we've always decoupled issues of humanitarian causes and government and private sector, right? And then we almost relegate these issues of impact and humanitarian issues to, we call it humanitarian crisis issues, and then we talk about civil society solving it. But in actual fact, for private sector, for me, it's a very congruent conversation.
Typical humanitarian approach is not enough anymore to provide the type of services and solutions that we need for refugees. To do that better, we need all kinds of partners. Private sector in that context is really, really important, especially when we talk about providing for livelihoods, opportunities in learning and training, skills development, and really driving the economies in refugee hosting areas.
Sometimes as business entities, we just lack knowledge and understanding of what it truly means and the complexity of displaced people and what they need to be able to be fully integrated. We don't do the things that we don't understand.
What we care about this conversation as Amahoro is that we believe strongly that it's in private sector's interest to work in this space. So Amahoro is always saying to private sectors that we're trying to recalibrate the discussion to say, hey, let's not look at this crisis as a humanitarian crisis. Let's look at this crisis potentially as a market conversation. And let's find market-based solutions to bring our talents to bear, to help work with governments, international organizations, to do our part to make sure that all Africans have access to mobility to be able to get jobs, have access to education, and have access to pursue their own level of prosperity. Because if they do that, you as a company benefit.
Amahoro is the largest convener of the private sector in Africa for social impact. And we do this particularly through the Africa Private Sector Forum on Forced Displacement, which is the first regional event that convenes the private sector around the world for social impact. We started it after the Global Refugee Forum, and it's influenced in part by the Global Refugee Forum.
Amahoro is well known in Africa from a Pan-African perspective of being able to go out into communities and find great entrepreneurs with great ideas, but who need the support to be able to create and ideate and eventually create a minimal viable product. But what DRK is great at is at coming in at a little bit of a later stage where there is a minimal viable product. And what we do is we help work with that entrepreneur to help create a model that is scalable.
In Africa, we know, based on research, that those who get some education, first high school, but those who get higher education, whether technical or at university, are able to do well for themselves. There's a huge gap between the two. So it's important for those who are displaced to be able to get that opportunity, that access. So any program that gives access is already doing 90% of the work. So if they're working and they're taking care of their families, they're contributing to the economy, they're paying taxes, they're building businesses, they're hiring people like everyone else. That's what we want. And that's the real form of integration.
The fellowship program is the leadership development program that we launched last year. And the intent behind this program is to identify leaders from forcibly displaced communities who have not had the opportunities that many other young people across the continent have had, and to connect them to training opportunities mainly on leadership, but then also on organization development. We also connect them to mentors, private sector network, and provide funding to help them grow and scale the initiatives. And this is particularly important because it is one of the only, if not the only, programs that's able to do this.
We have a lot of problem of waste in the camp, plastic waste in the camp, and we have a lot of women who do not have sustained source of income. So I decided to find a way to combine the two together to solve the problem.
So being part of Amahoro Fellowship, what I've liked about, first of all, Amahoro Coalition as an organization is them creating space for a dialogue on displacement. I like the angle that they have on telling refugee stories in a more dignified manner. As a photographer, as a filmmaker, you know, it excites me because it also gives me an opportunity to also document such stories.
In the next 5 years, I envision Amahoro Coalition as a leading force for economic integration of displaced communities across our continent. I see Amahoro being at the forefront of innovative partnerships that not only provide immediate support, but also foster sustainable long-term solutions that integrate displaced individuals into local communities.
So looking forward, I am quite confident that we're going to see some really dynamic solutions, transformative partnerships around solutions and influence with the private sector shaping up on the continent.
We must invest in displaced people because they're just like you and I, with capabilities that is actually fueled by something extra because they're not in their home country, and therefore really want to add that extra layer of how much more can I achieve in spite of my circumstance.
Through this fellowship, I'll be able to support, empower thousands of women across Africa, and also I'll be able to extend the product that I'm giving out there for all African women and even other continents.
There was a time when every black person in the US was a slave, and somehow that ended. There was a time when women couldn't vote, and somehow that also ended. There was a time when Western Europe was wrought in wars, right? World War I, World War II, and also that ended. I strongly believe in this continent, and I believe that at some point in time in history, Africa will be a very safe and prosperous place to live. And I believe the work we're doing together with others is what's going to make that happen. History has shown us that these things do happen, and I think that for the next generation of African youth, I would love for them to be able to live in a continent that is very peaceful and prosperous.
For the past 2 years, I have been speaking to people struggling to process the horrors of displacement, holding on to hope that the war would stop. And yet, 2 years on, the suffering has only deepened. 2 years of war, 2 years of lost lives, 2 years of shattered families. Today, Sudan is one of the largest displacement crises in the world. It's more than 12 million people. 1 in every 3 Sudanese people have been forcibly displaced. 12 million futures put on hold. 12 million dreams waiting for peace. And yet, Sudanese voices are being drowned out in a world overwhelmed by conflict, where humanitarian aid is being slashed and investment in war keeps rising. Chad hosts more than 760,000 Sudanese refugees. 88% of them are women and children. 88%. My colleagues have been responding to this crisis for 2 years in impossible conditions, making heartbreaking choices. Who gets food? Who gets medical care? Who gets shelter? I have met mothers who can't explain to their children why home no longer exists. Children who go to bed hungry every night. Students who once had dreams, now refugees with no access to education. An entire generation lost to war. People abandoned while the world moves on. Sudanese refugees do not want to survive in exile. They want to go home. We must stand with them. The values we claim we believe in, solidarity, dignity, humanity, what are they for Sudan? My name is Omar Naim, and my message to the world is save Sudan. رسالتي للعالم أنقذوا السودان. أنقذوا السودان.
أنا اسمي محمد الفاضل خميس. رسالتي للعالم أنقذوا السودان.
أنا هواء أحمد آدم ورسالتي للعالم أنقذ السودان.
لا للحرب في السودان، لا للحرب في السودان.
رسالتي للعالم أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان. أنقذ السودان.
أنا رسالتي للعالم وبسأل إنه تنقذ السودان. تنقذ السودان. تنقذ السودان. أرجوكم أنقذ السودان.
أنا مصطفى آدم رجب، رسالتي للعالم أن أنقذ السودان.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Please, may I ask you to rise for the national anthem?
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu.
Are we all in?
Yes.
Are we all in?
Oh, yes.
You may have your seats, please. Thank you.
What a beautiful, beautiful way to kick off this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to this, the third Africa Forum on Displacement for this bizarre yet crazy year of 2025. It is such a pleasure to have all of you here. Please give us a big round of applause as we open up an inspirational day. All right, let me begin by introducing myself because I've met so many different people here, and the wonderful thing is that while we have been here this entire time, nobody's carrying titles. Nobody is any special than anybody else. In fact, yesterday we were in a room full of VVIPs. I'm not sure if you've been in a room full of VVIPs, but they're incredible people, and not the VVIPs you're thinking of. But I'll tell you more about that a little bit later on. So today I'm not going to officially welcome anybody, okay? I'm not going there. I may be held accountable for it, but I'll deal with it later. Everybody is equal in this room. This room is about gathering people from all walks of life. This is about you getting out of your comfort zone and talking to people that you would not normally speak about. Because the bottom line is, if you do not speak to people, if you do not know what they need, you will never know what you have to offer them. And I'm not talking about money, because money is an amazing thing that we are hoping that we're going to hear about today through those corporates and those people that are able to give money and to help and support people that need it mostly. But time, an ear, listening, compassion, a hug, love, and truly just being there is something you can do that also helps to be a part of this room. And that's why we're here today. I said I was going to tell you who I was, and I forgot to tell you that. My name is Leanne Manas. I come from South Africa, and I work in the news. I have for a very, very long time. So I've been a news anchor for the breakfast program on the South African broadcaster for this year now 21 years on the same program. And believe me, thank you. It is quite an achievement because I wake up every day to bad news. Every single day, my job is to report on bad news and to talk about things that are affecting the world. And I tell you what, I mean, it's heartbreaking. It truly is heartbreaking. But I have a secret to how I cope with all of the bad news, is that there is a story playing on the screen, and there is a story of the person who's speaking about what's going on. But behind the words and behind that person are thousands of other people. And those people in the background are the people that are tirelessly working to stop the world from becoming the place that we see it becoming. These are the people that are trying to do good, that are helping, that are silently doing what it means to be on this planet. We are all in. We were all on this planet together. We were all born here. We all have to live it out. But some of us have got the privilege of living on different levels. I don't know how that works. I have no idea. I will thank God when I arrive there and say, thank you for giving me the level that I did, but I don't know what I did to deserve that. But the fact that I have this level, I want to be a voice and I want to help others that don't have the level that I've got. I must say, it's been a very profound moment for me because I have had this journey because when was it, on Saturday, and this is not a religious thing at all, please don't get me wrong, it's an individual thing. I did a broadcast where we were taking the live feed for the burial of Pope Francis, and I just happen to be Catholic, but that's got nothing to do with the story. It's got to do with the story of a human being named Pope Francis who always made sure that we knew that he wasn't bigger than anybody else. He wasn't more special than anybody else. He was a human with flaws just as each one of us are. However, it's his views that made me feel that he had so much more to give this world than anybody else. It was amazing. And what he said about the issue of migrants really stood out for me because if I tell you I speed read his autobiography in a day, yes, I did that. In one day, I speed read it and audiobooked it, but don't worry, that's just me being honest with you. There was just something he said about migrants, and this was all ahead of me departing on a flight on Sunday, so this was all playing in my mind as this was all happening, and he said, and I was just taking a few notes here, he speaks from the experience, because his family came from Italy, and they landed up in South America, so they were migrants, and he grew up with a migrant family. So he knew what it was like, even though he was in Buenos Aires, that's where he lived. But he knew, and he was very close to his gran particularly, he would say, migrants, he has a passion for them. He says, they carry an enormous amount of baggage, of an experience and stories that nobody should have, but stories that if you do have them and you hear them, they will enrich you. They will help us grow. Always, every migrant, doesn't matter who you are, has a desire to return home. And yet some of us never have the privilege of returning home. When he speaks about this, he says that only human wickedness causes war. Migrants try to make a future for their children, not for themselves, but for their children. He goes on to say, and I leave it here, let us welcome our brothers and sisters when they knock on our door. If they are properly integrated and supported and looked after, they can make the biggest contribution to our lives. Today's migrants are people looking for a better place, but sometimes, and most times, land up dead. It's prejudice that kills. Open your hearts. Man, that really hit me. It hit me. And it doesn't feel nice to be othered, doesn't it? You went through a passport experience on your way in, I think. Yeah, you did? I got a red passport. And let me tell you, that wasn't a nice experience. I don't know about you. Red passports? What's in your gift bag? You don't have one. Oh, neither did I. Blue, you got one. Yeah, you're lucky. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Doesn't feel nice, though, having a red passport. I thought when I arrived yesterday, oh my gosh, I got an EU passport. I'm so happy. I can go anywhere. It's a red passport. Red passports are usually lacquer. They really are. I got a green passport. South Africa's a green passport. And we are we have so many rules and restrictions of the amount of countries that we can and cannot visit. So we've got to get visas and go through the whole rigmarole and sometimes even go for interviews and sit in front of the US embassy officials, and you feel so bad for breathing, kind of. Anyway, But anyway, we're going to tell you about this passport experience. I know some of you were getting a bit salty and you weren't liking it, but there's a reason we did this today. Park that and we'll let you know. Today we're starting in a very different way. Oh, by the way, I haven't said hello to our streaming audience. Where are you? You there somewhere? I don't know where you are. There's a lot of cameras in my face right now, but to the streaming audience, wherever you are in the world, welcome. Thank you for being with us today. That's what's so nice about these kind of things. We're able to go. There's one thing we can thank COVID for, and it's that, okay? Thank you, COVID, for that, but I could think of another word to tell you for the rest of it. But anyway, so today I want to start off in a different way. I usually, you know what happens, you usually get the dignitary to come up and sort of welcome you and thank you so much for your time and it's wonderful that you made this and thank you to our sponsors for making this possible. We're canning that. That's not happening today. Today, we are starting with the real life stories. Today, we are going to start with people that have lived this experience. People that are truly all in, whether they wanted to or not. This is their story.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. If you can hear me. Oh, sorry. I think I need to... Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Okay, my mic is on. Sorry. It is a great honor to be here today and to be part of this important gathering, especially in April, a month globally dedicated to autism awareness. For those of us who work closely with autistic kids, every day is Autism Day. But to be honest, it still brings me joy to stand here during this month. And I hope it has reminded us all to show kindness and understanding, not only to autistic individuals and their families, but to every human being, regardless of their abilities. So before I forget to introduce myself, my name is Ariane. I'm the co-founder and managing director of the Oasis Inclusive Center, and we are based in Cape Town, South Africa. I'm also an Amahoro Fellow, I'm a mother, and I'm a community advocate. I grew up in Rwanda, but I've been living in South Africa since 2010. And I can say that South Africa has become not just my host country, but a place where I found purpose, healing, access to higher education, and the power of creating space for others. But my journey did not begin with opportunity. It began with pain. When my son was a toddler, I noticed something was different. He wasn't speaking like children his age. I trusted my instincts as a mother, and I went to the hospital, hoping for support. Instead, I was told, "You foreigners speak so many languages and you confuse your children. Go home, speak English, your child will talk." And I knew that was not true because we spoke to him in English at home. But as a first-time mom, a new person in the country trying to integrate, trying to learn the language and the culture, I didn't have the strength to argue. I left the hospital heartbroken. And that sentence from the nurse and the poor treatment I received delayed my son for a full year. A year we could have started therapy, a year of missed progress, a year we never get back. But that pain gave birth to purpose. First, I had to fight for my son's rights. And with the support I got from what was the Cape Town Refugee Center at that time, he was able to get his diagnosis and he was placed into a special school. So I knew that if I was being dismissed and misunderstood just because of my background, then other displaced mothers were going through the same thing, silently and hopelessly. I wanted to support them. But I also knew that just being a mom to an autistic child didn't make me an expert. So I took time to study autism, to learn how to support families. I completed my studies, I got my degree, and then I came back stronger with both knowledge and passion. So I started partnering with local organizations like the Cape Town, the Scalabrini Center of Cape Town, the Autism Western Cape, to raise awareness, and I started advocating for displaced families, raising children with autism. And basically that's how the Oasis Inclusive Center was born. A place where children with autism and their families, especially those affected by displacement, could find support, dignity, and belonging. However, we would not be here today without the Amahoro Coalition support. Amahoro was and continues to be our biggest and main supporter. And to you, Mr. Isaac, I don't know where he's sitting, and the Amahoro team, and everyone supporting this incredible work you're doing of empowering young entrepreneurs with a displacement background. Thank you. Thank you for believing in us. Your support means more than we could ever say. So because Amahoro believed in us, other organizations followed. Those are the UNHCR, Purpose Earth, Adonis Musati Project, and the Scalabrini Center of Cape Town. UNHCR, with the support we got from the UNHCR, we were able to design and we now distribute sensory toy boxes, where 80% of these boxes goes to autistic children in displaced communities, and 20% to South African families raising children with ASD, to keep promoting integration. We don't just hand over the sensory toy boxes. We go into people's homes, regardless of their living conditions. We show them how to use the tools. We share our personal autism journey, because we do this, the home visit as a couple, to encourage both mothers and fathers to take part in their child's development. And the results have been amazing. Purpose Earth is now helping us expand our autism-friendly school transport services. With these services, we take kids from our area to a special school called Alpha School for Learners with Autism. And we've been doing this now for 9 years. At Oasis Inclusive Center, we offer caregiver training, autism awareness talks in hospitals and communities, autism-friendly school transport, inclusive tourism experiences around Cape Town. And with the support of Amahoro again, we will soon launch our respite care for caregivers in need of a break. So, but our impact goes beyond care. We are also making an economic contribution, not only to South Africa, but to the African continent as a whole. Parents raising kids with special needs always struggle when it comes to traveling. We knew there was a gap, and we decided to design tours around Cape Town that can also accommodate them. And in just these past 4 months of 2025, our team at Oasis has served more than 300 travelers through our inclusive tour services, allowing them to explore places like Table Mountain, Robben Island, Cape Point, and many more other beautiful destinations. These tours create jobs, they support local businesses, they empower communities, and offer families something truly special. A holiday where they feel seen, respected, and included. Most of our travelers are from the USA, followed by the UK, then Australia, France, Brazil, Canada, and other countries across Africa and the world. Each traveler adds value, and you are proud to be part of that ripple of growth and inclusion. So why am I here today? I'm here to share a story of transformation, a story of service, a story of resilience, a story of how displacement, when met the right support, can turn into a powerful, lasting impact. Thanks to the Amahoro again, I've connected with other leaders who are creating change across the continent, like all these beautiful fellows here today, and our friends at Autism Echo in Rwanda, with whom we co-host online workshops for parents in English and Kinyarwanda, so that parents can learn in a language they understand and they feel safe in. So keeping in mind the theme of this year, all in. And based on what I've just shared with you now, you can see that displaced people, as displaced people, we are not waiting to be included. We are building inclusion. We are not asking for sympathy. We are offering solutions. Because displacement did not silence us, it shaped us. So as I close, and as we open this forum today, I invite all of us to listen differently and hear the value in every lived experience, to use our voices to lift others, and build an Africa where no child waits in silence, where no mother walks alone, and where no potential goes unseen. Thank you.
Oh, Ariane, you know I admire your work. Good morning, everyone. My name is Delin Ramiro. I'm standing here in front of you as an Amahoro Fellow, as a member of the Youth Advisory Committee for the Mastercard Foundation, and as an RLO Program Advisor with Inkomoko. And I come from a journey that many people talk about, but few truly understand. I was born into displacement, but I refuse to be defined by it. I'm originally from Rwanda, and I grew up in Kakuma refugee camp, a place where dreams were often smaller than needs. The systems around me weren't built for us. Opportunities were scarce. We were expected to survive, not to lead, not to innovate. I have lived as a camp-based refugee and an urban refugee, and I tell you, it's not easy, be it competing for opportunities like our fellow hosts or just surviving in the camp. But I refuse to believe that our future had to be written by others. I started my career by teaching in the camp at Angelina Jolie Primary School, to leading an RLO and working with young refugee women in Kakuma, in a fast-changing world where digital skills were the key to unlocking even bigger doors. It wasn't just about giving them a skill, but about building their dignity, about giving them a voice in an economy that often left them out. These ideas, this work, would not have been possible without real support. Organizations like the Amahoro Coalition, the Mastercard Foundation, World University Service of Canada, UNHCR offered me something. They saw something in me. They didn't just offer help, they offered belief. They gave me access to spaces where refugee leaders could be seen and heard. The Mastercard Foundation and Inkomoko have invested in programs that have empowered refugees towards resilience, to shape their own economic futures. It was powerful because they trusted in us to define our own solutions. Today, I'm building towards a future where refugee women are not just reskilled, but are leading businesses, as seen through the work of Inkomoko. Two refugee-led organizations like Solidarity Initiative for Refugees, where young refugees are not just earning online, but are building digital careers. Where refugee-led organizations are recognized as critical development actors and not just aid recipients. I dream of an Africa where displacement is not a barrier to leadership or economic empowerment, but a kind of different preparation for it. So when you ask me, what should you stop doing and what should you start doing? Start investing directly in refugee-led organizations and refugees. Start believing that solutions created by displaced people are not only possible, they are necessary. Why? When you ask what shaped my leadership, it wasn't about the job title. It was the countless days I had to bet on myself. When I trained women in the camps without funding, leadership came from necessity, from hope, and from the stubborn belief that we could do more than survive. And when you ask what kind of support actually created change, it was the kind that invested in our capacity, in my capacity, not just our stories. It was the kind that stayed after the camera flashes ended. Real partnerships looks like what the Mastercard Foundation and Inkomoko are doing in investing in refugee futures. I'm a real example of what that looks like. Real partnerships looks like what Amahoro is doing, amplifying our leadership on global stages. Real partnership looks like what the UNHCR is doing, standing alongside refugee-led organizations to drive change from within. To the private sector and everyone in the room, if you're serious about going all in for displaced people, here's the truth that you have to hear. We're not victims waiting to be saved. We are leaders who are already building the future. The question is not whether we are ready, we are. My real question to you today is, are you ready to trust us, fund us, and invest in us, and walk beside us? Thank you.
Deline, Ariane, thank you for your stories. We haven't finished with stories yet because this is where I want to call up somebody who I want to have a chat with. Bereket, would you mind coming up onto the stage and having a seat with me here? Please, let's give Bereket a round of applause. Have a seat. Bereket, I'm going to speak to you because I want to. So I'm lucky enough to do that. Tell me about your story. What happened? Where did you come from? And where did you land up? You can use that. Yeah, it's on.
Yes. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's great seeing you all. And we have had a wonderful day yesterday in Kakuma. It was amazing. Yeah. You know, my story is a story of a lot of people who are in the room, because if we see the whole region we're in, it goes through a lot of displacement and a lot of conflicts. So if you see my journey, yeah, it was more than 40 years ago and I have to go through a displacement. That means I was born in Eritrea, but just on your remarks, you were saying parents live for their kids, or they go all the way for their kids. So my mom at that time has, because I was born in the middle of a war, my mom has to go and take me with her. I remember like two things which I want to highlight here, because according to her, the walk was like 2 weeks walk. So, but I remember two things because I was so young. One of the things I remember is that when on the middle, on somewhere, when she was praying, the way our mothers pray, because they hit the land like this and then they put their hand up. So that thing is one thing which really I remember very well, praying. And the other thing is the sigh of relief when you reach to a place where you call safety, and then you're seeing the happiness and the smile in the face. Yeah. So yeah, I think that that is the journey, and that is a journey of a lot of people who passed through it.
Yeah. So you started off in Eritrea, then you landed up in which camp were you in?
Sudan. Yes,
in Sudan.
Yes.
Which at the moment, I know we're going to be hearing about the situation in Sudan in a short while, but so we won't speak too much about that. You obviously had to leave from Sudan. Were you in one of the refugee camps? What happened there? How did you find an opportunity in there from where you came?
Yeah. Actually, it's really, like what we were saying, it's really sad to see, like now, 50 years or 40 years after that, we are still talking about displacement. That means because the last 2 years war in Sudan has displaced millions of people. So, and when we're growing up in Sudan, we never thought that Sudan was a place of peace, a place of where a lot of refugees were hosted. And so I grew up in Sudan, and I grew up not as an urban refugee. So it was the opportunity which we see there is that like living among the people and being part of the people, part of the society. So when I was growing, I grew up like as being part of the society, speaking their language, eating their food, and being part of it. So I think that is the opportunity that I see, and going through the education, which is you go through, and that education really makes a lot of difference.
Yeah, it does. It does. It speaks to integration, and it's a wonderful thing. And I know that in itself comes with challenges, but certainly in a country like where I come from, South Africa, that is something that is very special, that people are allowed to integrate and not be locked out of a society. You have a great story, though, because as much as it started off where it was, I mean, yesterday you were showing me some of the work that you have been involved in and some of the things that you've actually done. Talk to me about that, because now you're working, now you're trying to make other people's lives better. Let's go there.
Yeah, because it is about what I was saying. I started from grade 1 in Sudan and all the way up to high school. That means if you see, when you go through all these levels you're going, it is other people's pain for you, for school, helping you. The school was funded by UNHCR mostly, so you grew up there and you studied, and sometimes then, but what did you get from there? If you see this displacement, they have two things. Yeah. Either they break you or they make you. Yeah. So when they make you, it means you get you have the resilience, the grit, and like the whole area becomes home. Like for me, for example, now moving everywhere is like I live in Kenya, I live in Uganda, I live in South Sudan, I live in Ethiopia, and that is maybe part of that being part of that thing. But when we go to the questions that you raised in terms of with over time, that means I moved to business. I became a businessman, and I'm an entrepreneur, which is we're involved in a lot of different organizations across the region, and through that we try to give back the same way we're given. That means so that the society gets better, the refugees, the host communities, and trying to partner with UNHCR in these aspects, and also doing things on a private way.
That's amazing. Some of the photographs that we're showing, I know you can't see them, but they're behind us.
Yeah.
This is a school, is that correct? The schools that you've
Yes.
managed to... Because Bereket's business, he's the MD of Canine Group. So, you know, you serve on the board of the Amahoro Coalition and also supporting UNHCR initiatives. So, giving back schools, and besides that, that's a lovely one. And then you've got a big building that is being constructed here in Nairobi. I don't know if we've got that photograph. There we go. Talk to me about this, because this is, isn't that amazing? Behind, there you go. Look at this.
Like what we said, with over time, things moved to business, started doing business, and starting business from scratch. That means from zero, being displaced, coming to a different country, going through a lot of things. But that's the two, they were saying the resilience. It is that it doesn't mean because you are displaced, you cannot do things. It doesn't mean because displaced, you cannot change the world around you. So it is about building the economy, So at the end of the day, it is you are part of the economy, the economic system. So that is how it has been moving, and that's how it is. That means.
You're amazing.
Yeah.
Bereket, thank you.
Yeah.
We praise you, we thank you, and it's beautiful to see the living example of what we're doing here today. This is what's important, because this is what we can bask in bad news. Let's not do that. Let's bask in glory, because you're amazing, Bereket. Thank you, and continue to do amazing work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, just because the main thing is about I want to focus on the displacement, on the conflict part, because 40 years or 50 years back, we were on the same place, and after 50 years, we are speaking on the same displacement that people are going through, conflicts, war, and things like that. So I think the real thing is that means we're not working enough to solve these things. That means because we can do a lot of things. The world has changed a lot in a lot of ways in the past 50 to 40 years. But after 50, 40 years, to be speaking about the same displacement, about allowing individuals to turn the environment that we live in into wars, into displacement, is really, really sad. And I want to leave this audience with that we are not working enough, and we have to work to do more.
We do. Bereket, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. You're so right. You're so right. If we keep on doing the same things, how are we going to improve? And these are some of the things that we need to understand. And what we really need to get is the essence and the theme of this gathering. It's all in. That's what the theme is. I don't know what it means for you, all in. Actually, let's find out what it means to you. We're going to put up a QR code. So there's a QR code that's going to come up on the screen right now. And I want you to scan that. Just scan it on your device. Or you can go directly to slido.com if you like, but I think scanning it is so much easier. It'll get you to a landing page. And in one word, just one word, what does all in mean to you? It can mean anything, whatever it feels for you to be all in. Commitment, courage, investment, solidarity, cooperation, inclusion, everyone, yeah? These are beautiful words. Effort, inclusiveness, change, leave no one behind. Drive, passion, humanity, all hands on deck. Focus my energy on resource and heart on this one thing. 1,000% in. I think that's what it said. You These are beautiful, beautiful words that you're all putting in here. Ubuntu. Oh, yes, it does. Absolutely. Umuntu. No exceptions. Total commitment. Peace. Togetherness. Urgency. Umoja. Oh, there's such beautiful words coming through. I'm going to ask you to keep on sending those, and we're going to just let them roll, let them come through, let them know that as much as there are so many individuals in this room that have their own way and their own unique way of thinking, we all, at the end of the day, have the same feeling in our hearts. And that's why we're here today, because believe me that this room is reserved for people that are on the same page. Things we did yesterday, places we went yesterday, and we're going to talk about that in a moment. Things that we are speaking about in this room, it's not for everybody. Because there are people that honestly, they block this all out and move on in their daily lives. But there are people like you and I that are genuinely all in. I became all in for this cause when I was basically called on by the UNHCR out of the blue, and I joined something called the Luku Luku tribe, which is, it was founded here in in Africa, and we were just getting different individuals that came together to tell the story of Africa and the problems in our own words, not in someone else's words, in our own words, and these are the words that we're seeing today. And it was then that I was taken into Kakuma for the first time, and I stayed there for about 4 or 5 days, and it was one of the hardest things I've ever been through, not because it was uncomfortable, but it was uncomfortable because I was out of anything that I'd ever experienced in my life before. But that was when I realized that I was all in for this cause, and it's something that stayed with me forever, and it will stay with me forever. It's something I inculcate and speak about all the time in my life. So I am all in, 100% in, but most importantly, integrity is what I fight for people. Everybody deserves integrity, and that is something that's so important. When we're all in, that's what it's all about, and thank you for sending in these beautiful words. So yesterday, a group of us were privileged enough to actually go into Kakuma and experience what the camp is all about, albeit what I did love about it, I have to tell you, is that everybody left wanting more. They were like, oh, but I feel like we haven't even touched the surface. That was the idea, everybody. We want you to come back. We want you to experience it. That was a teaser of the work and the opportunities that exist in there that we can work to better and to do so much better with. So what I want to do is actually call up somebody, because we had such a beautiful exercise yesterday, and this was where I told you we had lots of VVIPs that were a part of this conversation, and I'm not going to speak about it because we've got somebody here that was a part of the organizers, the Youth Advisory Council, who hosted the day in Kakuma. I'm going to call up Manahil Musa, and she's going to talk to us about this activity and perhaps maybe shed some light on what we were doing yesterday in Kakuma. Manahil, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Manahil Musa from Blossoms of Hope Initiative. That is under the RLO programs of Inkomoko, and I'm also part of the Youth Advisory Council. And I'm going to take you through the reflection of yesterday's session at the Big Heart School in Kakuma, in Kalobe, you mean. Yesterday's session was about the strong link, where participants were able to come up with ideas for solutions that the refugees are going through, the challenges that the refugees are going through. One of those challenges was lack for banking services, and also uneducated financial literacies, and not getting that trust from the financial institutions. So as one of the co-hosts of that session, I witnessed the resilience, collaboration, and teamwork that the young people in Kalobe and Kakuma put in place to be able to discuss and come up with solutions. So during the session, participants worked in teams, designing financial solutions, addressing challenges like limited banking services and inadequate financial literacy, and not getting that trust. Through that, they were able to discuss things like inclusion, things like investment, things like collaboration and innovation. We flipped this script this time round because always, every time we the refugees or the young people present ideas to the leaders, but this time round we wanted the leaders to come up with solutions and the refugees to be able to vote on those solutions and see which solutions best suit them. And through that we were able to see leaders, young people in Kakuma were able to make decisions on what best suits their challenges, the resilience they have gone through, the experiences that they have gone through in the displaced communities. And I actually witnessed and saw that young people are doing great things in Kakuma, and they were involved in decision making. And one thing that I want to leave this to the audience is that let's believe in these young people because they have the potential, they have the skills, the knowledge needed for them to be able to make that change in their communities. And what they lack is the trust from us, from the leaders, from the financial institution and everybody around so that they can be able to make the change. So let's trust on these young refugee leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Manahil. Thank you so much. It was really a lovely day, and I particularly liked that time when the tables were turned and we were seated with the VVIPs, and those being the refugees and those living in Kakuma who came to tell us about their problems, and we had to find solutions for them, which was really lovely. But I want to find out from others that were on the trip. I'm just going to call on one or two of you just to tell us what you thought of it. Nina? Where are you seated, Nina? There you are.
Here.
Nina, you are on my table.
Yeah.
So you know, you came up with some great solutions. But how did you enjoy it?
It was eye-opening for me. I wasn't sure what I was expecting going to Kakuma. I've had the privilege to sort of support Amahoro with trying to find mentors for the fellows. And I think the one thing I took away from that is when we talk about IDPs and experience of living displacement, I mean, if you look at the world today, I think it brought to home that we are all just one thing or one step away from being displaced ourselves. And I think from a humanitarian or humanistic perspective, if we look at it from this is not them, but this could be us, the solutions come alive. I think an example of a beautiful moment was when we were in one of the stores and a toddler was playing a hide-and-seek game with my colleague, Kara. So many times I have been in restaurants and places, and it doesn't matter the culture or where that toddler is from, but you always find that cute hide-and-seek game. We are all more similar than we are different. And I think if we can follow up that thread, looking at the world today, it's not a them, it is a us. I think that could change things, even from a private sector. How do we bring solutions that actually bring in support in these communities and also creates the value for both?
Yeah, amazing. Thank you. It was emotional. It really was. It was absolutely beautiful. And you speak about that moment of looking at a kid and playing peekaboo with them and the big smiles and the happiness. Well, I tell you, besides seeing the smiles yesterday, I mean, I remember it was a trip that I went to Mozambique, and I think that was at the, oh gosh, my timing is terrible. I don't know if it was the end of 23, I think. And I met a child there where I did the same thing. I tried to play peekaboo with this child. And there was nothing. There was nothing. There was no smile. There was just emptiness. Because it brings tears to my eyes. It really does. Just knowing that a child who is born so innocent, and when you look at the face of this, it is all about children and women. And it's not children's fault. It's not. But we got to help with whichever way we can. Ayo, where are you? Ayo, there you are. Ayo, talk to me. What was it like for you? What stood out for you?
Good morning, everyone. Ayo Shotineri is the name. I was the CEO of SAO Agro, currently the Chief Executive Officer of Bank of Agriculture. And going there in both capacity was quite interesting. One, I met a young man called Claude. I think it was the first shop we went into. Internet displaced persons from Burundi, and from 2018 up until now, he set up 5 businesses, 5, right? Not only that, he has plans to even do more, bigger business. For me, it struck a chord with me, meaning IDPs are not, the downtrodden, the forgotten people. They are people like you and I who are ready to work, if given the opportunity. Thanks to, Amahoro Coalition for giving me the opportunity to see firsthand what an IDP can look like, and the opportunity or the possibilities to actually take them out of the state they were to a new state. When Isaac, who I really, really revere and respect, was telling me about how we do this with my personal company, SAO Agro, I think that they found about 1,000 people for us, and I was a bit skeptical. What sort of skill set will they have? Can they fit in? But now I see that it goes beyond just thinking, they've got no skills. These are able, young men and women who are able to contribute a lot to your business. So for me, I want to proudly make a commitment here that wearing the hat of, the former CEO of SAO Agro, I'm the founder, so I can make commitments on their behalf. I'm making a commitment to at least hire 20,000 youths and women, mostly from IDP camps, and also disabled, in Nigeria, because I think we have about 3.3 million displaced persons in Nigeria, in our business. I'm making a second commitment as the CEO of the Bank of Agriculture for Nigeria, because I'm starting with responsibility of, financing about 70 million farmers. We're also making a commitment to, at least in 5 years, investing at least 200,000 people over a 5-year period. So for me, I would love everyone to enjoy, this cause. I think, the power of the collective is very important. As we say, Ubuntu, we all need to be very focused and do more, as my brother said. There's no gainsaying. We need to do the best we can. Thank you.
Amazing. Wow. Wow. What a commitment. That is absolutely beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for that. That is just, that's very special. And I got a feeling there's some good other things that are coming today. I don't know why, but I got a very good feeling. Isaac, do you have the same feeling as me? Come here. Come onto the stage. Let's give Isaac a big round of applause. Isaac is from Amahoro Coalition. Do you have a mic? I know you don't need one. With that booming voice of yours, you really don't need one.
It's very fast, though.
Look at that. Yeah, it is. It is. Isaac, how did you feel about yesterday?
I felt great about yesterday, but instead of boring you with my voice, why don't I just show you?
It is my great honor to join you today during this important edition by the delegation from the African Forced Displacement Forum 2025. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to Kakumba refugee camp.
I think this is one of probably the most important parts of this week, which is just being here, listening, immersing ourselves, engaging, learning, and thinking about how we're going to act.
I was just in the US and I was talking about Kakuma. And I was saying how just incredibly vibrant this community is. Why Kakuma is Kakuma today is first and foremost because of the ingenuity and determination of the people who live here. Right? It's refugees and the hosts finding solutions to their community's most pressing problems.
Clean and sustainable way of cooking.
That's exactly the solution that we are bringing, and this product you see here were made here
in Kakuma, made in Kakuma.
Hiyo wakati biashara imeatua 2020, nilikuwa na duka pale hapo opposite police. Kaona nafasi ni kidogo, kabidi nawacha huko, bado kazi inafanyika hapo. Kuna duka pamoja na hotel. Alafu wakati supporter imeanza kuja, kaanza kutupatia loan kwa Inkomoko, kajenga nafasi hapa. Niko na space nyuma store. Alafu tukaendelea biashara polepole mpaka sasa hivi.
Cloud, mimi nasema asante sana
kwa nini unauza product zangu? Product yangu ni hiyo Amara. So nimesema asante na tutaongea, tuta exchange numbers, ndio utaniambia hile usaidizi unahitaji ndio tu skume Amara iendelee.
We go into this forum that is all in shaping the future of inclusive growth. We can see not only different lives changed, but we can see economies driven, and we can see ideas flourish, and we can see solutions.
All in! All in! All in! All in!
Okay, thank you.
How beautiful. Oh. Isaac, it was amazing. There was one thing they never captured, though. I threw a basketball. And I threw this basketball. You see, I know, Maps is going to... So I threw a basketball, the net was there, and I threw it, and it went in the hoop.
Oh, did it?
You have no idea. So yes, that was my glory moment, but I'm going to leave it to you to carry on talking about the glorious moments and the memories that we got there.
Sounds great. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Leanne.
Isaac. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I did not throw a basketball, but it was a fantastic day, and I think we're so honored and so privileged that those of you were able to make it, that you shared the time with us yesterday. It was a long day, very early in the morning, but I hope and pray that what you saw and what you experienced lives with you, and that you invite others and be part of this journey. I'd like to invite to the stage two amazing leaders who are in this room. I'd like to invite Rita Roy, CEO of Mastercard Foundation, and also Kelly Clemens, who happens to be the Deputy High Commissioner for the UNHCR. Please join me. You know, there's a word that's been used quite a few times today this morning, and it's been used a lot, and I want to reference it. That word is trust. And it's incredible what the word stands for. And then let me give you some context. Yesterday we had the opening cocktail, and folks were cocktailing and networking. It was a bit loud, but it was okay. We went to Kakuma, and we've done this. This is the third time we're doing this, right? First, every AFD, we have a opening cocktail, and then we have the people network. And the question people ask, and I ask myself all the time, is what are we doing there? What is this networking? What is this networking about? Is it about network exchanging numbers? What is it about? Well, guys, what we're doing is building trust, right? We're building trust with each other. Because as Leanne was saying, everyone in this room is committed to something very special. And that trust, there's a big trust deficit when it comes to conversations. And every time we get together, every time we have these cocktails, every time we have these networking events, that's what we're doing. Now, what does trust have to do with these two amazing leaders on this stage, you ask? 2021, when we started AFD, actually 2019, we started talking about AFD. We went to GRF in Geneva. Julian, Nancy, and I were there, and a few others. We met Karen and a few people from the foundation. And this idea started percolating. We had no idea what this would look like. We had no clue. So we said, well, GRF is okay, but we're going to do something in Africa. Okay, do something in Africa. And we sort of bounced ideas around. And then 2021, we said, we're going to do something in Africa. And then COVID hit. The week of Omicron, we had the last flight from South Africa brought our final delegates. Leanne couldn't make that flight. She was supposed to come and she couldn't make it. Right? But trust. UNHCR, Kelly showed up. Mastercard Foundation showed up because they trusted the idea. And I think trust is so important. And when leaders provide trust and give trust into an idea, wonderful things happen. And I need to acknowledge that because it's so important. And I think everyone in this room, we have to trust intent. We have to trust what we're doing here. We have to trust the journey. Because without that, it doesn't matter. So the first thing I want to do is acknowledge the two of you for the trust you've given us. I want to acknowledge the fact that you showed up. I want to acknowledge the fact that you trusted when we had no idea what we're doing. We still don't know what we're doing. But you trusted it. And the trust at that time, we knew the why. The why mattered, and the why was important. But the how was a bit blurry. And I think over the last few years, we've seen where the why is taking us. And I'm so glad and we're so honored to have you both here. This is the first time we had both of you at this forum, so thank you so much for coming and making the time. And thank you for your fantastic support over the last few years. I want to spend some time with two of you, just really quickly, asking for your reflections from yesterday. But I want to start with Rita and just ask you, yesterday, you've been to Kakuma a few times, you were there again yesterday. I just want to ask, what stories or realities have reshaped your understanding of resilience from our trip yesterday while you're there?
So good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the warm welcome here. And I also want to call a shout out to the amazing a cappella singers a moment ago. Yeah, they just, it was beautiful. You know, yesterday, what struck me, and this was only my second time coming to Kakuma, and it was such a privilege, it was an incredibly important trip. You know, all of us, I'm just relating to the comment Nina made a moment ago, there's a displacement also psychologically and a displacement emotionally, being in that place and being in Kakuma and at the same time being surrounded by wonderful people who have come with such love and care and curiosity. What struck me listening to the young people, the businesses we saw, doing some shopping, heavy duty shopping and buying some beautiful baskets from the artisans, is that this could have been anywhere. We met young people with huge insights who are already translating them into businesses. They're supporting their families, supporting themselves. They're hiring others from the host community and from the settlement. They could have been anywhere, world class, in the kinds of drive and the ingenuity that they were putting forward. And it only reinforced to me one of the biggest barriers, which is still out there, which we need to address, which is invisible but follows us, is that term, refugee or displacement, and the barriers, mental barriers that it creates in the mindsets of others. And so it was incumbent, I just felt it's incumbent on all of us. We are already all in, we're here. And we know, we've seen, we believe, and we're part of a story. But what else we can do through our actions and our words to shift that mindset. That negative mindset can unlock so much more. And what I saw was just hope, energy, optimism. There was heat, but there's also good heat, yeah, in all the conversations that we had. So I thank you.
Thank you so much. It's interesting because I think one of the things that we talk about in Amahoro is people always say, we're trying to empower people. And I said, no, we're not empowering anybody. What we are doing is just sharing their journey. Because folks, I mean, you had Delene, you had Oriane, you had Dr. Barakat. I don't need to empower Delene. She's already empowered. I just want to share her journey. I want someday to be part of her story. And it's so insightful when you talk about that, when you were in Kakuma, realizing that you could be anywhere and having conversations with anyone, anywhere. And I think that that's such an interesting thing. Kelly, from your standpoint, I guess you travel to a lot of places. You wear a big hat. Displacement numbers are growing, over 100 million, 45 million in Africa and growing. What are some of the most pressing challenges facing refugees today, especially within the context of shrinking budgets? We all know what's happening.
Oh, Isaac, we go from the hope and the joy, bringing the house down. No, in all seriousness, first, good morning to everybody. It is an absolute delight to be back with you and to echo the words, you know, we have really trusted partners in this room who really, to use Leanne's term and the term of today, it's true, Rita, all of us are all in. And I think our goal is to make this room a whole lot bigger. And I think, Isaac, yesterday we had our High Commissioner, Filippo Grandi, speak to world leaders. He was at the UN Security Council. And it was his opportunity to basically put some pressure on world leaders to make some progress on peace. And this is what is failing at the moment, unfortunately, which is why we see so many people displaced around the globe. And you know, I've unfortunately said it too many times in the last months, but I don't think that there's a corner of our globe right now that isn't burning. And so you have a scenario where, of course, we want to find the ultimate solution. We want people to be able to live peaceably in their own communities. We want people to be respected for who they are. We want people to be valued and included, and societies to thrive and prosper, and people not to feel like they are in fear of persecution or they're in fear of their lives because the bombs are falling. And you hear those stories of those that have survived really incredible, incredible events, lost family members, lost possessions, lost businesses. But then out of that, I want to come back, in terms of what we see today and why today is so important and this gathering is so important. Because on the public side and those world leaders, they're not necessarily doing their jobs. They're not finding the peace. They're leaving that then to the individuals. They're leaving that then to those of us who are trying to work to provide those that know the journey they want to take and accompanying them on it. And yes, indeed, there are not enough resources to go around to those 123 million people and the many host communities that also share of themselves and share their own very, in some ways, meager means in order to help people get back up on their feet, to provide them safety, to provide them a chance, to provide them an opportunity. But I want to come back. I think, in terms of the biggest challenges, it is to bring the little spotlight we had yesterday in Kakuma, and like Rita, not my first visit, but I was recalling yesterday, I lived last in Kenya in 1989 and 1990. I think that was 1 year before Kakuma started as a camp. That's not right, to have that many years, 34 years go by, and to get what Deline just mentioned, the being a refugee should not define anyone who is in Kakuma or in Kalabea. It is the potential, it is the hope, and it's the ingenuity that people bring to that situation that we need. The challenge is to get that kind of message out, because it's unfortunately too easy to think about the despair, and our job is to talk about the hope and the opportunity despite the despair. And I think that is on full display, including in this room, including what we saw yesterday, and frankly, we need to overcome the challenges with the opportunities.
Thank you so much. And maybe a follow-up question. So yesterday, to your point, about 30 business leaders were with us to Kakuma. The UNHCR has been leaning in quite heavily into the private sector and sort of to address some of those issues, especially since from world leaders are not resource trapped, but also in some cases, as you mentioned, just not doing enough. I guess what are some promising examples of what the private sector is doing that you've observed or that you see that would be helpful for this audience as we have more private sector actors in this room that they could either emulate or see as best practice?
No, we're sitting here in Kenya, and others later today will talk a little bit about how special this country is and some of the very courageous moves that have been taken of late, including what many of you know about and have heard about, which is Sharika, the Sharika plan, the way to include, the way to change, laws, policies, and the like, so that refugees can be included and integrated, and to help to drive Kenya's economy. This is, I think, it's an important moment because it is not just public. It's not just governments. It's not just organizations like myself or with UNHCR or the NGOs that we work with across the globe, but it is also the private sector that then can help us with the expertise, the knowledge, the know-how, and the ability then to be able to scale up these innovations. I'm sitting next to one of them that is one of the primary innovators, but I also am in the room with another who used to represent the IKEA Foundation. And the IKEA Foundation took a chance on UNHCR many years ago. And one particular place, I'm referring to Per Hegenes here, who's the former CEO of the IKEA Foundation, and in Ethiopia, looking at ways where you can take a progressive government policy, or the potential for a progressive government policy, in this case, identifying land that Ethiopians and Somali refugees can work together, grow crops, link it to an energy infrastructure and to education, because none of these things come in isolation, and then to be able to scale that on a size that it then makes it sustainable for Ethiopian host communities and for refugees. This is something that this could work anywhere in the world. I know we'll talk a little bit in a minute with Rita about what Mastercard Foundation has done, but again, we can help with governments and we can help in emergency situations to try to keep education going or establish education. It is much more difficult to see this unless you really invest in the national services, in the Ministry of Education, in some of these areas, to not only make education accessible, but also for youth to complete education and then to have a path to go into a way to support themselves. This is not possible, again, without the private sector helping us be able to scale that kind of opportunity. One last example, perhaps. You know, this world is a very connected one. There are still way too many refugees and internally displaced that are not connected, that are not on grids, they do not have the technology or the regulatory framework that allows them to connect. We know in this world that is the key to success. That is the key to being able to drive local communities and national and global communities. And so to try to connect, we've had partners like Vodafone try to connect through instant network education. Students that may be a little bit off that grid, but should be connected. And this is only possible with the private sector.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And I think for those people who ask questions, what can I do? How can the private sector get involved? Here are some real tangible examples and solid examples on what you can look at as a template as you do your work. Rita, if I may come back to you, the Mastercard Foundation has focused on young people, and that's a wonderful thing, and providing dignified jobs for young people across the African continent. I guess my question to you is that in your work, in the time of your work, what are some of the unique barriers to economic opportunity that young people are facing? And especially people who are in displaced areas. And what are some ideas, or how can partnerships like yours bridge that gap, that delta between folks who have jobs and how they get into the job market?
Thank you. I think partnerships are the only way to bridge the gap, but not just bridge the gap, but also create pathways to huge opportunity. It's just partnership, and it's partnership of a varied kind and a diverse kind. Partnerships between foundations, partnerships with the private sector, partnerships with organizations like UNHCR and several of our partners who are here. It's also partnerships with government. And I think all partnerships, good partnerships, begin by listening. And by listening, by understanding, by engaging, by being curious, by asking questions to only deepen understanding about how we can be called to action and what we can do. The barriers are known in terms of access to education, access to capital, access to mentors, access to markets. These are all barriers where there can be workarounds, where it's a design solution, but the keys to parts of that design are held by different parts of this whole ecosystem we're in. And so partnership is really, really key. And one other piece about partnership is being able to use that word, trust. We heard that several times today. Trust young people, listen to them, don't speak for them, follow their lead, create spaces for their voices to be heard, their ideas to rise, so that we can get behind them. That's a critical part of partnership.
Absolutely, thank you so much. Kelly, Rita mentioned listening, and you just gave some good examples of private sector partnerships and how it's working. What is not working? Where do we get it wrong as private sector?
Good question, Isaac. Sometimes I think it gets a little bit to what Rita just said in terms of listening. Sometimes we design the solution without knowing what the problem is. Or, as we noted yesterday, which I found it a very interesting dynamic, Leanne described this a little bit. You had the tables of us starting to talk amongst private sector organizations and so on. Oh, we've got a challenge on our hands. Let's figure out how we solve it. And then the dynamic changed as, of course, the VVIPs, those that are there and living and breathing what they need in terms of their futures, then they join the table, and the entire dynamic then changed. It is, I would say, one of the big challenges for us is trying to sometimes fit that square peg in a round hole. That we have so many brilliant minds in the business world that might have just the right thing, but it might not be the right solution. So I think part of our challenge is to get more of these networks together, and this is what has been so remarkable over the last few years, particularly with this forum, is that those coalitions are building. Even yesterday, we had more discussions about what new coalitions, or how can we build current smaller coalitions into massive ones to try to scale. And so I think that's the issue. It's one, keeping the interest on the table, and two, how does that fit work in just the right way, having the people's voice guide the solution. And I think that's probably one of our big challenges.
Couldn't agree more. And I think one of the things also sometimes that happens is that private sector actors can have this illusion that we have the solutions because we're private sector, and listening and don't fit square pegs in one hole. I think is great advice. Rita, if I may, I want to throw this last question to you. The Mastercard Foundation continues to partner with organizations to drive, we talked about this earlier, education and work opportunities for younger RDPs. You've talked a lot about partnerships, you talked a lot about having to work together. I guess what are some examples in your view of what's working, and how to really build scale? Baraka just told us that we're not doing enough. So how do we scale some of these solutions to actually create greater prosperity for everyone?
Okay, great. Thank you so much. We have been on this journey for a while, just over a decade, and I want to just put a couple things of context right here. The Foundation's vision is obviously a world where all have the opportunity to learn and prosper, and the underscore is on all, which is really about inclusion and being all in. We've been on a journey where we've put out a strategy, I'd say almost 5-6 years ago now. It's called Young Africa Works, and we put out a bold, ambitious goal of 30 million young people in dignified work, dignified and fulfilling work. And when we got on that journey, people said, how are you going to get there? What are you going to do? And we didn't have the answers, but we knew that the answers would come through partnership. Despite COVID, despite being knocked around a few times, we're halfway there, and we're more than halfway towards that goal. And this work, this forum, our partnerships with many organizations in this room are part of that journey, part of that success, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to call out UNHCR. We've been working with UNHCR since 2019. You've been an incredible thought partner. You've challenged us. You've brought strategic insight, and you've been a program partner. And just over a year ago, one of the more recent engagements was in Sudan, to really help young people, especially young girls, return to school, and to help young people build their livelihoods. And in a very, very short period of time, I'm talking about 6 months, we saw the return of 30,000 young people to education, and 68,000 young people starting to earn a living and to make their way. That's the kind of impact we're interested in scaling. Yeah? And that is thanks to UNHCR, thanks to many other partners who work with you, many of the refugee-led organizations who are part of the fabric of delivery and who are right on the front lines. So today what I wanted to share is that we wanted to scale this work. We want to scale this work. We want to take it to at least 500,000 young people returning to school, accessing secondary education, and if not, go further. Not just secondary education, but also to enable young people, thousands of young people, to complete tertiary education, whether it's in university, whether it's in vocational education, but to complete that education. We know, again, the only way this can be done is through partnership, but partnership with the VVIPs, the folks who have the real insight, the African organizations, the organizations led by refugees. And so we expect at least 100 of these organizations will be part of this scale-up as we go forward. And of course, the role of policy and government. Government with very specific interventions, the boldness of the Sharika initiative here, similar policy initiatives elsewhere, can turbocharge and just create the right kind of partnership. So that is the new partnership we're embarking on, the scale-up. And to do so, the foundation will make an outright gift and commitment to UNHCR of $300 million so we can get this done. Thank you. Thank you. So I thank all of you. You know, money helps, but money doesn't take you all the way to the goal. It's people, it's insight, It's that care, it's that passion, and it's being all in. And so I thank you, Kelly, thank you, Isaac, for phenomenal work of the coalition. I thank everybody in here for being here, and everybody who's listening to think about what else, what more can you do that's in your power to do right now. Thank you.
Well, folks, you heard it here. 300. Berkas, is that doing enough? Is that doing more? Are you happy? Well, awesome. It's a good start. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Rita. Maybe, Kelly, you want to respond quickly to that?
No words. I mean, Rita said it. It is partnership. It is trust. And I can tell you, I think we were interviewed to get to Rita's point about really listening and really understanding and really knowing what drives an organization and what its approach is. And so she heeds her words. But it's through this kind of partnership that we're going to be able to help define those solutions. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Maybe we can take a quick picture with both Rita and Kelly.
Oh, wow.
Leanne, back to you.
That was amazing. Wow, Rita, can I hug you too? Oh, I feel like I won the lottery. I really did. Kelly, how amazing is that? What are you joking? Isaac, you said it's a good start. A good start. A good start's having a cup of coffee in the morning.
It's a great start.
Gee whiz, 300 million rand. I said rand. No, yeah, imagine. If we convert it to rands and then make that dollars, let's do that. Okay, it's sad what our currency looks like. $300 million. Am I the only one who heard that? Can we please have a round of applause here? I have a saying for this. Some taketh and others giveth, okay? Can we see the humor in this? Can we? Can we see? Some may be taken away, but there are others on the sidelines wanting to give. I love that. Love it. Oh, this has just given me a new boost. Wow, absolutely amazing. Thank you. Isaac, thank you. Thank you, Kelly, and of course, wow, our Mastercard Foundation. This is just phenomenal news for today. All right, so from the excitement, I want to just bring it down slightly again, because we want to get back to the realities again of why something like this is so desperately needed. And Kelly, you spoke about that address. In fact, it's the first thing I woke up to this morning, the address from the UN High Commissioner. It was incredibly powerful. I just amazingly, it was the first thing that popped up on my usual feed in the morning, and it just really struck me, and it got my mind thinking so much for today and how things are going to play out today. And this is what the High Commissioner had to say yesterday when he was addressing the UN Security Council in New York. And if you don't mind, I just want to read a portion of it that I think these words are going to stand the test of time in not necessarily a good way, in a bad way, because I think that this has really summarized the world that we're living in right now. And I quote, "This is a season of war. This is a time of crisis. From Sudan to Ukraine, from the Sahel to Myanmar, from the Democratic Republic of Congo to Haiti, violence has become the defining currency of our age." Listen to that again. Violence has become the defining currency of our age. This is not right. He went on to say, like the people of Sudan, 1/3 of whom have been displaced since the start of the conflict 2 years ago, 1 out of 3 people forced to flee their homes because of a situation that frankly defies description: indiscriminate violence, disease, starvation, rampant sexual atrocities, flooding, droughts. A country and a society torn apart in a context where all pretense of adherence to humanitarian norms has been abandoned. That is here. That is our continent. Those are our people. And it is happening in an information age where we know exactly what is going on. And what are we doing about it? Nothing. And this is sad. It is very, very sad Sudan is under the spotlight now, and it's something that needs to be spoken about very, very seriously. The next discussion is entitled Leading in Times of Conflict, a conversation with private sector leaders from Sudan. And to facilitate this, I welcome up on stage our very esteemed moderator, Dr. Sylvia Vito, who's the Africa head of Eva Pharma.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? It is an absolute privilege and a pleasure to be here, to be part of this conversation today. And before I get started, let me ask my fellow colleagues to please join me on stage, then we can get the discussion on and going. Okay. All right, welcome on stage, then we'll introduce ourselves accordingly. Okay, just check that your mic is working.
Mic check, 1, 2, yep.
So this is a conversation about our country, Sudan, and maybe I'll start by highlighting a couple of things that we've had today. During the second Africa Private Sector Forum on Forced Displacement that we hosted in 2021, we opened the summit with an urgent plea around humanitarian assistance that was needed for the millions of our people in Sudan that were facing a deep crisis and fragility due to the war that was going on. Today, which is many years later, the war in Sudan continues, and it has triggered the largest forced displacement that we know. Over 12.6 million people have been forcibly displaced. This war has erupted, and of course we know that the most recent one started in April of 2023. A lot of things have happened since then, and we want to return to this same conversation, but with a very different lens, if you may allow us. We want to use the lens of not only asking what can be done for our country, Sudan, but more importantly, what business leaders, and some of them represented on this particular platform and some of them out there, are doing despite the odds. Being all in means actually being all in spite of circumstance. So good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another critical and crucial discussion as we deep dive in what all in really means in the real terms, on the ground, as Kenyans would say, qua ground. What does that look like? What is the role of private sector in rebuilding economies? Because we must go on. Sometimes we don't have the option to stop. Livelihoods must continue. Healthcare must be provided. Food must be provided. Children must be taken care of. We don't have the choice to leave. So what does it take for us as private sector to rebuild these economies amidst the forced displacement that we see and the ongoing conflict that we see in our country, Sudan? With me on the panel today, and I'll allow them to introduce themselves, is a group of what I call outliers, outstanding leaders in their respective sectors who will unpack this conversation with us. I want to point out that all of us have something in common, different as we look. We have all lived the reality of displacement. If I speak for myself, I'm a child of refugee parents. My father immigrated from Rwanda into Uganda and later on found themselves in Kenya. My mother was a refugee out of Uganda in Kenya. Kenya is my home. It's the home that I've known. But there's a lot that has come with that. There's a lot of compromises that we have to make. But for whatever it is that it has taken for us to show up here, and each of us has our individual stories, we then become also a different type of leader. How we show up is not the same. And maybe that's what we need to harness. The three of us are in private sector, and we're going to discuss what it has taken for us to be where we are, how we're showing up differently, and what is it that fuels us to go on in spite the circumstance. We are going to be discussing what it takes for us to keep the hope alive. We've talked about this hope. Hope is a reality on the ground. What does it take to truly say, I'm not giving up? We're going to discuss our hope for not only keeping things going, but also continuity for the sense of normalcy. It might not look the same way as it looked before the war, but there's a new norm that we are forced to recreate for our people and for ourselves. We're going to talk about what it takes to create a hope for a brighter future, because in spite of this disruption, you're still the same individual that is ambitious and wants to change and achieve great things. So what does it take to maintain that hope for a brighter future and to believe that we can empower ourselves as a people and refuse to give up to what our situation actually calls us to be? So day by day, we are creating new realities, and that's what this conversation is about, and we are all in, literally. So allow me to start by asking remarkable leaders on this particular panel, and I'll start with you, Islam Al-Beiti, and I'll introduce myself last. Islam is a force, a musician, a cultural activist, and an advocate. Please introduce yourself as only you can, and tell us what has been the snapshot of your personal journey to date.
Facts. Assalamu alaikum. Habari za asubuhi. Okay, not a lot of Swahili speakers. Hi everyone, my name is Islam. Not Islam, not Islam, Islam, very gentle. Yes, Islam means to give in, to surrender. And I'm going to talk a lot about that. But first of all, I am the partnerships manager for the Cash Consortium of Sudan, focusing on supporting Sudanese NGOs within the cash distribution and humanitarian assistance. I also am a bass player, incredible. If you guys get to catch me play live, please, you should come. A lot of our music focuses on highlighting Sudanese funk, jazz, a lot of the really cool things about Sudan that most of you probably don't know because all you hear is just heartbreaking things. But Sudanese culture and art is probably one of the most powerful things in the world. I'm the eldest of 5. I have incredible siblings and parents. And at the time of the war, I was in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and my whole family was in Sudan. So of course, waking up on like that Saturday, I was like, what is going on? Our country's falling apart. It's not possible. It's gonna end in 2 days. Next thing you know, it's 2 years later. So that whole experience of me being outside of Sudan while my family was internally displaced, we'll talk about that later as well. Other than that, we support a lot of Sudanese creatives and young artists who are displaced in Nairobi or in Kampala to give them access to just like writing classes, painting classes, you know, come through, let's talk, let's share our stories. And I remember telling my little sister, you know, you guys should do a podcast and talk about your experience of leaving Sudan. And she's like, Islam, everybody asks us about how we left Sudan. But I want to ask my friends what their grandmother used to sing for them in the morning, what their grandmother used to feed them, the stories that were being shared. So I think the perspective of younger Sudanese from the age of 10 to 12 will fascinate you, the level of wisdom they have. Anyways, I can go on forever, but it's very nice to be here. Thank you guys so much for hosting the space.
Thank you, Islam, and a warm welcome. I'll go over to my colleague and my brother, Ahmed Amin Abdel Latif, president of the CTC Group, the Sudan's largest agribusiness. Please be humble enough to introduce yourself in the reality of what you've lived through, what it has meant for you, especially from a personal journey perspective, before we go later on in what it means from a business perspective. Welcome.
Thank you, Sylvia. Assalamu alaikum, good morning. I'm Ahmed Abdel Latif. Up until April 2023, I had lived basically all my 50 years in Sudan, except for a 5-year break in between while studying. 30 of these years, I worked for CTC Group, a large private sector involved primarily in the agricultural sector. And in addition to being basically president of the group, I thought I was, you know, quite engaged in terms of civil society work, a lot of outreach work, et cetera, et cetera. So I thought I was doing quite a lot. I thought I was doing great. Saturday morning, 15th April 2023, you hear that there are, you know, some disturbances in Khartoum. It's a weekend, so I said I'll go to the office a bit later. No need to rush things. Never ever saw the office again. And so, initial days, as you said, Sylvia, were really all about safety, security, family, immediate family, extended family. In my case, family includes also a few thousand, you know, employees at CTC Group who we do genuinely consider to be family. And so the first couple of weeks were really all about that, making sure that people were safe, people were secure. Business, I think, was completely sidelined at that time. I think I was extremely lucky, extremely fortunate. So I was in Khartoum with my wife, with my 2 daughters and son at home when the war started. And very lucky, very fortunate that We made it out to safety within about a week or 10 days of the start of the war. I think one of the most poignant moments for me was my 12-year-old daughter, Layla, who had never ever questioned really anything that I had ever said. And the moment we were about to leave home, we opened the door to the garage, and I tell them we're leaving now, and you could hear, you know, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta everywhere. And she looks me right in the face. Baba, are you sure it's safe? Barefaced lie, I tell her it's safe. Everything is under control. Smile on her face, she totally believed, and we left. And that's kind of something that replays over and over again. I promised that I was going to keep it together this time, and I will. I will. So it's okay. No, it really is okay. But basically, the thing is, you know, I come from a position of, I think, great privilege. If it can happen to me, it really, really can happen to anyone. And the theme of today, all in, I think resounds with me a lot now, because I actually thought I was all in beforehand. I thought I was doing amazing. And I think 2 years down the road now, actually being displaced from home, the big thing for me is that being all in, it's kind of a conscious choice, not just doing what you can, but really committing to doing whatever it takes. And these are two very different things, and this is why all in really resounds big time with me. I'll leave it there.
We always say that when you see people walking and when you meet anyone, try and pay attention to what they come with. The personal stories that are being shared today has influenced how both my brother and my sister here show up not only for themselves, but show up for their organizations, show up for their families, and show up for the continent. What they're going to share next, now that you have a background on who they are as individuals, because get to know somebody from the heart, what drives them, what motivates them, what's their why. Understanding the why that has been shared here will now lead us into what has that looked like in terms of building what they've managed to build up today and what else is needed. So always spend time to know deeper the person next to you or the people that you serve with. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Dr. Sylvia Vito. I serve as the Africa head for Eva Pharma. Eva Pharma is a leading pharmaceutical organization out of Egypt. We manufacture medicines, anti-diabetics, anti-cancers, anti-hypertensives, anything. Throw a stone, you land on something we make. We've been in Africa for probably 104, but mainly in Egypt. Recently expanded into Sub-Saharan Africa, and Sudan is one of the markets that I support and that I lead. I'd barely joined Eva Pharma, and at that time, it was the end of 2022, set up on a big mission to set up local manufacturing in Africa. Sudan was a big market for us, turning over almost $70 million per year before the war. So we had established facilities, we had bought land, we're going to do local manufacturing for Sudan to supply what we call the Arabic Africa. April 2023, the war breaks out. I have a team of 110 individuals in Sudan, and we had to make a decision. What will Eva Pharma look like in the face of the war that was happening? What I want to share today, and it's how we show up as leaders, my CEO and myself, we made a deliberate decision that it doesn't matter. No single individual will be let go because of the war and because we have to repurpose what their roles are going to look like. Today, we still have 110 individuals fully employed by Eva Pharma in spite of the war. For us, it was very critical to understand that these individuals didn't have a choice. But at the end of the day, we also claim as a pharmaceutical organization that manufactures medicines that patients are truly at the center of everything else we do. And that should not be only when it's convenient or when it's easy. It has got to ring true even in the disruptions that we face. So since then, other than retaining the teams, we've managed to repurpose their roles to ensure that they can not only, because fortunately 90% of them are trained pharmacists, so finding out what more can we do to give them meaningful engagement and for them to be part of the structure that is rebuilding Sudan. So I'll share that much later, but beyond the role that I do, I actually serve at Amahoro Coalition as the board chair, and that is a bit of why I'm here today.
Guys, give it up for incredible African women, please. A big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go back to you, Islam, and ask, being at the intersection of culture, youth, and economic inclusion, please shed your light on how young people, artists, and grassroots entrepreneurs are adapting and recreating amidst the war and socio-economic pressures that they're facing. What does solidarity, economies, and the models of informal innovation, what can we learn from them, and what do you see, and what more can be done?
It was such a hard question, man, because like now we have to go into all the different things we had experienced. But I've never seen people that are more supportive of each other like the Sudanese people, to be honest. We survived the last 3 years together, through each other. Myself as an artist, as a Sudanese person who was displaced in Kenya, I am yet to meet an organization that they themselves are like, cool, we want to support artists. You know, we want to allow them to kind of, you know, bring their lives back together. So the only thing we really could do is support each other. So when we first came in here, there was a lot of artists that arrived in Nairobi. We worked together with the Forced Foundation to put together a grant to get a few musicians some of the instruments they had lost, you know. And I think the innovation in our solidarity is something that everyone should learn from, right? Like in Sudan, no matter like how many people you have over at home, you're cooking for everybody, right? You're feeding everyone. This idea of abundance is very deeply rooted in who we are. So now when we experience displacement, we realized, oh my God, like it is not that abundant out there. Even if our continent is the most incredibly rich place in the world, we are still like the poorest people. That's exhausting, right? But when artists start arriving, whether it's visual, musicians, basically we put funds together, you know, as people who are displaced, leaving countries, having lost everything. We are the ones putting our money together to help each other because nobody cares, to be honest. You know, this is from my personal experience. And those who care only care enough to an extent where they can get something back in return, right? And I always encourage a lot of people who want to support the cultural work and artistic work, don't expect your logo to be everywhere. Don't expect us to like go around and tell the whole world how incredible your organization is. You're supporting life, you're supporting humanity, you're supporting people just living, right? So there's so many things that are complicated and make it 10 times more challenging for us to recover because, for example, the simplest thing, health insurance. The most thing I was excited about my job is having health insurance. That is sad. That is so sad. Like in this time and age, I also come from a lot of privilege. My father, a civil servant, diplomat, incredible person, also lost his job because of the war. But there's so much that I had access to growing up that most people did not, right? So it is absolutely sad that the one thing I'm actually looking for is to be able to afford to go to a hospital and get my teeth checked out. So one thing we're doing right now is making sure that whether it's if we're building cooperatives or if we're building funds, every artist needs to have health insurance. Every human being is entitled to health insurance, guys. Like if we're not having these conversations, I don't know what we're doing, right? It can't be that we live in such a beautiful continent with so many incredibly smart people and you tell me I have to go spend like $500 to get my teeth fixed? As a refugee, that is, yeah. So what we do is we support each other. And so I think these models of solidarity, whether it's mutual aid or crowdfunding, all the emergency rooms running in Sudan, they're all really, a lot of it is the donations. I wish I could see a number of how much money Sudanese have sent to Sudan versus how much money organizations that is their duty to support Sudan have put into Sudan. You know, how much of that money goes into running your organization versus arriving to displaced people in Sudan, right? So I am so tired of not just nailing everything at the point, right? We have to keep explaining to everyone our pain and our agony and how much we've lost and how much, like, everything tells us there's no hope. Literally. There is not a single indicator that anyone can give me that tells me our future is going to be better. But somehow we have so much hope that we wake up, get out of bed, sit in a panel, and tell everyone about our experience, right? Because that's what hope looks like. And artists keep getting pushed out of the conversation on peace building and hope building and trust building. You know, Sudan's problem is not just war, Sudan's problem is a trust problem. We can't sit in the same room, look at each other, and like agree on something. We will fight, we will kill each other. Why? Because there's no trust. Artists, they build trust between people. You know, there's two places, sorry I'm just ranting, but there's two places in which I have seen people be joyful, expressive. One of them is at a concert. Whether you're RSF or SAF, nobody knows, you're dancing, you're singing, you are enjoying the music. Sorry guys, I'm giving you my back. And the other thing is obviously soccer matches. Against your, of course, unless you're against this different team, but the way people come together, the way people talk to each other, the people agree is through culture. Music, soccer, you name it. So you can't talk to me about peace building without talking to me about how you're involving artists in your peace building process. That's it, thank you.
Fantastic. And I'll segue the conversation to you, Ahmed. Where were you as a business before April 2023? Where are you now as a business? What is that journey like? How have you navigated this unprecedented circumstance? And what are some of the key decisions and principles that have helped you as a leader in your business and as a Sudanese to maintain the continuity for profit, yes, because you need to, it has to make business sense when so much is uncertain and so much is unpredictable. Please unpack this for us.
Thank you again, Sylvia. One thing I can start by saying, they definitely didn't teach us anything about this at business school at all. So, you know, we have to kind of make it up on the fly as we go along. So, yes, you know, of course, a very chaotic situation, unbelievable kind of unpredictability, lack of visibility. And for us in particular, the war started April 15th, and that is basically peak preparation time. So the main agricultural season in Sudan is early July. So, you know, we were very conscious of the fact that as a large player in the ag sector, in particular, a very important provider of agri-inputs and agri-technology to the sector, we had a kind of a critical decision to make. If we decided to pull out, it would have very serious consequences for that upcoming agricultural season and very serious consequences for food security in the country. And so, you know, we had to decide fast, decide without really knowing how things would look. And I think the decision that was taken was the only thing that would stop us would be safety, security. So that is kind of a decision that I delegated to people who are better informed than I am. So I would not take a final call on, you know, continue or stop when it's a safety, security issue. But everything else was put as secondary. Everything else meaning business considerations, profitability, etc., for that particular upcoming agricultural season. And so we kind of framed that, you know, our business has been operating in Sudan for 70 years. So since the year of Sudan's independence, we were not about to stop now when our, you know, business partners, the farmers really needed us. And so we kind of reinforced our commitment to the farming sector and that we would continue, come what may, that year supporting the farming community. Further to that, it then also quickly became clear to us that, you know, trying to run our operations the same way we had before. So a large corporate, you have a lot of bureaucracy, processes, et cetera, et cetera. Within a couple of weeks, we understood that we had to throw that out of the window and basically delegate stuff to people who are on the ground and allow them, you know, to, I mean, whatever decision you were taking at that time, it's kind of 50-50 whether you end up messing things up or, you know, making the right decision. So they might as well mess up, you know, take the decision that we might. So we did really a massive shift in how we operate in terms of a lot of decentralization, very much so. And an important part of that, a word that's been said today a lot, is trust. We operated before the war in all 18 states of Sudan. So we had physical operations for, you know, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years in some cases, physically in those states with our people being there on the ground, living with the farmers, working with the farmers, you know, being with them at the times of happiness, at times of sadness, whatever. And so the relations that they had, and this was very critical, because now it was not a time of contracts or anything. It was, if you say I will do so, if they trust, they believe, they're there and they will work with you. And so we also found very fast that this was much more critical than any contract or anything. And so we leveraged that, our people on the ground who were there. And really the last, but maybe the most important thing, was kind of learning on the fly how to handle human resources, our teams at this time. It starts with the, sorry, but important point. I spent maybe 30% of my time just working on human resources. You have teams who are themselves now displaced. Their families are displaced. You're expecting them to do a job. How do you handle that? How do you handle people who are now moving from living with families to living back, like being at high school or university, living in dorms. So we had to set up, accommodation, safety, food, many different things, but really human resources, being able to kind of repurpose, retrain, mobilize, motivate human resources. And then again, you really do see amazing, amazing commitment and amazing resilience from people, put under extreme pressure. You don't think it's possible, but a lot is possible when people really have the willingness and have the commitment. And so these were kind of the main things we had to focus on to continue operating immediately after the start of the war.
Okay, thank you. Please, a round of applause for that level of resilience, because I don't think many people
I'm
can
sorry
do
if
that.
it's very serious, not like Islam, but it is what it is. Yeah.
But I think for reference, as someone who grew up in Khartoum, seeing his company, CTC, everywhere, everybody wanted to work there, guys. You don't understand. It's a huge, huge company. The level of resources, the level of commitment to Sudan, to agriculture, billboards everywhere. So it is really sad to see that such an incredible company and a beautiful example of Sudanese intelligence, our collective intelligence, to just get destroyed.
No, we're still there.
You're still there?
And we're going to stay
there.
there.
And they're going to keep growing, But it's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah.
We have to keep the hope alive. And just to share our company perspective, and which I talked about for Eva Pharma, what we've done in the last 2 years, I haven't seen my team definitely. We've had to decentralize a lot of the leadership decisions that we are making. And when we talked about trust, this is where truly trust comes into play. The level of trust that we must have with our teams, as I mentioned, we maintained everybody. 90% of them were pharmacists. We had a few of them who managed to immigrate into into Egypt, closer. And what we did is that then we took them up into the head office. So we still maintain them as employees, but at the head office, because they had the capabilities to leave and come into Egypt. But not everybody was able to come into Egypt. So we've got 20% that are now working in Egypt, fully employed by the organization, and we are taking care of their families as well, to things like medical insurance, and sometimes their relatives need to come over, so we do an extensive sort of coverage. We've got a good team, about 10%, that actually moved to South Sudan. Who would have imagined that this is a circumstance we live in? So fully also employed by our same organization in South Sudan, and supporting to recreate the ecosystem of South Sudan, because Sudan was coming from a high level of practice when you look at pharmaceutical sector. But what we also did is ensuring that where these teams were going, they definitely were not moving in isolation. Not only do they move with families, but also other doctors, nurses, community health workers, and patients that have also immigrated out of Sudan into Egypt, into South Sudan, into other countries nearby. So what we did is we are keeping a tracker with our teams to ensure that we're keeping tabs of all the healthcare providers wherever they are, because for us as clinicians, continuous medical education maintains your intellect and your capabilities to really continue managing patients. As a refugee in another country, you don't automatically gain the rights to see patients. So sometimes as a clinician, you struggle to find relevance. How do I continue seeing patients and practicing? So as Eva Pharma, we ensure that we maintain the community of doctors, nurses, and pharmacists that had immigrated into these other countries, especially where our teams are concerned, track them and support them with continuous medical education so that they can keep their licenses. And these same doctors, nurses, and pharmacists and community health workers, we support them to continue seeing Sudanese patients wherever they've immigrated. So you start creating bubbles of healthcare provision, because even though you move to a host country, sometimes integrating might not be as seamless as we make it to be. Beyond that, for those that stayed in Sudan, we managed, some of them moved to 3 different locations in Sudan, but some of them stayed in Khartoum, some at Port Sudan. But what we've done is that most of them who are probably in clinical trials, some of them who are in sales, because they have a medical background, we move them into capacity building and training, and they will also work as community health workers. So what Kenyans we call Nyumba Kumi initiative, meaning know your 10 next neighbors, is what we've tried to institute for our teams in Sudan. Go and know the next 10 people who are near where you live and where you work. Because you're medically trained, you're able to serve as a community health worker, and because in Sudan we're no longer dealing with what you'd call non-communicable diseases, we've now moved into more communicable diseases, meaning there's more emergency situations where there's an outbreak of cholera or outbreak of anything, you're able to come to the plight of those people who are in need. So you can see their roles have changed significantly from being a corporate employee back to community health working. Other than that, also, as a manufacturing organization, we had done, of course, demand and supply planning for what we want it to sell in Sudan. And a lot of times, we as corporate leaders, it's the arrogance of knowing what I want to sell in that particular country. We had done a huge investment around NCDs, hypertension, diabetes, cancers as well. But we've had to repurpose a whole production line to going back to making antibiotics because a lot of the pharmaceutical companies left Sudan. So meaning patients don't have access to just normal saline, fluids, painkillers, antipyretics for children, cough syrups, antibiotics. So we had to repurpose a whole line out of Egypt to continue manufacturing products that we had sort of moved away from because we have moved into more the NCD, the complex treatment, and say, we are not going to leave these patients behind. And of course, there's money to be made, truth be told, because it's a dire situation. Patients need it, but you have to provide it at a much lower cost, so it's high volume, meaning even the level of packaging, how you package. Instead of packaging in bottles, you package it in what we call blow-filled syringes, which are easy for the patients to use, and you can actually share a dose among multiple patients. So we had to start thinking differently in terms of the products that we supply into Sudan, the products that we also supply into South Sudan, into Ethiopia and other neighboring countries where a lot of the displaced people were going. So these were some of the initiatives that we truly look back at as an organization and we think, maybe it is what is going to enable us to thrive in the next 100 years. Having shown not only our team in Sudan that we're going to stand by you and your families, but stand by the patients and making sure we continue meeting the unmet medical needs. Diabetes is a big deal. Access to insulin is a big deal. We've created a whole new line for insulin that can be stored in cool jars and not in a refrigerator, because refrigeration is a privilege right now for a lot of the people in Sudan. So these are some of the things that when I think about my CEO, truly his heart is in the right place to say, as a business, we are not exiting. As a business, we're going to repurpose manufacturing lines to recreate products that are relevant for this market. But of course, as you can imagine, war-torn areas is not just Sudan. We also have other businesses that we actually are able to supply. But because of our initial commitment to say, we are not going to exit, we are not going to leave, and we are truly going to keep an eye on the patient and say, what do you need in the season? If it's communicable disease, we are going to continue making the medicines for communicable diseases. For the teams, but of course, we face a lot of challenges because there isn't structural support from what you'd call a government. So we have to empower the teams to actually be responsible for demand and supply planning. We have to use informal structures of how medicines get to patients. So what we call that Nyumba Kumi initiatives, these same teams that are acting as community health workers are also responsible for supply to the nearest center, and the center is not a place, it could be a house where patients come in for treatment because there's a nurse who stays there, because there's a community pharmacist that is staying there. So they also do the whole bottom-up demand planning and tell us what is needed. We send medicine by trucks. Of course, there's a lot of risk. Collection of money is also not easy, but we have to trust the same team on the ground. You're working as a community health worker, you're working as demand and supply planning, but you also are the one doing the collection in Sudanese currency, which doesn't gain a lot of value outside of Sudan, but that's what we use to pay the salaries and meet some of the needs that we have in the country. So these are some of the ways in which you can't afford to waste a crisis. If truly your heart and your why is in the right place, you'll find what I call the gold that the dragon holds. Because if you look keenly, there's always an opportunity. Some of the biggest problems that we face in Africa also represent some of the biggest opportunities that we need to leverage as a people. So as you sit back there, ask yourself, you might not be in Sudan today, but as somebody mentioned earlier, we are only one crisis away, we beloved Kenyans, from similar circumstance, as Ugandans, as Tanzanians, as Rwandans, as Africans, as people of the world. It could change tomorrow. What will be your approach to look at what else is possible? Not everybody can stay, but even if you leave, what more do you do where you find yourself in? And as we try to wrap up this particular conversation, let me just go back to my colleagues here on the table and say, and maybe I'll start with you, Islam. And you've talked about we have to keep the hope alive and keep the spirit of humanity. And we find that in our joy and our love for music, for dance, appreciation of our culture, whether it's football, whatever it is that makes us tick, because wherever we are, we still want to feel that we are alive. And it's those moments that artists create and co-create that probably remind us not to forget who we are as human beings. What does support and partnership look like for you today? And for the peers that you have, both those who are here in other countries outside of Sudan and for those who are left back home, what does partnership support look like, and what that would make significant difference right now to complement the efforts that you're putting on the ground?
I can give you like a list of 500 things.
Top 3.
No, I mean, give us money. I don't know what it is. Give us money. Make it easy for us to report. Make it easy for us to, I don't know, it's just too much to ask of a human being to deal with their own pain and agony of loss, of death. Like the amount of people we've lost is crazy, right? And so we're expected, 1, to be displaced. 2, not have any supporting infrastructure. 3, not have any money. 4, not have any jobs, not have any living rights that are granted to us unless we, sign up with UNHCR and then, or go to a camp, or that may not be an option that works for other people, right? So there's so much expectation of a refugee, of a displaced person to determine their future, to take care of their families. Your average Sudanese person takes care of at least 5 to 6 people. You know what I mean? That is not easy, guys. Education, healthcare. So there's so much expectation of us, and artists are supposed to represent our times. But I do not think we're able to do that because...
Just stick on that. Artists are supposed to represent the true reality of our times.
Of our times. And because an artist has a lens to be able to look at a problem from so many different angles, so we represent the times. We are able to make music about the time, But when, first of all, you don't have the money, you have to apply to 5 different organizations to get 10 grand to do a project, how are you going to represent the time? Are you going to spend that time writing the proposal or working on the reporting or doing all the financing? And then, it's really difficult. So me personally, as Islam, as an artist, as a person who is caring for my entire family and for friends and for communities and trying to build sustainable ways in which we can actually live a day or a week without stress, it's impossible. This morning I woke up and I was like, this is impossible. This is so hard. Having to wake up, put myself together, get the strength to get up here and sit on stage and talk to everyone about all these things that we experienced. Meanwhile, there is no kindness that we receive from people who are able to support us, right? So, and it also, donors, funders have the ability to also influence how money goes and where it goes. Encourage Sudanese people to form coalitions. Encourage them to form consortiums, right? You would rather support 20 artists through one consortium than 20 artists individually. It's better for your teams, it's better for us. If I'm a trusted person, why must I go through hell and back just to show you that you can trust me? And I really think we need to start, thank you very much. I really think we need to start, when we keep saying let's do things differently, we're not doing things differently. We're trying, but we still have the same people sitting in decision-making places, right? We still have the same donors with their regulations, making it impossible for Sudanese people to lead humanitarian work in Sudan. The EU will give you money, but they will not give money directly to a Sudanese NGO. Meanwhile, the Sudanese NGO is the NGO going around helping, doing this, finding people, registering, making lives easy for international organizations entering Sudan. That is not fair. That is not a future I see. That is not a future. Like, I hope, like, this is a very bad thing to say, but I hope, like, you guys don't get blessed if you continue, like, making it harder for Sudanese people to lead their future. May blessings never find their way to you for like 2 days, okay? But point being, it's hard times. It's hard times. We're collectively incredibly powerful room, right? And we have so much knowledge and just like last point, something that I'm really having fun with lately is I'm having chats with ChatGPT and we're talking about land distribution, right? So I asked it a question. What if every African received half an acre as a birthright? I'm born, this is your land, Islam. You can do whatever you want with it. This is farmable land, you know? I call up Ahmed, be like, hey Ahmed, I was just born, my daughter was born and now she has land. So AI, in a matter of 5 to 10 minutes, was able to analyze, process all the data, and it tells us that if every single African as a birthright receives half an acre of land, in 75 years, we will still have over 60% of our farmable land untouched. That is an incredible, you know, and of course, maybe the numbers are not 100%, but just that idea, that freedom to dream and imagine that as an African, my government gives me land. Half of Kenyans are literally living in sheds. Meanwhile, their country is the most richest in the region, highest economy, being robbed right and left. We as artists, we see these things. Every Kenyan can live with like a huge garden in front of their house and land in the back that they can farm and process, but they're not allowed to do that because their land is not theirs. So what if our governments gave us land as our birthright? Because this continent is so huge. And the fact that we kill each other for resources that exist across the entire continent is mind-baffling to me. Thank you.
Oh. Ahmed, your reaction and what would partnership support that makes the most significant difference right now to you and how it complements your work? How would that look like?
So I think I've had an extremely interesting experience the past 2 years. So previous to the war starting in Sudan, previous to, you know, going through displacement, et cetera, you hear all the stuff about, you know, displacement is an opportunity, working with displaced people, you know, should be looked at as a business opportunity rather than just focus on the risks, the high repayment rates that come from displaced people, et cetera, et cetera. And you kind of pretend that you subscribe to that and you engage, but with extreme caution as a large business. But then, you know, we were suddenly kind of completely kind of like thrown in at the very deep end in that a big part of our addressable market actually was displaced people. So basically, you know, again, we're in agriculture. The main agricultural areas in Sudan, the main irrigated agricultural areas were active war zones, and so the farmers moved from there to other agricultural areas. And that was kind of an addressable market right there. People that, you know, or even large communities whom we had interacted with before. So we knew of them before, but today they were displaced, they did not have the same assets that they had before, et cetera, et cetera. So do you engage or do you not engage? We took kind of a leap of faith, maybe not a hardcore business decision, and engaged. And we really found, and it happens very quickly because an agricultural season, an agricultural cycle is 1 year. It's literally less than a calendar year. So you know, the writing is going to be on the wall. You will engage, you will provide inputs, you will finance inputs, you will give credit to get to the point, and they're either going to repay you or not. It's that simple. And we actually found that the reality is, yes, that they do repay and that many, many of these things are actually true. And then what we did was kind of a process of trying to really unpack. So what happened? So we did it in reverse. We just jumped in feet first because we didn't have an option, not because we were extra brave or anything. And when the results came out very positive, we started to look at, you know, so what happened and why did we, because there was a lot of decision making as well. You know, why would you engage with this section and not that section of IDPs, etc. And what are the enablers, etc., etc. I think these are kind of interesting kind of insights and lessons. So some of them were mentioned yesterday even. So things like, when you're talking about finance or financial partnerships, they really need to be kind of very sensitive to, conflict sensitive or tailored to. So even myself as a large corporate, I roll around laughing now when banks ask me for 3-year financials. 2 years, they're, of course, cut out completely. 2 years are cut out. So what are you going to ask? So forget about me. What about the small person who doesn't even, at least I have data, I have records because it was all backed up on the cloud, et cetera, et cetera. Some people have lost all their history. They literally don't have any information or data that they can provide or a track record. You have to design your systems in a way that can really deal with that. And there are ways, it doesn't necessarily have to be formal, financial statements, or there are other ways, community-based ways. You can gather information, there are ways without getting into the details. De-risking, this is very kind of important for Sudan. So, mitigating the effects of war. So in agriculture, farmers, even in a safe area, the land is there, the season's coming, they're very worried that what if the war moves into my area? And so if you find ways that you're able to basically provide some sort of insurance or de-risk that, it changes the game completely. And we've been working on things like that, trying to find mechanisms where we can de-risk for the individual farmers, so then the impact on a collective level is really, really large. Logistics and infrastructure as well. A very addressable business opportunity. Yes, you need to be careful. You need to, again, be very conscious of the area in which you're operating, but it's a pressing need. It will help drive, do a lot of good, drive business, but it is also an amazing business opportunity. And everything I'm saying now, I'm saying from a business perspective as well. So, you will make money, you will make good money while still helping in the communities with which you work or with whom you engage. You will still make money even on a risk-adjusted basis. I don't want to get into kind of business jargon, but it's a good business opportunity. Also, reskilling or repurposing people's skills. Again, we had very interesting examples. People who were displaced. Some of them were quite skilled. Some of them were university students who, universities were shut down. Others were, people who were working urban as mechanics or what have you. And now they're there. There's no other work. We found them work in the agricultural sector, whether it's as tractor operators or helping, spread fertilizer. We did a few very interesting projects where we brought people together, financed them to do agri-service units. And from that, they went in, they were able to provide value, to provide the service and make very good money themselves. So repurposing skills and trying to find, as I said, ways that mitigate the war risk and find ways that you can finance in a way that is sensitive to what they can and what they cannot do. It's a way that you can continue operating and still make very, very good money. And I think these things can be leveraged and can be kind of extended and expanded. Again, from experience, you can make very good money working even, a war zone is very extreme, but areas where displaced people are, beyond the safety and the security, I think it's a very fertile, it's a great business opportunity, really. It wasn't looked at like that by me, definitely, but now I think, regardless what happens in Sudan, that's going to be an area where we're going to be focusing on going forward.
I want to put...
Fantastic. A round of applause for that insight.
I just want to put a spotlight on Ahmed and ask you to make a commitment to us that, as artists, that when the company gets back up and you guys are making your profits, everything is great, you commit $10 million to us. Yes. And this 10 million is going to work on building and rebuilding the Sudanese cultural and artistic space. And that's how we continue protecting our history, right? So 10 million, maybe 5, 10,
We'll commit to 5% of profits and pray for us.
Okay, 5% of profit.
Say that into the mic.
Yes.
It's important, yes.
Yeah? I said we'll commit to 5% of profit and pray for us. If it's 10 million, you get the 10 million.
Hey,
Why not?
yes.
Yeah? That's a businessman's response.
Thank you. And so that we can allow a few quick Q&As from the audience, because I know we are a mixed blend of many individuals from many countries with different experiences. Just start reflecting even as we take the questions from the audience. As someone who has personally experienced displacement, which is what we've shared today, how has this influenced how you do business as a private sector leaders? Because you show up differently. So as we take the Q&A, I want you to close with that comment of how it has shaped you as a leader and how you show up not only for yourself, for your family, but for the businesses that you now lead and the ones you're going to lead in the future. I don't know whether we have questions in the audience before we take just a closing commentary.
Come on, we're not going to bite. You guys are thinking so much.
I can't see, so if somebody could assist me. There we go. So I'll try, help me.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm Chalo Ali, Sudanese from Nuba Mountains, South Kordofan. 26 years refugee. Islam, thank you for what you are doing as an artist. I was in Darfur, Chad, last year. I happened to visit the refugees camps in Chad. I saw very terrible things that are happening in those refugees, especially for the Sudanese who are in Chad. What are you doing as an artist to make sure that you reach to these people? People are psychologically completely tortured. They need help. What are you doing to help these people? Dr. Vito, health situation there is there. People are dying every 30 minutes, the child is dying. What are you doing with all the production you have in Egypt to make sure whatever you're producing reaches the right people?
Good challenge. Do you want to take it on?
Powerful question. I think as artists, like what we're doing right now in a lot of the concerts that we organize is we host these fundraisers, basically. The last one we did, we raised very little, like $700, but not even intentionally. And those go to community kitchens in different like refugee camps, supporting the community kitchens, but also a lot of us and a lot of group of friends, like powerful artist called Wadabo, he always goes to camps to perform there. So now we're trying to organize a series of performances in different camps just so people can dance, really, that's it. And people can laugh and just get a little sense of life again. So the only thing I can do as an artist is to ensure that all the platforms we're on, all the events we're hosting, is that a big chunk of the proceedings or the money that we generate go to these community spaces. But in reality, we don't need to do that. You know, there's a lot of other people who have a lot of resources that should just be like, guys, which community kitchens shall we support? Community kitchens is how Sudanese are surviving right now, you know. So thank you so much for this question. And power to you and to your people, one of the most incredible and powerful people, incredibly marginalized for as long as we know, the Nuba Mountains. Music in the Nuba Mountains, hey, culture, forget it. So thank you so much, and I hope that life gives you butterflies and roses and a lot of money and happiness. Thank you.
Wow. And maybe just to answer your question in just a simple way, as Eva farmer across sub-Saharan Africa, and I lead about 32 markets, we donate 15% of our products that we supply goes into what we call community investments. Community investments will vary from country to country. In countries like South Sudan, for example, we directly supply that into where the camps are, where the displaced people find themselves. Even the locals, we also have a lot of IDPs within Sudan. I'll check whether, I don't know which reference point you have for Chad, because we are present in Chad as well, and we do also supply 15% of all our products for free as donations for community investment. But of course, sometimes based on the implementing partners that we are using in the country, it might not reach some of the areas that you're talking to, but I'm more than happy to get the feedback and see what more can be done, because you are the eyes and ears, because we can't be everywhere, but we're open to know what more we can do better. But we've got a straight commitment, 15% of revenue goes into community investment as free donations of critical medicines in every country where we operate.
I'll be able to take and say increase that by another 5%.
To 20%?
Is that not how it works?
That's how it works? So I'll take one more question in the interest of time, okay? Can I? Sheba is telling me absolutely no, we've run out of time, but that Mike has already reached where it was supposed to reach. You have one comment as we close.
Thank you.
Hi.
My name is Dara, from Sudan, made in Sudan. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you guys for sharing your stories. I know how tough it is. It was tough for me just sitting here listening. So I can't even imagine how tough it was for you to share, get up and just express for all of us. So thank you both for being here and for sharing with us.
Sudanese women, amazing.
Thank you. Your parting shot, briefly in under a minute. What's your parting shot?
If you would like to fund us to go and travel to refugee camps and perform, please do it.
Yeah.
Let's talk. I think we need to uplift people, and we can very easily. It doesn't cost much, and everyone's happy. So, last but not least, other than giving us money, just be kind, guys. Be kind to each other, to yourselves, to people. Allow yourself to dream and think differently. Challenge yourself. Accept that you don't know everything and that you're not the master of all. Nobody is. Our collective intelligence is the most powerful thing that we have in this room. So
Fantastic.
I hope we can double down on that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ahmed?
What I'd like to share is that really, had an amazing experience yesterday in Kakuma and engaging in some very interesting and engaging conversations as well. And I think a big part I take away from this event and from my past 2 years of experiences, I really spend a lot of time talking to friends, to colleagues, to contacts, really trying to kind of bridge that gap that now I see, because I lived that gap, this very big gap between kind of understanding what's going on and somehow empathizing, and then really understanding what's going on with people, and then moving and motivating yourself if you have the capability, and everyone has the capability of helping or doing something at their level. So I think that's from personal experience, a very significant gap there. And that's where I put my maximum effort now. It's really trying to, yes, you know what's going on, but do you really understand? And more importantly, do you really understand how much, even a small amount of your time or a small amount of money, how much impact that can have on someone's life? Get up and do it, even if it's a phone call or even if it's just donating a small amount of money or your time or whatever. And I think that's something that everyone can take away with them, because people really do not get how much small things, how much of a big impact that they can have.
Fantastic. You can live and you thrive in spite of your circumstance, and each of you can make a difference in every space where you find yourselves. But remember to know the personal story of the people that you serve with, the people that you work with, the people that you live with, because that's what inspires the why and how we show up for one another and for the continent. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Oh, that was beautiful, guys. Thank you very, very much. And such an important spotlight that needed to be shined on Sudan and what's going on. But I think more importantly is the hope that you've left us, because it is horrific what's going on there. And I actually, while you were speaking, this article came up of what's happened to the National Museum in Sudan, one that holds the history of your people and that of the continent gone, destroyed. You talk about culture and you talk about art. That is our history. That's who we are. That's what makes us. And to lose something like that it's unacceptable. But thank you for waking up with hope every day. We love you for it. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to break shortly for some tea, just to stretch legs, but we've got so much to get through. And it gives me great pleasure at this point, before we stop for just a little bit of a break, I would like to invite onto stage Mamadou Diane Balde, who is the UNHCR Regional Bureau Director here in Kenya. There you are. And we just want to hand it over to you to welcome our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have to say, I was inspired by what you said. It resonated very well with me. I spent 2 of my youth years in Sudan, supporting refugees that Sudanese people had received, not for 1 year, not for 2 years, not for 2 decades, 3 decades, as Barakat said earlier. So That generosity, that compassion, that solidarity resonated well with me. So thank you very much for these inspiring words. But I'm not here to speak about that. We also were inspired yesterday, those of you who went to Kakuma municipality, not Kakuma refugee camps, Kakuma municipality. Those of you who were with us yesterday evening at the reception, it was really inspiring. So thank you so much for yesterday. Thank you so much for today. And as you kindly said, I'm the Regional Bureau Director for UNHCR for the Eastern Horn of Africa and Great Lakes, and I'm hosted in Generous, Kenya. I oversee the countries that host over 40% of refugees in Africa. It's 5.6 million people, and very sadly, as our High Commissioner said yesterday at the UN Security Council, states are failing to produce peace, so refugees are being produced, and we want more peace so that we have less refugees, we have more peace. So that's really the first point I wanted to raise with you. Thank you very much for listening to me. This region that I call my region is also a region that is not only seeing governments that have problems of their own, but it's governments that are very courageous. They are courageous in adopting policies, laws, regulations to help refugees live more dignified lives. So they are not only opening their borders, sometimes it's problematic. They are not only opening their services, very limited, but what they are saying to all of us is that if we are committed, we can do better, we can do more, and we can treat our sisters and brothers who are refugees today to live more dignified lives. And there is no other place in the world where one would wish to work rather than this region. Kenya, of course, and we will hear very soon about Kenya, but also countries such as Uganda, countries such as Ethiopia, countries such as Djibouti and Rwanda. And I will be in trouble because I will not be citing all the countries. So you can think of me in my next encounter with government because I haven't cited all of them. And there are other countries in the Western Central Africa, in Southern Africa, who are also pursuing these policies. These policies, ladies and gentlemen, should not be taken for granted. Other countries in the world, other leaders in the world are closing their borders. So when leaders try their best to open their borders, their communities, take courageous decisions, risk, to enable and to give more right to refugees, they need to be accompanied. And the private sector plays a very, very, very crucial role into exactly helping do that. Now, you did not come here to listen to me. You came here to let me introduce a good friend, my brother, Commissioner John Burugu. Commissioner John Burugu is the commissioner for the government of Kenya in charge of refugee affairs. My brother Burugu has been working and leading transformative policies, including in this country, the Refugee Act of 2021, but also very lately, on 28th of March, the launch of the Shirika plan, of which I'm sure he will be talking about shortly. And John Burugu has 26 years of public service experience and has a master's degree in international studies from the University of Nairobi. So, Brother John Burugu, very happy to host you, and please a clap of applause for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamadou. Morning, everyone. I was invited to make some remarks, and if you allow me, I will proceed on that. But first, I need to appreciate the people who are with us today. The Deputy High Commissioner, Kelly, of UNHCR, Kelly, Rita Roy, the President of the CEO, Mastercard Foundation, Mamadou Balde, the UNHCR Regional Director, Jorian, the Inkomoko CEO, Isaac, the founder and the curator of Amahoro Foundation, colleagues who are here from various organizations, refugees who are here, private enterprises that have come for the 3rd African Forum for Displacement 2025. Good morning once again. Without much ado, I want to say it's a great pleasure to join you today at the African Forum on Displacement 2025. On behalf of Government of Kenya, I welcome you all, distinguished delegates, to Nairobi. Forced displacement is a common phenomenon with current figures growing at an alarming rate. Globally, over 122 million people are forcibly displaced, mainly due to conflicts and environmental factors. In Kenya alone, we host 800,165 refugees and asylum seekers from the Great Lakes region, Eastern and Horn of Africa, and recently from Afghanistan. Whether one is internally displaced person or refugee, they flee their homes in search of safety and security. The African continent has witnessed a protracted situation of displacement, specifically refugee situations, for decades, with many of our countries either being producers or hosts. As a country, we have graciously hosted our brothers and sisters from neighboring countries for over 35 years. This is no the responsibility of Kenya and other countries hosting refugees is borne by the fact that we are party to the UN Convention of 1951 on refugees, and for the African continent, the 1969 OAU African Convention, governing specific aspects of problems in Africa. And this has been done in the spirit of humanity. The role of host countries in offering asylum and protection is key in giving a second chance to life and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, seeking asylum often comes with a myriad of challenges, both to the refugee and the country of asylum. Continuous influxes come with heightened needs, leading to overstretched existing resources, affecting quality of service offered to refugees, environmental degradation, and sometimes insecurity. Further, we are facing funding shortages to refugee programs that may lead to lack of access to basic needs by the vulnerable populations, including women and children. While the most viable solution for the years has been said to be voluntary, solution has been, over the years has been made to be voluntary repatriation. Continued conflict in countries of origin have made it unattainable. Through various peace missions, joint efforts have been made to help these countries attain peace and stability. There is need to invest in countries of origin and create a conducive environment for sustainable and safe return. Distinguished delegates, amidst these challenges, you will see not despair, but we keep hope alive. Refugees and students are students, entrepreneurs, farmers, innovators, artists, content creators, And with these aspirations for a better tomorrow, waiting for only an opportunity for which they rely on us. And us, we are the government, the donors, development partners, the private sector, international NGOs, the national NGOs, among other stakeholders, to hold their hand by coming up with sustainable solutions to the problems they are facing. In 2016, we aligned as a country with the global community by signing the New York Declaration, demonstrating solidarity with the displaced populations. This commitment was further reinforced in 2018 through the Global Compact on Refugees. Additionally, countries adopted comprehensive refugee response frameworks. The CRRF called for reshaping our approaches to refugee matters, including easing pressure on host countries, enhancing refugee self-reliance, and resilience, supporting countries of origin, expanding access to third country solutions. A key factor was the urgent need to transform our mode of assistance from purely humanitarian to development-focused responses that aim to empower refugees and asylum seekers together with their hosting countries, communities, to be self-reliant. Ladies and gentlemen, today, we are gathered here because of the opportunity to continue with this conversation. And as per this year's theme, All In, calling for corrective action to strengthen our partnerships in addressing refugee problems across Africa. Cognizant of the important role of the private sector, there is need to establish meaningful partnerships with this sector. The partnership will enable us to break away from aid dependency and construct thriving, inclusive economies where both refugees and host communities can thrive together. I commend the Amahoro Coalition and other partners for starting this initiative right from Kigali to Accra and today in Nairobi. I applaud your commitment to impact refugee spaces through economic empowerment interventions. The private sector also plays a crucial role in transforming humanitarian assistance into sustainable long-term solutions. While humanitarian aid provides immediate relief, it is through private sector engagement that we can unlock opportunities for jobs, skills training, innovation, and investment, which are key drivers of resilience and self-reliance. In addition, resource investments for refugees to access loans, grants, and other support to startups, expansion or takeoff towards self-reliance and resilience is key in moving refugees to active producers and contributors to the economy and the environments they live in. Refugee hosting countries have continued to enhance their commitments towards supporting displaced populations by providing enabling legal and policy frameworks. Kenya, for example, recently launched the Shirika Plan for refugees and host communities, a pioneering approach that aims to transform refugee camps into integrated settlements and support socio-economic inclusion for refugees and host communities alike. Such transformative strategies require a whole of government and whole of society approach for successful implementation. The private sector would bring valuable expertise to the table by helping to establish markets, develop scalable solutions, and enhance efficiency. Through investments in refugee communities, private sector can enhance support for entrepreneurship and microfinance, integration of refugees into supply chains, access to energy, human capital, and skills development, sustainable housing, and the creation of inclusive technologies. The private sector can improve livelihoods while promoting dignity, independence, and growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, it is important that we move beyond words to action. I call on our esteemed partners in this room to make concrete commitments towards supporting refugees, asylum seekers, and host communities. Yesterday, in Kakuma, we saw the potential and capabilities of refugees, which is awaiting all of us to tap into. Let us therefore work together in creating ecosystems where refugees can contribute to and thrive within local and global economies. The challenge I pose to private sector players in the room: choose your sector. Choose the area to invest in and hit the ground running. Before the next Africa Forum on Displacement, the fourth one, I wish to see, as a player within the sector, on behalf of our government of Kenya, solar farms, more solar farms in Kakuma, recycling farms for waste management, water reticulation farms, energy solutions in renewable clean energy to mitigate climate change, and all this, I beg, should involve and be inclusive of the host community. Finally, I thank all partners here today for the work they are doing in different sectors that support refugees and host communities. We recognize the ongoing contribution of the private sector and look forward to enhancing our collaboration. I thank the organizers for this forum, UNHCR, Amahoro Coalition, Inkomoko, and all other partners, for choosing Kenya as a host, and wish you a fruitful engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marogo. Thank you very, very much for being with us, taking time out of your busy schedule to address us. And we do hope that when it does get to that fourth gathering, that we'll have so much more to show for it. Can't wait for it. I really can't. And you know, you made me think of our trip yesterday, and we had a driver, the most beautiful driver. His name was Stephen. And those that were in the car with me, they know we were having a beautiful chat to Stephen. But he was saying how much he benefited from having the UNHCR and its partners operating in the area. Went to school there. He managed to find employment there. His family still live there. He has, how many children did he say he had? Six. Oh, there you are. 6 children. Hey, 6 children, and 2 of whom's birthdays are today. Yeah, and so are yours. So we had a good time in our car, and it was really thanks to Stephen and his generosity and wealth of information that he was giving us, but also praising and genuinely thanking the UNHCR for providing him, his family, opportunities. So that's the joy of the host communities as well. All right, so remember the coffee I promised you? Yeah, it's there. It's waiting for us, as well as some snacks. But you also remember the goal I said I scored. Remember when I said I hit the hoop in the bar? You remember I said that, and I wasn't lying, thanks to my esteemed friend, and he would be the love of my life if I wasn't married. But here it is. Yeah. Check.
Oh my God! There we go, you want instructions.
You see how much we can learn from each other. Seriously, all I was told was, what? Lift, push up, and I got it in. Guys, come on. Push up and we can get anything in. You have got until 12:30. I promise you I'm starting without you. Okay, we got lots to get through. 12:30, enjoy, and also get your money ready because you're about to go outside as well. And I think it's on the, let me open this. What floor is it on? The first floor. On the first floor, there's an exhibition area where you can also buy some of the amazing products and crafts that are on display there. We bought yesterday, and we love what we bought. 2 basketballs, by the way, is what I got. But please go, spend your money, enjoy. 12:30, see you back here for many more riveting conversations. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Esther Kitumaini and I am an Amahoro Coalition fellow.
My name is Sudio Madlul. I'm from Kakuma refugee camp.
I'm the founder and managing director for Girl Power Action Initiative, a women-led that operates in Kakuma. Hi everyone, my name is Nancy Nyeleso from Kenya and I work with Empower Her. At Empower, we work to advance menstrual equity by manufacturing of period products, provision of menstrual health education, and our revolutionary technology called Dignify.
I work with Afya Moms and Tots Nutrition Hub, and we produce rice baby porridge, which is a nutritious blend of grains.
Today we are exhibiting the reusable sanitary pad that is made by Girl Power Action Initiative in our center in Kakumatiri. Our main aim is to end period poverty in the camp, especially for school-going girls.
We are currently exhibiting at the Mount Kenya Hall, and I'd like to invite you to join us and learn more about our work. So we welcome you all to our stall and we can't wait to see you. Thank you very much.
2021, there were 36 million people who were displaced in Africa. 2023, there were 45 million. We're now in 2024, we're looking at about 50 million and growing.
Displaced people are people with talent. They are brilliant people with dreams and aspirations to really add value to humanity. So what a big loss would it be if we didn't professionally invest in them?
In Africa, we've always decoupled issues of humanitarian causes and government and private sector, right? And then we almost relegate these issues of impact and humanitarian issues to, we call it humanitarian crisis issues, and then we talk about civil society solving it. But in actual fact, for private sector, for me, it's a very congruent conversation.
Typical humanitarian approach is not enough anymore to provide the type of services and solutions that we need for refugees. To do that better, we need all kinds of partners. Private sector in that context is really, really important, especially when we talk about providing for livelihoods, opportunities in learning and training, skills development, and really driving the economies in refugee hosting areas.
Sometimes as business entities, we just lack knowledge and understanding of what it truly means and the complexity of displaced people and what they need to be able to be fully integrated. We don't do the things that we don't understand.
What we care about this conversation as Amahoro is that we believe strongly that it's in private sector's interest to work in this space. So Amahoro is always saying to private sectors that we're trying to recalibrate the discussion to say, hey, let's not look at this crisis as a humanitarian crisis. Let's look at this crisis potentially as a market conversation. And let's find market-based solutions to bring our talents to bear, to help work with governments, international organizations, to do our part to make sure that all Africans have access to mobility to be able to get jobs, have access to education, and have access to pursue their own level of prosperity. Because if they do that, you as a company benefit.
Amahoro is the largest convener of the private sector in Africa for social impact. And we do this particularly through the Africa Private Sector Forum on Forced Displacement, which is the first regional event that convenes the private sector around the world for social impact. We started it after the Global Refugee Forum, and it's influenced in part by the Global Refugee Forum.
Amahoro is well known in Africa from a Pan-African perspective of being able to go out into communities and find great entrepreneurs with great ideas, but who need the support to be able to create and ideate and eventually create a minimal viable product. But what DRK is great at is at coming in at a little bit of a later stage where there is a minimal viable product. And what we do is we help work with that entrepreneur to help create a model that is scalable.
In Africa, we know based on research that those who get some education, first high school, but those who get higher education, whether technical or at university, are able to do well for themselves. There's a huge gap between the two. So it's important for those who are displaced to be able to get that opportunity, that access. So any program that gives access is already doing 90% of the work. So if they're working and they're taking care of their families, they're contributing to the economy, they're paying taxes, they're building businesses, they're hiring people like everyone else. That's what we want. And that's the real form of integration.
The fellowship program is a leadership development program that we launched last year. And the intent behind this program is to identify leaders from forcibly displaced communities who have not had the opportunities that many other young people across the continent have had, and to connect them to training opportunities mainly on leadership, but then also on organization development. We also connect them to mentors, private sector network, and provide funding to help them grow and scale the initiatives. And this is particularly important because it is one of the only, if not the only, programs that's able to do this.
We have a lot of problem of waste in the camp, plastic waste in the camp, and we have a lot of women who do not have sustained source of income. So I decided to find a way to combine the two together to solve the problem.
So being part of Amahoro Fellowship, okay, what I've liked about, first of all, Amahoro Coalition as an organization is them creating space for a dialogue on displacement. I like the angle that they have on telling refugee stories in a more dignified manner. As a photographer, as a filmmaker, you know, it excites me because it also gives me an opportunity to also document such stories.
In the next 5 years, I envision Amahoro Coalition as a leading force for economic integration of displaced communities across our continent. I see Amahoro being at the forefront of innovative partnerships that not only provide immediate support, but also foster sustainable long-term solutions that integrate displaced individuals into local communities.
So looking forward, I am quite confident that we're going to see some really dynamic solutions, transformative partnerships around solutions and influence with the private sector shaping up on the continent.
We must invest in displaced people because they're just like you and I, with capabilities that is actually fueled by something extra because they're not in their home country, and therefore really want to add that extra layer of how much more can I achieve in spite of my circumstance.
Through this fellowship, I'll be able to support, empower thousands of women across Africa, and also I'll be able to extend the product that I'm giving out there for all African women and even other continents.
There was a time when every black person in the US was a slave, and somehow that ended. There was a time when women couldn't vote, and somehow that also ended. There was a time when Europe was wrought in wars, right? World War I, World War II, and also that ended. I strongly believe in this continent, and I believe that at some point in time in history, Africa will be a very safe and prosperous place to live. And I believe the work we're doing together with others is what's going to make that happen. History has shown us that these things do happen, and I think that for the next generation of African youth, I would love for them to be able to live in a continent that is very peaceful and prosperous.
For the past 2 years, I have been speaking to people struggling to process the horrors of displacement, holding on to hope that the war would stop. And yet, 2 years on, the suffering has only deepened. 2 years of war, 2 years of lost lives, 2 years of shattered families. Today, Sudan is one of the largest displacement crises in the world. It's more than 12 million people. 1 in every 3 Sudanese people have been forcibly displaced. 12 million futures put on hold. 12 million dreams waiting for peace. And yet, Sudanese voices are being drowned out in a world overwhelmed by conflict, where humanitarian aid is being slashed and investment in war keeps rising. Chad hosts more than 760,000 Sudanese refugees. 88% of them are women and children. 88%. My colleagues have been responding to this crisis for 2 years in impossible conditions, making heartbreaking choices. Who gets food? Who gets medical care? Who gets shelter? I have met mothers who can't explain to their children why home no longer exists. Children who go to bed hungry every night. Students who once had dreams, now refugees with no access to education. An entire generation lost to war. People abandoned while the world moves on. Sudanese refugees do not want to survive in exile. They want to go home. We must stand with them. The values we claim we believe in, solidarity, dignity, humanity, what are they for Sudan? My name is Omar Naim, and my message to the world is save Sudan. رسالتي للعالم أنقذوا السودان. أنقذوا السودان.
أنا اسمي محمد الفاضل خميس. رسالتي للعالم أنقذوا السودان.
أنا هواء أحمد آدم ورسالتي للعالم أنقذ السودان. لا للحرب في السودان، لا للحرب في السودان.
رسالتي للعالم أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنا رسالتي للعالم وبسأل إنه تنقذ السودان. تنقذ السودان. تنقذ السودان. أرجوكم أنقذ السودان.
أنا مصطفى آدم رجب رسالتي للعالم أن أنقذ السودان.
Nous sommes ici dans la province du Nord Kivu, en République démocratique du Congo, mon pays. Et j'ai pu rencontrer de nombreuses familles qui ont dû fuir l'insécurité et qui viennent chercher refuge sur des sites comme celui-ci, le site de Bouchagara, qui héberge plus de 18 000 personnes. Et ces personnes vivent dans le dénuement total. Ils manquent de tout et sont obligés de fuir dans leur propre pays. Ces gens ont abandonné leurs maisons, leurs champs, leurs biens pour venir chercher la sécurité loin. Ce matin, j'ai discuté avec une dame qui a dû marcher pendant 93 km pour venir trouver refuge sur ce site. 93 km avec ses 5 enfants, sans nourriture, sans eau et ne dépendant que de la charité des gens qui ont bien voulu partager le peu qu'ils avaient avec eux sur le chemin. Cette situation d'insécurité, cette situation de guerre dure depuis très longtemps, depuis trop longtemps. Voir des Congolais obligés de fuir de leur propre pays pour aller se réfugier ailleurs est inacceptable. Ce que j'ai pu constater avec les personnes avec lesquelles j'ai pu discuter, c'est qu'elles manquent de tout, mais elles font également preuve de résilience. J'ai vu des gens planter des légumes sur des petits lopins de terre à proximité de leurs abris. J'ai vu également des gens se lancer dans des petits commerces pour pouvoir gagner de quoi subvenir aux besoins de leurs enfants. Mais dans l'ensemble, tous ne demandent qu'une chose, c'est que la paix revienne, qu'ils puissent retourner chez eux, qu'ils puissent travailler la terre et qu'ils puissent gagner dignement leur vie comme ils ont toujours fait avant. Cette insécurité n'a que trop duré. Il est temps que ça cesse et que ces Congolais puissent retourner chez eux et puissent vivre dignement dans leur propre pays.
No one expects to become a refugee. No one plans for war. No one dreams of fleeing. But what the unthinkable happens when crises force people to flee. We are there within 72 hours to bring shelter in the storm, to bring warmth in the cold, to bring dignity in the chaos. When conflicts rage, we help the most vulnerable get the care they need. We stay and deliver life-saving assistance. We reunite families ripped apart by war, conflicts, or persecution. When refugees get the help they need, lives are changed. The world is more stable. The world is safer. We do not stop when the cameras turn away. We do not leave when the headlines fade. With our partners, we stay. This is our mission. This is our promise. This is who we are at UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency.
Amira, maman, Amira, boule, anga boule, boule, dépêche-toi, viens.
Crosse.
Merci.
Ouais, t'es crosse. Non, on n'y va pas.
Monsieur, elle est avec moi.
They've traveled through this world of war. I'm going home to see my mother and all my loved ones who've gone on.
Walikamataka bwanangu wakambeba mshamba. Kumbeba mshamba wakatuomba pesa zetu tulikuwa nazo tukaziwapatia. Wakamaliza wakamuacha. Bwanangu kurudia akamaliza kama juma mbili kunyumba, tena wakakuja wakatuomba pesa zingine. Zenye tulikuwa hatuna nazo. Bwana akakimbia. Bwana Genza alikimbia wakaanza kuniomba mie pesa. Wanakuambia kama utupatie pesa, tutakubeba ama tutabeba mtoto yako. Na siye pale tukakimbia.
Kwa manjeni wanaita Mauro Florence kutoka Kongo.
Unatosha mogo ya watu mshamba, unakula ya muichi na watoto. Juu mubakie uzima, mufike kwenye mko mnaenda kwenye amani iko. Sasa niye kufika humu, chenye walimpatia OPM, ilimpatia budongo wa kuishi na watoto wangu, bashe, machungu ya kuanza maisha ya kunyumba. Nikakuwa pale nikaanza mpokero. Walinipatia vile na nimeanza na mpokero. Nikaanza pokea kila mwezi. Kuanza kupokea kila mwezi nikakamata hapo pesa nusu. Nikaanza kufanya biashara, nachuruza bundagala, naweka msoko. Siku moja programu ikakuwa ya kualight ya kupatia watu mamoto ba mama ba baba wenye wanaweza ile kazi kusaidia wa refugee. Na mie nikaweka jina yangu, nikaomba moto, chansi ya mzuri, na mimi bakanipatia ile moto. Lakini siku yenyewe nilipata ile moto, nikaanza saving na ba mama wengine. Na muile saving yenyewe nilikuwa niko na saving, kwa hiyo nilikuwa niko naweka zile pesa. Ndio kwenyewe nilijikopesha yako na pesa. Nikasema sasa nikiweka hapa saving, wacha nitoshe nikuweko tena na wengine wenyewe nafanya. Ndio nikaanza na project ya kuuza kuku. Nauza kuku wa kidogo na kuweka hapa kwa nyumba, ukikomala na ujisha. Ndio kwenyewe nilipata na pesa za kujenga hii nyumba. Na watoto maisha ikabadilika. Hatukubakia ginzi tulikuwa.
Beranga kuinga mutanga mama. Netaga bana. Ila kitu naona ni mambo mapya, tena mambo ya
nikaleta mawazo, hata kama tuko na savinga hizi haziwezi kutumaliza. Tuongezeko na kulima kama kikundi. Tukaomba budongo OPM katupatia budongo. Tukaanza kulima mchele kama group. Na sasa tunalima mchele ikikomala tunaiujisha, tunaweka mkikundi, mama wanajikopesha zile pesa, wanafanya business pembeni.
They started with 1.5 and now they are approaching 10 millions. So that means that they are also loaning base. It's enlarging, women can get more and they can sustain themselves. So you find out that among all the team, all of them are off these food rations. They can sustain themselves, they have taken their children in school.
Sasa tukikuwa kama tunakusanyika pamoja, inatuletea kukua na tuko tunasahau maisha ya kunyumba. Turoma zenye ungekuwa nazo na uko wewe peke, unaona na ziko zinapunguka. Juu ukikuwa na benzi yako, mnakuwa mnachangia. Tukikuwa mshamba yetu kule, tunakuwa tunachangia. Tunawaza vya kesho venye vitaendelea. Sasa vinatuletea mawazo inapunguka. Watoto wangu nilikuwa sijue kama tutakuwa muhimu maisha. Sana watoto wangu ndio wenyewe wananiletea kufanya hivi vyote, kufanya na nguvu zote. Plani yangu ya mbele, nimewaambia kuona watoto wangu na wanamaliza masomo ama wanatumika, na mie niko pale mama, niko natumika. Na siwezi kuwaza ama niombe nisaidie kwa hichi, na mie naweza kujifikisha hapo chenye niko napenda. Ndio chenye napenda maisha yangu ya mbele nikuwe vile.
For the past 2 years, I have been speaking to people struggling to process the horrors of displacement, holding on to hope that the war would stop. And yet, 2 years on, the suffering has only deepened. 2 years of war, 2 years of lost lives, 2 years of shattered families. Today, Sudan is one of the largest displacement crises in the world. It's more than 12 million people. 1 in every 3 Sudanese people have been forcibly displaced. 12 million futures put on hold. 12 million dreams waiting for peace. And yet, Sudanese voices are being drowned out in a world overwhelmed by conflict, where humanitarian aid is being slashed and investment in war keeps rising. Chad hosts more than 760,000 Sudanese refugees. 88% of them are women and children. 88%. My colleagues have been responding to this crisis for 2 years in impossible conditions, making heartbreaking choices. Who gets food? Who gets medical care? Who gets shelter? I have met mothers who can't explain to their children why home no longer exists. Children who go to bed hungry every night. Students who once had dreams, now refugees with no access to education. An entire generation lost to war. People abandoned while the world moves on. Sudanese refugees do not want to survive in exile. They want to go home. We must stand with them. The values we claim we believe in, solidarity, dignity, humanity, what are they for Sudan? My name is Omar Naim, and my message to the world is save Sudan. رسالتي للعالم أنقذوا السودان. أنقذوا السودان.
أنا اسمي محمد الفاضل خميس. رسالتي للعالم أنقذوا السودان.
أنا هواء أحمد آدم ورسالتي للعالم أنقذ السودان.
لا للحرب في السودان، لا للحرب في السودان.
رسالتي للعالم أنقذوا السودان.
أنقذوا السودان.
أنقذوا السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنا رسالتي للعالم وبسأل إنه تنقذ السودان. تنقذ السودان. تنقذ السودان، أرجوكم أنقذوا السودان.
أنا مصطفى آدم رجب، رسالتي للعالم أن أنقذ السودان.
No one expects to become a refugee. No one plans for war. No one dreams of fleeing. But what the unthinkable happens when crises force people to flee. We are there within 72 hours to bring shelter in the storm, to bring warmth in the cold, to bring dignity in the chaos. When conflicts rage, we help the most vulnerable get the care they need. We stay and deliver life-saving assistance. We reunite families ripped apart by war, conflicts, or persecution. When refugees get the help they need, lives are changed. The world is more stable. The world is safer. We do not stop when the cameras turn away. We do not leave when the headlines fade. With our partners, we stay. This is our mission. This is our promise. This is who we are at UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency.
Amira, maman. Amira, boleh, Angga boleh. Boleh. Dépêche-toi. Viens.
Passe.
Merci.
Ouais, décroche. Non, on n'y va pas.
Monsieur, elle est avec moi.
Wayfaring stranger, they've traveled through this world of war. I'm going home to see my mother and all my loved ones who've gone on.
Walikamataka bwana yangu, wakambeba mshamba. Kumbeba mshamba, wakatuomba pesa zetu tulikuwa nazo, tukaziwapatia. Wakamaliza, wakamuacha. Bwana yangu kurudia, akamaliza kama juma mbili kunyumba, tena wakakuja wakatuomba pesa zingine zenye tulikuwa hatuna nazo. Bwana akakimbia. Bwana Genza alikimbia, wakaanza kuniomba mie pesa. Wanakuambia kama utupatie pesa, tutakubeba ama tutabeba mtoto yako. Na siye pale tukakimbia.
Kwa majina wanaita Amahoro Florence kutoka Kongo.
Unatosha mogo ya watu mshamba, unakula ya muichi na watoto. Juu mubakie uzima, mufike kwenye mko mnaenda kwenye amani iko. Sasa mie kufika humu, chenye walinipatia OPM, ilinipatia budongo kwa kuishi na watoto wangu, bashe, machungu ya kuanza maisha ya kunyumba. Nikakuwa pale, nikaanza mpokero. Walinipatia vile na nimeanza na mpokero. Nikaanza pokea kila mwezi. Kuanza kupokea kila mwezi, nikakamata hapo pesa nusu. Nikaanza kufanya biashara, nachuruza bundagala, naweka msoko. Siku moja programu ikakuwa ku Allight ya kupatia watu mamoto, ba mama, ba baba wenye wanaweza ile kazi kusaidia wa refugee. Na mie nikaweka jina yangu, nikaomba moto, chansi ya mzuri, na mimi wakanipatia ile moto. Lakini siku yenye nilipata ile moto, nikaanza saving na wamama wengine. Na muile saving yenye nilikuwa niko na saving, kwa hiyo nilikuwa niko naweka zile pesa. Ndio kwenye
confidence and you feel like that you're on top of the world because you managed to walk through a door, get a gift, sit down, everybody welcomed you, and everything was so beautiful. But have you ever walked into a room where they really didn't want to let you in? They questioned your existence. They questioned why you were here. And the gifts that everybody else got, you weren't given because you weren't good enough. Not because you weren't good enough inside, but because externally you didn't have the right color passport or the right people or whatever the case may be. But this is prejudice whether we like to believe it or not. And we wanted to showcase this to you and make you feel what it feels like. So what we're going to do again is an experience where all of us are going to do the QR code once again. But I'm not going to talk you through this. I've got my esteemed colleague, who I'm calling my colleague for the next couple of minutes, who actually created this program. And he wanted me to explain it. And I said to him last night, I'm going to mess it up. You have worked so hard at this, and it is actually such a brilliant thing. Michael, I'm not doing it. I know you're a shy guy, but you're going to nail this. So please let's give Michael a big round of applause. You know the guys who work in IT, they like to be behind the scenes. They never want to be in front of the camera. But this time we put Michael in front of the camera. So, Michael, you've got this amazing program that we're going to participate in now. So perhaps you want to tell us how it's going to work and what we must do, and then we'll talk through the results afterwards.
All right. Thank you, Leanne. Okay. So we're going to pull up a QR code in front of your screens. And I'd like to ask each of you to scan it, and we can start the experience together.
Seems quite slow, because I think we're all getting on at the same time.
Okay.
How are you all doing? Are you all getting in? You're in. Mine's slow, mine's lagging, but I don't know if anyone else is going through that. Also, slow. Okay. So there's quite a lag at the moment. Do you think, Michael, it's because there are too many of us going on at the same time?
Could be, yes.
Should we? Okay, I'm in. Give it time, give it patience. I don't have patience, so even though I'm not part of that Gen Z, but I think sometimes I think I am.
Okay, so we'll go through it together, so don't worry, hold your horses. Let's go through it together. All right, so I'm going to share my screen now, and this is what you should all be seeing. So we're going to go through it together so you know exactly what to expect. So I'm going to enter my name. Just the first name is fine. You don't have to enter all your names. So I'm going to put in Michael. And I'm going to click on Start Experience. And I'm presented with a screen where I'm asked to choose a passport that matches the one I'm currently wearing. So with me, I have my blue passport. So for me, I'm going to select the blue passport. So I hope you're all seeing the passport types. Okay, so just make sure it matches the one you're wearing now. All right. We're going to click on Next to go to the next step. So the next step, we are going to choose from Unseen Leverages. We have a list of 10 items, which includes things like a high school diploma, language skills, or a reference letter. So these are the unseen leverages people have when they're applying for jobs. So I'll ask you to choose any four of your choosing. So it could be fluency in the host country's language, local phone number, student visa, and accent neutrality. So those are my 4 choices. So each of us can pick 4 choices, and then we can click on Next. Then I'm going to pick the host country from the hypothetical countries A to D, where I'm currently hosted, and I want to apply for a job. So I'll ask each of you to pick a country of your preference. So we have country A, B, C, and D. I'll pick C. All right. Once you've all chosen a country, we can complete the exercise. So you can click on complete. It's pretty straightforward, but also not, as you'll soon find out. Okay, so some of us would like the QR code reshared. All right, so I hope we've all gotten to the last step.
Before we move on to the results, how are we all doing? Is pretty much, mine's still loading, but that's just me. How's everyone else? Are you good? Have you completed? You failed, okay. All right, yeah. So, seems like a lot of people have got their way through. So, do you want to click on your complete? And then we can understand these results.
All right, so I'm going to click on complete. So I got a job. I got a job in the country I selected. Yes, so each of you should have gotten a response on the status of your application.
I failed too.
Let's look at the numbers. All right, so we have a total of 191 participants, and only 36% got a job. As you were playing, the data was collecting in real time. First, notice the distribution of passport types. We have the blue passport being 62 participants, the orange passport being 50 participants, and the red passport being 55 participants. Some of you had an easier pathway. Most of you who got jobs had the blue passport. And yet some of you had barriers stacked against you right from the start, just because of the passport you held. Looking at the unseen leverage, it's a fairly even spread. You can see the qualifications people chose. A lot of people chose a reference letter. But what this shows us is that some of you had strong qualifications, and it didn't always guarantee success. Some of you might have chosen 4 options that were really strong, but you still didn't get a job. It doesn't always guarantee success. Sometimes it depends on where you come from and the passport you hold. So, even with talent and effort, many of you couldn't secure jobs, simply because of structural bias embedded into the system. And I think that's why we are here today, to go all in to see what we can do about this. Back to you, Leanne.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Amazing. I failed to get a job. As you can see, I'm done. So you're coming up now. You got the rest of the day, Michael. You're our moderator for today. Well, anyway, I mean, I don't know. That kind of hit. I must say, when I walked in this morning, I've been having a wonderful anonymous time while I've been here. If I was in South Africa, I promise you it'd be very different. I'd be known just because of my face. But here, nobody knows me and I'm loving it. But the reality is that when I was walking in here and I had that red passport on me, I was stopped everywhere. And they were like, no, sorry, we're not ready. The doors aren't open yet. And I'm like, oh God, but I know what's going on. So I'm like trying to explain, guys, I'm the moderator. I know this trick. No, it doesn't matter. You're not allowed in. I'm like, no, can we not play this game? Please, I really need to get inside. But the bottom line was that I did have to fight a little bit to get in. And it was tough. I don't know if anyone else, can I get 1 or 2 opinions on how it felt? Maybe my red passport holders. There we go. Okay, here's my fellow red passport holder. Have we got a roving mic? There we go. What was it like for you? Here comes your mic. You're just so nice. Okay, so you're just so nice. Okay, here's one. Maybe you sort of saw something else in it. Hi, James.
When I came in with the red passport, the first thing is I was told to go in front because the rest of the people were being stamped from the first desk. Why am I being sent to the next table? I got scared. It made me reflect on the experience I had at Kenya border when I was entering here. Because we are using CTD, and some people are using East African passport. East African passport, go straight. CTD, we are sent on the back door.
Yeah.
I was imagining, what's happening? Then I leave the house with a question. Is CTD recognized documents to use? If yes, why are we frustrated at the border? Thank you.
Man, wow. It's amazing how different emotions come in, and you actually felt scared at that time. It's like, oh, they're going to send me back. It's like, what are they doing? Does anyone else want to weigh in on the experience? There you go. There's a gentleman. Also red. Amazing how all the red, green, you're very quiet, and blue. Blue, you've had a great day, haven't you?
Thank you. My name is Albert. Usually the red passport is for diplomats, where I come from. So initially I was very excited. Finally, I have a VIP pass. I'm connected to the Amahoro guys, so probably it's a VIP pass. So I tried to enter, and I was told, oh no, you can't enter. How did you move this far? I said, okay, maybe they're still preparing the room and so on. So I went back, and then when I came in, I saw Momo had a very beautiful bag. And me and my colleague, we didn't have the nice gift. Like, what's that? How comes we denied? And then we realized that actually maybe the red passport is not the best thing to have.
Yeah. So you worked that out.
Yeah, that was my experience.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I can also see no one wants to sit next to you guys. You've got 2 empty chairs on either side of you. Oh, that's so funny. I know. And note how they're both blue passport holders. You see, without even knowing it, the blue people are special in this room. One more comment. Anyone, if you'd like to? I really haven't heard from the audience much, so here's my opportunity. One more. Again, a red passport holder.
Hello, my name is Dr. Aruna Varsani. When I got the red passport, I was like, oh, I have a different color than others who are collecting. I was excited.
Yeah.
But then I was passed on to the next table. When I come to the next table, they said, okay, can I have your passport? I said, okay. We need to do interview with you, so if you qualify, then only go inside.
Oh, wow.
And I said, okay. When the interview came in, that, what are you expecting inside the room? And I said, people. And maybe lots of opportunity because the room is closed, something is been taken. And the second question was that, are you at the right meeting? And I said, yes.
Oh,
that was my question. And I was feeling like, why do I have red passport now? What if I would have said something different? I would have not allowed to go into the conference room.
Oh, man. Well, there you go. And I believe that somebody, I don't know if you're in this room, but apparently you took a gift bag. And then someone ran after you to say, I give it back. Who? Come on, you got to admit, it's one of you sitting over there. Yeah, you are. How did that feel? Come on, stand up and tell me what that felt like. Because there's nothing like getting a free gift, and then someone runs and takes it away from you.
For a second, I was like, oh, really? But then I was like, okay, let's see how it plays out.
And you got your gift bag back. Yeah, okay, good. Did everybody, by the way, did everyone with the red, did you finally get your gift bags? Because you were meant to get them on your way out.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so, thank you. I thought that wasn't that quite a powerful experiment? Let's give the idea a round of applause. I think so. Okay. So, let's move on now to the next discussion we're about to have. And this discussion is going to focus on mobility. All in movement, jobs and mobility. That's the whole idea of all of it. So I'm going to call up my panelists to help me do this and talk us through what they believe is, whether we talk about this unspoken or spoken word, we carry on reflections, but the idea is we need skills, we need jobs, and we need mobility. And I don't know who said it, but earlier somebody said, in this day and age when there is so much mobility in this world, where we live in a digital age, we should be able to do so much more, and yet we're not, with the skills that we have. What does it truly take to create opportunities for everybody? And that's what we're hopefully going to speak to in the next couple of minutes' time. So let me call up my guests. First up, I've got Hannah Tsadek, who's the Kenya Country Director for Mastercard Foundation. Hannah, please come on up. Then I've got Hilda Kabushenga, who's the CEO of the African Talent Company. And then Amos, come on up. Amos Kwizera, he's the co-founder and executive director of Kivu Society Corporation and country director for Ceuta DRC. Well done. And then finally, Brenda Mbata, the CEO, Two Rivers International Finance and Innovation Center for the Special Economic Zone. Thank you. Thank you so much to my panelists. It's wonderful to have all of you here and to discuss, I think, what is an incredibly important conversation when it comes to mobility, when it comes to the idea of getting jobs, because it's a big problem in a world where there are so many opportunities and so few jobs. I don't know how we do this. So Hannah, let me begin with you. Firstly, talk to us about perhaps what your organization has learned about what it really takes to create dignified and sustainable jobs, because this is a word that I haven't heard too much of while we've been here. I've heard trust a lot, but dignity is probably one of the biggest issues that we need to raise here, because we need to bring dignity to all that are in this. So perhaps you want to answer that. Thank you. Thank you.
That's really what we do at the Mastercard Foundation. We are laser focused on this question. We've been so since 2018 with our Young Africa Work Strategy. That strategy is looking at 30 million young people accessing dignified and fulfilling work by 2030 in Africa. And we listen to young people about what does that mean? What is dignified and fulfilling work? And really for the foundation, and what we're hearing really from the ground up is, one, it's about reliable income. It's about a sense of purpose. It's about feeling safe in the workplace and being able to pursue your dreams. So that's where we're setting the bar. So it's not just a job, it's about the quality of opportunity and the ability to pursue your dreams. At the foundation, we do this in two ways, and we invest in incredible partners. Some of us are here in the room. I'm looking at Hilda here, but there's so many in the space that we partner with. And it's two things, really. It's around education and skills, but also that piece around transitions. So not just training for the sake of training, but actually being supported to get into a real opportunity. And I think that's really, really critical for us to look even more into what does that transition piece look like. And I know that somebody like Hilda will have a lot to say about that. The second area is around entrepreneurship. There are just not enough formal opportunities for young people. So we are getting behind young people who want to create opportunities for themselves and who want to do that also for other young people. And really going from this point of view of thinking about young people as just job seekers, but actually job creators and getting behind them and their dreams in terms of creating that pathway. We do this across Africa, across 30 countries, but then in depth in 7 countries. And when we think about what to do in a particular country, we think about listening first. Listening to young people, their aspirations, their assets. We often talk about young people's barriers, and I'm very, very ready to talk about what young people actually bring to the table. So we listen to what they already have and what they bring in their hands. Listen to national priorities, and from there we say, okay, where do we need to do in terms of investments in sectors? So in Kenya, for example, we're investing in digital, in agriculture, getting behind MSMEs and workforce development. And if I think about sort of what we've learned, and you'll hear this across what I'm saying really is around start with listening to young people. They know best what the solutions are. And for us, we've seen that our most successful programs are actually when we are partnering with young people, not solutioning for them. And we've seen that the outcomes are more dignified, they're more lasting, and frankly, they're more vibey, if I can call it that. It just makes more sense. And that's something that we're really taking with us from program design to delivery to who we partner with. So we also partner very closely with youth-led organizations. And in the context of displacement, we partner a lot with refugee-led organizations because we believe that they are the ones who are the closest to what's really going on the ground. And when Rita shared this morning about the partnership with UNHCR, what got me really thrilled was also the fact that we're going to be supporting over 100 refugee-led organizations to be part of that drive. So start with the people who are the most impacted is what we're learning.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Hannah. Hilda, I don't need to ask you the same question because I think that is, you're dying to comment and jump in as well. Please do add your voice to it.
Sure. I'd say, so first of all, the African Talent Company is a private sector company. We run job boards, career platforms in East Africa called Brighter Monday and in West Africa called Jobberman. So all in, we work with about 5 million job seekers, mostly below the age of 30 and about 120,000 employers, quite commercially. And from our perspective, this is what we see. First of all, no employer, and I think every business owner in this room will agree with me, employers don't hire people they don't need. Even when business is booming, you will first make somebody do 1.5 jobs until they motivate for you to have a new JD and hire somebody else. So when we're having conversations with employers, and yes, you can influence sourcing, but the first conversation is about competence. Can they actually do the job? Do I need them? Will they stay? Can I retain them? And how quickly can you give them to me, right? So you really want to try to hire from a particular group of people, but they have to show up for every single interview. They need to know it's competitive because guess what? Even as a recruiter, you rarely have an exclusive mandate. They're talking to you, who is trying your best to create opportunities here, but the 3 other recruiters, fastest fingers might win. So it's the most important thing to realize. And you can have conversations about being more intentional about your sourcing and how to support them grow the organization. That happens really well, but everything else is going to come after the 2 most important things. Is this person competent? Will they do the job I need them to do? Can I afford to have them long term? Because labor costs are a fixed cost. And how fast can you get them in my room? That's the first thing we've learned. The second thing, of course, now, which is the question, becomes how to get people to need more in their organization, right? There's a term we have in marketplaces, job marketplaces, which is job liquidity. If you think about an average country in Europe or in America, you've got organizations like Amazon who every year are going to hire 100,000 warehouse workers or customer service people, and these are transient jobs. Every year, these jobs are going to churn out. New people will come into those jobs as well. We don't have that here. Somebody will be a customer service agent for 10 years. There'll be a receptionist hoping to retire as a receptionist, right? So what are transient jobs elsewhere become permanent jobs here, and it creates like a glut in the system. My slightly controversial idea is actually we need to encourage people to leave the workforce. By the time somebody is 40, and this is me also encouraging myself to listen to this piece of advice, you should be leaving the workforce to start a business because it's more lucrative. You're incentivized to do it. The 9-to-5s are working for you. You can leave. Masses of people in mid-management can leave and create space, at the bottom tier. What's happening right now is that a lot of young Africans are graduating, but there's nowhere for them to grow because there's a 50-year-old person who has been working at a receptionist job for the last 20 years and plans to retire into it. That's a whole different conversation to have in terms of how we incentivize this churn, but there is a challenge there, right? One of the things we do in our organization is we've got an M&E fellowship that's typically about 800 people each year and maybe 18 months. And you make it very clear, guys, you're here for 18 months. You're going to learn monitoring and evaluation. You'll be out in the field. You'll also learn how to turn this into a business, how to be a freelancer, because as the clock gets to 18 months, you are out, there's a new batch coming in. This is not a long-term job, it's not a full-term job. And I think that kind of thinking should be encouraged, because even from a business perspective, the person who has been in an organization for 10 years probably has, you know, pension they could borrow against. They understand how businesses work, how a company works. Young people are starting businesses, yes, and, you know, what's the chance of success if I already know how to run a company versus this is the first thing I'm ever doing? The third thing I would say around just sustainable jobs is, what does stability and sustainability mean for the job seeker? We've got a lot of situations where we're trying to work with particular communities or particular groups of young people to give them full-time jobs, and guess what? They don't want them. And we've realized that it's actually a privilege to be in a situation where you can dedicate 12 hours a day to one thing. Because let's face it, there's a commute to work, you probably live further away, then you're at work, attention to this one thing, and the more junior you are, the less flexibility you have, and then the commute back home. So somebody's expecting you to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., I am focused on you. For a young person, actually, the less secure and underprivileged they are, the less appealing that thought is to them. They're doing several things during the day. So we've got situations where, and this a pilot we've actually been running, where people consistently do not show up for full-time interviews. Only 2 people wanted full-time jobs, but they want gigs. They want to know that I'm going to work for 4 hours a day, because in the other 4 hours, my brother is the one who's working and I'm doing other things. In the other 4 hours, I've committed to taking a whole bunch of people to school or to caring for them. So depending on the target audience, the type of young person, the answer is not a full-time job, and you have to work with them and say, how do you want to earn? How can I support this? Is it tasks? Is it gigs? Is it a portfolio of work I'm going to help you create? Because 12 hours a day dedicated to one thing, it's actually a privilege. Not everybody has it.
Yeah. Truth. A lot of truth spoken there. Brenda, let me come to you, because you've actually set up a special economic zone in Nairobi with an intended goal of actually creating these jobs that we're talking about. Are you intentional, though, about focusing on youth unemployment and how refugees specifically can be incorporated into this?
Thank you. And as you said, we are the first privately owned special economic zone purely dedicated to business services. And this is designed to attract different investments, including a lot of FDI. But we only do this because we also get this supportive regulatory environment. So I would say that these are what I'd call strategic incentives. We have to be very careful how we talk about incentives for businesses. And it really is geared particularly for the sectors like fintech, finance, digital services, professional services, but I'd have to say the business process outsourcing services, who always talk about giving dignified jobs. So I'm so happy to hear about that today. All these incentives allow for businesses to actively drive job creation. And our regulator, the Special Economic Zone, is now very focused on this. I'd say it's their number one focus when they issue the licenses, is they want to see the investment plan, but more importantly, the employment plan. So it's very much comes in tandem for this. So what do we do? Everybody here is talking about the technical training, the skills, that's all there, but we then provide that ecosystem that allow businesses to come and set up and to be able to recruit and hopefully sustainably this population. So you get regulatory sustainability from the regulator. We have the infrastructure, and also we help you with investment facilitation. So a whole ecosystem, a whole environment where employment is a natural bypass of what we're trying to do. I have to say this, though. It's very important where we're located. Proximity to where people live is something that needs to be considered, and I think you alluded to that, because of the commute, etc. So we are lucky to be in a situation where we are in the UN Blue Zone, because at Two Rivers that's the situation, but very much a lot of access on the two roads, the Limuru Road, the Northern Bypass, because jobs need to be created where people live. Where people live, where they can access. So we need more peri-urban zones with all the proper planning. Now, I also want to talk about the broader ecosystem. Something else that I do is I'm the vice chair for the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And we have a lot of programs with Mastercard. Great programs. I'm just not sure how many of the private sector are aware about them and what they can do. And I think as I've sat here today to listen to the more vulnerable, I would say the more vulnerable, it's perhaps how we can collectively come together as we look to offer the dignified jobs by putting in certain clauses that encourage private sector to include those from refugee camps. Because I think that those opportunities are there, but I'd like to say maybe if Mastercard also encourages and says a certain percentage should be taken from more vulnerable communities. I also sit as a governor for the M-Pesa Academy. It's a wonderful academy. And we support and recruit students, not recruit, admit students from each of the 47 counties. And a couple of years ago, we made a conscious decision to include additional counties. Actually, the refugee camps. So we not only take from all the counties in Kenya, we have included the refugee camps as part of a place where we must take students every year. Sometimes it's those very small steps, but they make such a difference. So we need to be more intentional, and especially when we're on stage here today, I can just see more opportunity of how we can be more intentional.
You know, there are so many opportunities, and it's so glaringly obvious. You have such a young population on the African continent. I mean, we can throw facts around, by 2030, nearly 42% of the world's youth will be in Africa. When we looked around yesterday in Kakuma, it was the streets were flooded with young, hungry people that have nothing to do on a daily basis, not because of their own choice, but because of their circumstances. And yet, we're not learning to use them.
Yes, the virtual jobs that are there, we need to be more intentional on how we can scale and how we can deliver them even from the camps. Yeah. The technical training that we talk about includes AI, which is coming in, which actually helps people to be maybe more accent neutral if that's what's demanded of them. Virtual training, etc. There is so much more we can do. Yeah. But you know, sometimes we don't know. We don't know what we don't know. So today I have to say it's been a real privilege and honor to learn so much more so that you can understand it and see what more you can do.
Yeah, very much so. Amos, so let me come to you now, because I suppose as a business leader, as an entrepreneur yourself, it's an important voice to add to this. What would you say were some of the bottlenecks that you experienced in employing people from displaced communities? And I suppose I'm going to be as bold as to do something like this. If you had to wave a wand, actually, hold on, I met Cinderella, by the way. Cinderella, where are you? There's Cinderella. And I'm not joking, her name is Cinderella. So we're going to get Cinderella to wave a wand for us, and you can change one thing. When you finish your answer, let's wave that wand, and what is it that you'd want to change?
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, first of all, and thanks for everyone here. Maybe before I answer that question, I wanted to comment a bit on the very first one, which was about dignified work. To me, I do say it all starts with quality education. That's the very first one to me. Maybe a little bit about my story. When we reached the refugee camp, Kyangwali refugee camp in western Uganda, I thought it would be only for one day to be there in the refugee camp, but it turned into 20 and more years to be in the refugee camp. We faced many different challenges, including starving because of hunger and many other stuff, no access to health care. I lost my own sister because she was sick. When my dad took her to hospital, queuing with many other refugees, pleading for free medication, until she died in the hands of my dad, and then he came crying. Of course, it was a very tough situation. But with all of these things happening, we thought education would be the only one to solve such problems and to ensure we provide dignified jobs. For instance, Ciota, where I work as a country director, we started as refugee youth in the secondary school, didn't know anything much about the systems and structures. But that company, from then, it has impacted more than 1,500,000 people by refugees. And also after my graduation, I went back home. I started Kivu Society Corporation with my friends. And now we are transforming local products into drinks. Romaria Tangawiz, and soon launching another drink, very good one. And we are employing 201 people, all of them working. So this is the power of, first of all, having access to quality education for us to provide that dignified work.
Amazing, amazing. So tell me about this. I mean, what is that one thing you would change to make it easier? Like I said, wave that magic wand, and if you could make something happen, what is it? Because you got lawmakers sitting in this room, so maybe something will change. And what would that something be for you?
An answer in two angles. One, as a humanitarian, but also as an entrepreneur. As a humanitarian, one of the things I think should change, I know here we have some donors, funders, and people who are working in this sector. Maybe when you are dealing with a refugee-led organization, I know compliance is key. I understand, 100% is very good. But sometimes also it is good to understand these people who are doing this work on a daily basis. Remember, this person is putting his hands on the people who are stressed, traumatized. Their wish and their happiness is to see them being served. That's the very first priority. And then here there is a funder with a very long list. You have to have certificates, securities policy, a lot of them. Yeah. As a refugee, for me, my work is to ensure I see this person being served. A funder is to ensure the due diligence, you are abiding by it. So maybe when they come, like one of the panelists said, maybe there should be another way of analyzing and come to an agreement when you are dealing with the refugees-led organization, maybe some other due diligence. Yes, there are some that we have to have, but others we have maybe to be somehow lenient and compliance. That could be something maybe to be worked on to ensure we go far. But as an entrepreneur, working in the Congo, for instance, where we get our raw materials, is, for those who know, maybe if there's a Congolese here, heading to Masisi, it's about 2 hours from Goma to Masisi. But because of the poor road infrastructure, it's a very big problem. We may even spend 2 weeks on the way, a journey of only 2 hours if the road was very okay. So infrastructure, if the government could look at infrastructure, that can work. And of course, electricity when I'm producing, it's a lot, but infrastructure.
Yeah, big one, very big one, especially with climate change and the things that we're seeing and the damage that is creating as well. Infrastructure is a big thing. But yeah, that red tape, it's a nightmare. And I heard that yesterday from the people, the VVIPs in Kakuma. They were telling us their lived experience of how impossible it is. The documents you have to provide, the things you've got to have in order to qualify for anything. And it's just, it almost makes it impossible and takes away any chance of succeeding. But there are sectors that are succeeding. And I want to come to you, Hannah. Perhaps you want to talk to us. I know you mentioned agriculture. Obviously, the glaring one is technology, but maybe you can tell us what are showing the potential of growth, big growth though, what we should tap into.
No, I really think that digital is really exciting right now for Africa and the opportunities that are there in the digital skilling space in particular. And I think what we're learning from investing in partners who are doing this skilling is, yes, it's critical to do the foundational skilling, but if we're thinking about training for the market, we need to think much more about the intermediate types of skills around software development. You talked about AI, etc. And just really doing the skilling that's really ready for market right now. And there are opportunities then to also do this kind of work remotely. So you can actually sit in a refugee camp and have global opportunities, yeah? So that's an area that we really see a lot of opportunity as well. But agriculture is also really, really critical. And we see that both from a food security point of view, but also making sure that young people are getting opportunities in value chains that lead to better opportunities. So not just in primary production, but actually across the whole value chain. And we're seeing that in Kenya in particular, making sure that young people are becoming agripreneurs and really being part of transforming their communities through agriculture. I think across all that we see in terms of sectors is that there's a need for making sure that training is directly linked to a market opportunity. And that's why I think it's so exciting hearing Brenda speak about expanding the opportunities and then speaking to many of the actors who are on the skilling side to tell those skilling partners what is needed right now, what is happening, and how do we create that conversation. So beyond the sector investment is to create the kinds of partnerships that links the education to the opportunities and that gap in between in terms of how to connect them. So that's what I would say.
Yeah. Brenda, do you want to add to that?
Yes, everything she said is spot on. I think what we need to also understand is sometimes we think of opportunity and we think, really, how much is there? But when we talk about business process outsourcing, it really changed India to the India we know today. And it's $1 trillion, a trillion, not a billion, $1 trillion business every year. And it's on customer experience. And then they've also gone to upskilling, basic accounting, basically, there are things we definitely can do. So I think we need to claim a space and really focus, and I think we can deliver. So everything that's being said is right. The digital economy, that's where it's going to be a game changer. I say we can leapfrog, but also let's not forget creative industries. Because I think that also brings a lot of joy to the people, and we need that and hope. So design, content creation, digital entertainment, this is also low barrier opportunities for our youth.
Great.
So including in the camps.
Leanne, can I just come in on the creative economy? I think that's super exciting. And I just want to give credence to the city of Nairobi that we're in here, because Nairobi has just been a city that has welcomed people from all across this region. I'm myself from Ethiopia, and many people have come in here. Can we give a round of applause for Nairobi? And the reason why I wanted to flag this, especially when it comes to the creative economy, with the Sudanese who have come here, so many incredible creatives who have come and made Nairobi even more vibrant. I see Islam here in the audience, an amazing bassist from Sudan who is really enriching the Nairobi cultural scene, also engaging with other Kenyan artists, etc. And we really see that young people who are in the creatives from across the region are coming to create incredible cross-cultural, just connections and rebuilding their lives and also just expanding opportunities.
Fantastic.
So
Love
exciting,
that. That is so nice. That's wonderful. Thanks for observing that. Hilda, I want to ask you a little bit of a hard question. And it might be an uncomfortable one, but I need you to be honest, because this is the reality that we face. Are employers ready to hire displaced talent? Because there is a perception, it is difficult, but are they ready?
It is quite difficult. I want to say yes and no. First of all, just let me tap onto the previous question. You know, jobs exist in all sectors. It's about like there's bread and butter roles that no matter what sector you're in, you're going to have those people. You'll have a sales team, you'll have a marketing team, you'll have probably an admin person, right? So if I've got an organization, for example, in Lodwar or around Kakuma, it might make sense for me to hire salespeople there because sales is about local knowledge, on-the-ground knowledge. And the question becomes, what's it going to take for it to be the easiest thing for me to do? Because again, my priority is, can you do the job? Yes, they can do the job. How quickly can you come in? Oh my goodness, 6 months lag. That complicates things a little bit. And I think it's probably a larger regulatory issue people have to solve. But I'll give you an example. Yesterday, when Isaac invited me to join this, we tasked our teams to hold a career clinic in Kakuma yesterday, and we actually went to check on it. And one of the things we had asked was, does any employer actually want to come and speak to the people here today? We had 200 people in the room, and one employer who came looking for staff around Lodwar shortlisted 15. Because already the bias was not there, and they were in the space where he wants the people to be, and they were able and willing to show up. So he's able to do speed interviews and shortlist, and he's going to hire them, right? But that's a combination of many things. One, there's been training, there's been upskilling, there's access. Second of all, it was the right location, right time, and there was speed. So I think in a world where we can kind of remove these barriers, especially the time one, and the legal regulatory issues do speak to time. You know, you still need to pay taxes to KRA. It's not like they're going to forgive you because you hired somebody from a refugee camp, right? You need their KRA PIN, otherwise you're going to get in trouble. You still need them to be onboarded in 1 month because the other guys who you hired are being onboarded in 1 month. So it's a challenge. But from, I would say, a pure prejudice perspective, in the sense that I do not want to hire a refugee or displaced person simply because of that, it's not something that we encounter every day. In fact, they're very sympathetic and empathetic and want to join the cause. They just need it to be easier for them.
Yeah, okay, good. Amos, let me come to you because I want to hear some good stories, some stories that have stood out, you know, where young people themselves have obviously found something, and something that is actually creating change in their lives, and they're earning an income, and things are changing in their future. Perhaps you can give us a good story.
Lots of them. lots of them. First of all, the good stories that I'm seeing, it's the youth willing to take charge of their own lives, like in the refugee camps, if I could say so. For example, where we work in Kigali refugee camp, after some of the students graduated, most of us, by the way, we are sponsored by the Mastercard Foundation scholarship program, including myself. But after graduating, most of them do come back, and they're now doing amazing work. There is one student who started a primary school on his own, and he has 435 students, if I'm not mistaken, in the refugee camp. And you see the vigor, he has like the determination and the willingness to keep moving. That one is very successful. And also, some of the foundations, private sectors, willing to work with refugee-led organizations, the collaboration, and to ensure these programs support refugees. It's also some are very amazing, and I wish you to continue like that.
Yeah, that is important. I don't know if there's so many stories. I don't know if anyone else wants to add.
Mine is not a story, but I think we need to really understand the regulatory hurdles
Yes.
and make a conscious decision on how we can advocate for things, for there to be some room for improvement. Because our labor laws are quite rigid. So I think it was alluded to, employers would want to hire, but they need to do it in a compliant way. So how can we recognize displaced persons' qualifications? How can we allow them to come into the formal workforce, and the permission for that to be okay as an employer? And I think that needs to be considered and maybe put on the table so that we can collectively work towards a solution. Because I think more needs to be done on that. When we say, we would have many more good stories to share.
And this is not new. This is something that we've been speaking about for so long, and it is frustrating. I imagine it's frustrating to speak about it, but imagine living it. That what's standing in the way. You know that something needs to change, because these are the things that'll enable people to get further than where they are right now. So how do we move this? I mean, I asked Amos, the waving a red wand and things would change. Let me ask each one of you, Hannah, how? What is it that you want to see change?
I think one thing that I've been thinking a lot about is around, I think this was mentioned, around how we can mutually recognize skills and qualifications and certifications across the border, because that would really accelerate somebody coming, being able to quickly plug in. And we're seeing that work very well. In the partnership with UNHCR, is a fantastic story on UNHCR Uganda's X account around 2 Sudanese medical students who were in their final year when the war broke out. And then were able to go to Uganda and continue their studies without having to go all the way back and start all over. And they're going to be a tremendous asset for Uganda right there. So we can do more in terms of recognition of prior learning and qualifications. Kenya is on the way. We need to support more. There are many policies that are really supportive, but we need to work on implementation. And the more we can get a coalition of actors that are pushing for that implementation of the good policies that are there, I think we'll see a world of difference. And hearing about KEPSA and the private sector, if the private sector could be really advocating for making the regulatory environment more enabling for young displaced persons, I think your voice is tremendous, is powerful, and that's why we're all gathered here today and really getting that coalition of voices.
Yeah, I mean, you're so right. I mean, you have these qualifications, you go to another country, you can add so much to them. I remember visiting the refugee camp in Lebanon at the Syrian border, and I was speaking to a doctor who was a qualified doctor who could have added so much, but couldn't, because as far as I know, bodies are the same everywhere in the world. If I've got a heart problem in Kenya, it's the same heart problem in New York. Why can't I practice that? Anyway, just a thought from that. Hilda?
Sure. There's so many different ways to think about work today, right? One of the things we're piloting actually with the Mastercard Foundation and some other partners like Propel is the idea of community as a service, right? If you're a jobs marketplace, or the way we typically hire, it's open competition. When you think about providing opportunities to specific communities and being able to isolate them and skill them, then you can do many things. For example, yesterday before we left Kakuma, we had a Kakuma community on Propel, meaning that if there's short-term tasks or gigs that they can qualify for, it will go straight to them, not to the person in Nairobi to qualify for, not to anybody else. At the same time, it recognizes a number of things. When I'm just setting out, and I could be, overly skilled or overly trained or underskilled and undertrained, I'm at the baseline. The skills pyramid is like any other pyramid. At the bottom, you are broader, you should be more flexible, but you don't have that much depth. If you come to me with an AWS certification, it's even going to be too intimidating for me. And maybe I'll still do it because you're funding it, or it's free, or I'm even being paid to show up, but it's not what I need right now. The kind of jobs or roles that build confidence is, okay, you've got a 2-hour product testing task. You get good at it, eventually it takes you 30 minutes. What career path do you want to take? How do you support you in that? How can you develop that skill from where it is? And guide you as you walk up that pyramid to get more lucrative jobs, more lucrative gigs, more security, and also more confidence. They come hand in hand. Giving me a big fat task or a big fat qualification when I'm not even sure I can get off the first rung is something we kind of have to combat. So meet people where they are. And when you think about, this like community as a service or task-based thing, then anybody can participate, because guess what? When your organization is doing market research and is hiring Ipsos to go to Lodwar or Kakuma to do that market research, if you've got a community in Kakuma that these guys actually can do this research for me, then it's a different approach. You are providing an earning. You are providing a living. It's dignified, it's sustainable. It's a different way for you to source, but it takes away, it broadens your thinking of how am I hiring, from just your HR team to your marketing team, to your customer service team. There's so many opportunities you can change your own sourcing organization to include people in camps, people who have been displaced, people without the qualifications that KRA is asking for them to be full-time staff, and you're still participating in that labor market. So think broader beyond just how can this person be a full-time staff in my organization? It's how can my overall sourcing incorporate activities that would bring income to such communities?
Yeah, and also, I suppose, maybe also a little bit of a mind shift for the private sector to not see this as a charity, but to see it as a strategy. It's so important to think that way. Okay, 5 minutes to lunch. Isn't that a nice thing? You're going to eat soon. So let's wrap this up. I'm going to give each one of you a minute to give us some real pearls of wisdom to take away and think about and implement, and in your closing, I want some solutions. That's what we said we're going to do here today, is offer solutions. So who wants to be bold enough to begin? Amos, I love you for it. Let's go.
Yeah, so everyone in the room, for those of us who've been refugees, and I've had many people talking about it, including this one here, trust us. Surely, trust us. We can do it because we are doing it, and we are able to do it. A human being, no matter the status, you are still a human being. Remember, maybe if I have my phone here and it is off, I can't throw it away because it is off, because the inner is still working. So a refugee is just a status. Once you switch on the phone and you charge it, it will still work. So for me to leave my country, to be forced to become a refugee, something I didn't even choose at all, I didn't apply for it, and then you take me and you throw me away because I'm simply a refugee, that cannot work. And for those who are donating and funding our organization and company and different things we are doing, we can do it. We are not trying to survive on this small thing. We are trying to solve the lives of many people who are dying. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Love that, Amos. Thank you. Okay, who wants to follow on? Go for it.
So what I wanted to say is that you mentioned about how many more jobs, how many more people are going to come into our ecosystem. In Africa, our population is going to double in the next 25 years. That is millions of more people. So I'll speak on behalf of the private sector. We have to not just step up, we need to step forward, and we need to do so with courage. And let's really move and deliver solutions as you've asked. And let's see places where there may not be a solution today, we can still offer those internships, those first job pathways. We can allow everybody to be that phone that's switched on. And then let's see how we can leverage together to really work and advocate towards sustainable solutions across our continent. Because the Africa Free Trade Zone is going to come into place, and we should very, very strongly be advocating for the free movement of labor and opportunities.
Thank you. Okay, Hilda.
Sure. I'd say the labor market is brutal and it's blind. You know, it's willing buyer, willing seller, like any other market. And interventions that try to toy with that typically won't end up being very successful. For example, if we're paying people to show up to learn, why should they get jobs? You know, there's absolutely no need for that. Or if we've got a placements culture where you learn, I'm guaranteeing you a job, they will miss out the big point, which is it's competitive. You need to interview. You need to be the best. So we have to encourage almost mimic what the true labor market looks like. And at the same time realize that you're going to get value for what you're putting out there. A good example of this, and I had a conversation yesterday about it, is Kenya on Upwork and Fiverr is known as the one place that university students abroad go to for help with research for their projects. Question is why? Guess what? If I'm just starting out in digital work, my rate is probably my skill set is low, because Upwork has a ranking, experience, feedback, number of jobs you've done, etc. If I've got a very low number of jobs under my belt, I don't have the most experience, my rate per hour is going to be like $12, $13. So the kind of person who's going to give me a role is probably a university student, because an SME in Germany or in America is happy to pay 50, 100, 200. But India and Philippines, and they've done a very, very good job at branding, have got those spaces on lock. My push is it's actually okay that we're entry level for now, right? Let everybody who can get on board be entry level software developer, entry level content writer, have your rate there, gain the experience. We can support as you clarify on your career goals, because initially you don't even know. You get more experience in the space, your rate will move from 12 to 13 to 15 to 20 eventually. But if it's a collective push, like the way India, we said a BPO, everybody knows this is something India is doing at that level, but there's actually a gap. There's an entry level gap that we can plug if we have branding and we destigmatize the idea that because it's entry level, because your rate is low, it's not good enough. No, the pyramid starts somewhere, and most of the people we work with are still at the bottom of it.
Amazing.
Super. I think for me, it's a small action, but I think an important one. Today, you have an opportunity to support a refugee-led business on the first floor. Yesterday, I got a chance to shop a lot. I'm wearing earrings from Kelly, who is Congolese, and today you have an opportunity to support right here, right now. So I will encourage everyone to do that. So that's one. Second is just tell somebody about one insight that you've had from here. See if you can crowd in one other person, one other colleague from private sector. See if there's somebody else that you can tell about this, and tell them about the forum on displacement, and tell them to be here next time we're doing this. And if you can mentor somebody, if you can encourage somebody today, do that. I think those small acts of kindness, small actions that we all can do are so, so powerful, in addition to all the things we need to do at the systems level. But it starts with us. It starts with us here and now. So thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you. You know, one can only imagine and think of a line along the words of, borders may divide us, and they may divide land, but they should never, ever divide humanity. And this is something that we need to echo all the time in our hearts. I mean, we've heard some of the biggest challenges that we're facing, and whether it be the legal barriers, the policy barriers, the market failures, but you've also given us the sparks of hope, and the fact that there is opportunity, and the plea for trust. And Amos, I'll take those words with me, and I hope with everybody else as well. Trust, trust. It goes a far way. It really does. I thank you so very, very much, and I hope we take a lot of these pearls of wisdom with us. As all of us go for lunch now, I'm going to ask you, please, to be back in this room, I think at 1:30. No, it is 1:30, and 2:30. We're going to break for an hour. Is that correct? Do I get a thumbs up? I hope so. Yeah. at 2:30. Please have a beautiful lunch, everybody. Enjoy it. Connect. You guys are connecting so much here. It's amazing when you're walking. Everybody's talking, sharing numbers and stories. Let's continue to do that, and we'll see you back here. So what you have to do is you get a voucher, and I promise you this time, you're not going to get a different color voucher. We're all getting the same food. I promise you. Lunch will be served at the Lada Terrace and at the Mount Kenya area. You get a lunch voucher, and then you'll be able to access your lunch in your designated areas. Enjoy it, and we'll see you back here. Thank you, everybody, and thank you to my panelists. Well done. Please, let's do it. Should we just stand here?
For the past 2 years, I have been speaking to people struggling to process the horrors of displacement, holding on to hope that the war would stop. And yet, 2 years on, the suffering has only deepened. 2 years of war, 2 years of lost lives, 2 years of shattered families. Today, Sudan is one of the largest displacement crises in the world. It's more than 12 million people. 1 in every 3 Sudanese people have been forcibly displaced. 12 million futures put on hold. 12 million dreams waiting for peace. And yet, Sudanese voices are being drowned out in a world overwhelmed by conflict, where humanitarian aid is being slashed and investment in war keeps rising. Chad hosts more than 760,000 Sudanese refugees. 88% of them are women and children. 88%. My colleagues have been responding to this crisis for 2 years in impossible conditions, making heartbreaking choices. Who gets food? Who gets medical care? Who gets shelter? I have met mothers who can't explain to their children why home no longer exists. Children who go to bed hungry every night. Students who once had dreams, now refugees with no access to education. An entire generation lost to war. People abandoned while the world moves on. Sudanese refugees do not want to survive in exile. They want to go home. We must stand with them. The values we claim we believe in, solidarity, dignity, humanity, what are they for Sudan? My name is Omar Naim, and my message to the world is save Sudan. رسالتي للعالم أنقذوا السودان أنقذوا السودان.
أنا اسمي محمد الفاضل خميس. رسالتي للعالم أنقذوا السودان.
أنا هواء أحمد آدم ورسالتي للعالم أنقذ السودان.
لا للحرب في السودان، لا للحرب في السودان.
رسالتي للعالم أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنقذ السودان.
أنا رسالتي للعالم وبسأل إنه تنقذ السودان. تنقذ السودان. تنقذ السودان. أرجوكم أنقذ السودان.
أنا مصطفى آدم رجب رسالتي للعالم أن أنقذ السودان.
Nous sommes ici dans la province du Nord Kivu, en République démocratique du Congo, mon pays. Et j'ai pu rencontrer de nombreuses familles qui ont dû fuir l'insécurité et qui viennent chercher refuge sur des sites comme celui-ci, le site de Bouchagara, qui héberge plus de 18 000 personnes. Et ces personnes vivent dans le dénuement total. Ils manquent de tout et sont obligés de fuir dans leur propre pays. Ces gens ont abandonné leurs maisons, leurs champs, leurs biens pour venir chercher la sécurité loin. Ce matin, j'ai discuté avec une dame qui a dû marcher pendant 93 km pour venir trouver refuge sur ce site. 93 km avec ses 5 enfants, sans nourriture, sans eau et ne dépendant que de la charité des gens qui ont bien voulu partager le peu qu'ils avaient avec eux sur le chemin. Cette situation d'insécurité, cette situation de guerre dure depuis très longtemps, depuis trop longtemps. Voir des Congolais obligés de fuir de leur propre pays pour aller se réfugier ailleurs est inacceptable. Ce que j'ai pu constater avec les personnes avec lesquelles j'ai pu discuter, c'est qu'elles manquent de tout, mais elles font également preuve de résilience. J'ai vu des gens planter des légumes sur des petits lopins de terre à proximité de leurs abris. J'ai vu également des gens se lancer dans des petits commerces pour pouvoir gagner de quoi subvenir aux besoins de leurs enfants. Mais dans l'ensemble, tous ne demandent qu'une chose, c'est que la paix revienne, qu'ils puissent retourner chez eux, qu'ils puissent travailler la terre et qu'ils puissent gagner dignement leur vie comme ils ont toujours fait avant. Cette insécurité n'a que trop duré. Il est temps que ça cesse et que ces Congolais puissent retourner chez eux et puissent vivre dignement dans leur propre pays.
No one expects to become a refugee. No one plans for war. No one dreams of fleeing. But when the unthinkable happens, when crises force people to flee, we are there within 72 hours to bring shelter in the storm, to bring warmth in the cold, to bring dignity in the chaos. When conflicts rage, we help the most vulnerable get the care they need. We stay and deliver life-saving assistance. We reunite families ripped apart by war, conflicts, or persecution. When refugees get the help they need, lives are changed. The world is more stable. The world is safer. We do not stop when the cameras turn away. We do not leave when the headlines fade. With our partners, we stay. This is our mission. This is our promise. This is who we are at UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency.
Amira, maman, Amira, boleh, angkat boleh, boleh. Dépêche-toi. Viens.
Boss.
Merci.
Ouais, t'es boss. Non, on y va pas.
Monsieur, elle est avec moi.
Wayfaring stranger, they've traveled through this world of war. I'm going home to see my mother and all my loved ones who've gone on.
Nikikopesha ako na pesa, nikasema sasa nikiweka hapa saving, walikamataka bwanangu wakambeba mshamba. Kumbeba mshamba bakatuomba pesa zetu tulikuwa nazo tukaziwapatia, bakamaliza bakamuacha. Bwanangu kurudia akamaliza kama juma mbili kunyumba, tena bakakuya bakatuomba pesa zingine zenye tulikuwa hatuna nazo. Bwana akakimbia. Bwana Genza alikimbia, bakaanza kuniomba mie pesa. Wanakuambia kama utupatie pesa tutakubeba ama tutabeba mtoto yako. Na siye pale tukakimbia.
Kwa majina wanaita Amahoro Florence kutoka Kongo.
Unatosha mogo ya watu mshamba, unakula ya muichi na watoto. Juu mubakie uzima, mufike kwenye mko mnaenda kwenye amani iko. Sasa mie kufika humu chenye walinipatia OPM, ilinipatia budongo wa kuishi na watoto wangu, bashe, machungu ya kuanza maisha ya kunyumba. Nikakuwa pale nikaanza mpokero. Walinipatia vile na nimeanza na mpokero. Nikaanza pokea kila mwezi. Kuanza kupokea kila mwezi nikakamata hapo pesa nusu. Nikaanza kufanya biashara, nachuruza bundagala, naweka msoko. Siku moja program ikakuwa ya ku-alight ya kupatia watu mamoto, ba mama, ba baba wenye wanaweza ile kazi kusaidia wa refugee. Na mie nikaweka jina yangu, nikaomba moto, chansi ya mzuri, na mimi wakanipatia ile moto. Lakini siku yenyewe nilipata ile moto, nikaanza saving na wamama wengine. Na muile saving yenyewe nilikuwa niko na saving, kwa hiyo nilikuwa niko naweka zile pesa. Ndio kwenye nilijikopesha yako na pesa. Nikasema sasa nikiweka hapa saving, wacha nitoshe nikuweko tena na wengine wenye nafanya. Ndio nikaanza na project ya kuuza bukuku. Nauza bukuku wa kidogo, na kuweka hapa kunyumba bukikomala na ujisha. Ndio kwenye nilipata na pesa za kujenga hii nyumba. Na watoto maisha ikabadilika. Hatukubakia ginzi tulikuwa.
Beranga kuinga mudanga mama neta gavana. Kila kitu naona ni mambo mapya, tena mambo ya
nikaleta mawazo, hata kama tuko na savinga hizi haziwezi kutumaliza, tuongezeko na kulima kama kikundi. Tukaomba budongo kwa OPM ikatupatia budongo, tukaanza kulima mchele kama group. Na sasa tunalima mchele ikikomala tunaiujisha, tunaweka mkikundi, mama wanajikopesha zile pesa, wanafanya business pembeni.
They started with 1.5 and now they are approaching 10 millions. So that means that they are also loaning base. It's enlarging, women can get more and they can sustain themselves. So you find out that among all the team, all of them are off these food rations. They can sustain themselves, they have taken their children in school.
Sasa tukikuwa kama tunakusanyika pamoja, vinatuletea kukua na tuko tunasahau maisha ya kunyumba. Turoma zenye ungekuwa nazo na uko wewe peke, unaona na ziko zinapunguka. Juu ukikuwa na benzi yako, mnakuwa mnachangia. Tukikuwa mshamba yetu kule, tunakuwa tunachangia. Tunawaza vya kesho vyenye vitaendelea. Sasa vinatuletea mawazo inapunguka. Watoto wangu nilikuwa sijue kama tutakuwa mwi maisha. Sana watoto wangu ndio wenyewe wananiletea kufanya hivi vyote, kufanya na nguvu zote. Plani yangu ya mbele, nimewaambia kuona watoto wangu na wanamaliza masomo ama wanatumika, na mie niko pale mama, niko natumika. Na siwezi kuwaza ama niombe nisaidie kwa hichi, na mie naweza kujifikisha hako chenye niko napenda. Ndio chenye napenda maisha yangu ya mbele nikuwe vile.
2021, there were 36 million people who were displaced in Africa. 2023, there were 45 million. We're now in 2024, we're looking at about 50 million and growing.
Displaced people are people with talent. They are brilliant people with dreams and aspirations to really add value to humanity. So what a big loss would it be if we didn't professionally invest in them?
In Africa, we've always decoupled issues of humanitarian causes and government and private sector, right? And then we almost relegate these issues of impact and humanitarian issues to, we call it humanitarian crisis issues, and then we talk about civil society solving it. But in actual fact, for private sector, for me, it's a very congruent conversation.
Typical humanitarian approach is not enough anymore to provide the type of services and solutions that we need for refugees. To do that better, we need all kinds of partners. Private sector in that context is really, really important, especially when we talk about providing for livelihoods, opportunities in learning and training, skills development, and really driving the economies in refugee hosting areas.
Sometimes as business entities, we just lack knowledge and understanding of what it truly means and the complexity of displaced people and what they need to be able to be fully integrated. We don't do the things that we don't understand.
What we care about this conversation as Amahoro is that we believe strongly that it's in private sector's interest to work in this space. So Amahoro is always saying to private sectors that we're trying to recalibrate the discussion to say, hey, let's not look at this crisis as a humanitarian crisis. Let's look at this crisis potentially as a market conversation. And let's find market-based solutions to bring our talents to bear, to help work with governments, international organizations, to do our part to make sure that all Africans have access to mobility to be able to get jobs, have access to education, and have access to pursue their own level of prosperity. Because if they do that, you as a company benefit.
Amahoro is the largest convener of the private sector in Africa for social impact. And we do this particularly through the Africa Private Sector Forum on Forced Displacement, which is the first regional event that convenes the private sector around the world for social impact. We started it after the Global Refugee Forum, and it's influenced in part by the Global Refugee Forum.
Amahoro is well known in Africa from a Pan-African perspective of being able to go out into communities and find great entrepreneurs with great ideas, but who need the support to be able to create and ideate and eventually create a minimal viable product. But what DRK is great at is at coming in at a little bit of a later stage where there is a minimal viable product. And what we do is we help work with that entrepreneur to help create a model that is scalable.
In Africa, we know, based on research, that those who get some education, first high school, but those who get higher education, whether technical or at university, are able to do well for themselves. There's a huge gap between the two. So it's important for those who are displaced to be able to get that opportunity, that access. So any program that gives access is already doing 90% of the work. So if they're working and they're taking care of their families, they're contributing to the economy, they're paying taxes, they're building businesses, they're hiring people like everyone else. That's what we want. And that's the real form of integration.
The fellowship program is the leadership development program that we launched last year. And the intent behind this program is to identify leaders from forcibly displaced communities who have not had the opportunities that many other young people across the continent have had, and to connect them to training opportunities mainly on leadership, but then also on organization development. We also connect them to mentors, private sector network, and provide funding to help them grow and scale the initiatives. And this is particularly important because it is one of the only, if not the only, programs that's able to do this.
We have a lot of problem of waste in the camp, plastic waste in the camp, and we have a lot of women who do not have sustained source of income. So I decided to find a way to combine the two together to solve the problem.
So being part of Amahoro Fellowship, okay, what I've liked about, first of all, Amahoro Coalition as an organization is them creating space for a dialogue on displacements. I like the angle that they have on telling refugee stories in a more dignified manner. As a photographer, as a filmmaker, you know, it excites me because it also gives me an opportunity to also document such stories.
In the next 5 years, I envision Amahoro Coalition as a leading force for economic integration of displaced communities across our continent. I see Amahoro being at the forefront of innovative partnerships that not only provide immediate support, but also foster sustainable long-term solutions that integrate displaced individuals into local communities.
So looking forward, I am quite confident that we're going to see some really dynamic solutions, transformative partnerships around solutions and influence with the private sector shaping up on the continent.
We must invest in displaced people because they're just like you and I, with capabilities that is actually fueled by something extra because they're not in their home country and therefore really want to add that extra layer of how much more can I achieve in spite of my circumstance.
Through this fellowship, I'll be able to support, empower thousands of women across Africa, and also I'll be able to extend the product that I'm giving out there for all African women and even other continents.
There was a time when every black person in the US was a slave, and somehow that ended. There was a time when women couldn't vote, and somehow that also ended. There was a time when Western Europe was wrought in wars, right? World War I, World War II, and also that ended. I strongly believe in this continent, and I believe that at some point in time in history, Africa will be a very safe and prosperous place to live. And I believe the work we're doing together with others is what's going to make that happen. History has shown us that these things do happen, and I think that for the next generation of African youth, I would love for them to be able to live in a continent that is very peaceful and prosperous.
our forum. And I think this is going to be probably one of the most important parts of this forum. So please make yourselves comfortable. If once we're in, we can get the doors shut so that we can keep this conversation nice and quiet and make sure that it gets into your heads and hearts. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, thank you very, very much, and thanks so much for being with us. You know, the one thing about a forum is that it's so beautiful and packed in the morning. By the time you get to the afternoon, there's like 4 or 5 of us left in the room, and we have this tiny little conversation amongst ourselves. But man, we got full attendance still. What's happened in this room today? Hey, am I right? This is what we call all in. You're all here. Nobody snuck off. No one's gone anywhere. In fact, there are a lot more people here. I mean, there is something happening in this room. There really is. And I must say, everybody that I've had a conversation with has felt the same thing that I'm feeling today, is that the conversations have been real. They've been honest. They've been vulnerable. And they're going to continue to be that way. We're not going to stop. We're going to carry on. Because, as I said to you right at the beginning, every one of us gathered in this room today, we are not here by chance. We all feel the same way. And the only thing that drives us is the passion to make a difference in whichever way you can. I know not all of us have $300 million. I wish I did, but I really don't, to just, give to the cause. But there are things that you do have that you can give that can make a major difference. And I'm sure you're realizing that as the day goes by. So as we kick off this session, we want to showcase some of the opportunities in refugee hosting areas and displacement context by highlighting, firstly, successful businesses and generating profits while creating a positive impact in these different environments. I, again, want to start the session not with me telling you about it or someone else talking about it, but I want to hear the lived reality of what's going on. Like I said, very vulnerable, very real is what we're going for here. So what I want to do is bring up 2 amazing individuals who's going to firstly give us one on the spoken word. We've got John Chol Motiope, who is a poet and spoken word artiste, will come and join us on the stage. And then we're going to get another talk, one of those beautiful TEDx talks that are short, sharp, and leave you with thoughts forever. It gives me great pleasure in welcoming on stage Ibakalu Agwu, who is the founder of Level Up Recycling. So, John and Ibe, if you would make your way up onto the stage. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chol Matiop Chol, but most of my friends call me the only brown South Sudanese in Kenya so far. Don't doubt that, because if you go back to my place, you'll be surprised of how I look. I'm a South Sudanese by nationality, but a refugee by status. I'm among the first generation of refugees to be born in Kakuma refugee camp. And after that, life has never been the same for my parents, and life has never been easy for me and my siblings. I'm a product of the Kenyan education system. What do I mean by that? I've studied here from nursery school, in Swahili we say chekechea, primary, high school, but my dreams of becoming a great journalist were shattered when my parents could not afford to pay for my university level. So just like any other person, I decided, let me just remain in the camp, see what happens for me next. But through that time of me staying in the camp, that is when I started developing my love for poetry. And as time went by, I asked myself, online I've been seeing a lot of opportunities that are being given in these urban areas, that is Nairobi, Nakuru, Eldoret. So I told myself, I'll have to go to one of these urban areas so that I can see if I'll get opportunities to nurture my talent. So years later on, I found myself in Nairobi. To be more specific, Githurai 45. It's somehow in Kiambu, but we call it in Nairobi, yeah? So years went by, I'll do performances here and there, thinking that one day, one time, my time will come. But 1 year went by, nothing was happening. I started doubting myself. 2 years went by, nothing happened. I started doubting myself. So I told myself, instead of focusing on this thing that is not giving me a source of income, and I'm in the urban areas where you need to have a source of income to live, why don't I get into something else? So a friend of mine, who happens to be a Kenyan, we studied with him back in primary school, tells me that I have an Airbnb business that I'm doing. And for you to get a source of income, why don't you help me out a bit, and then I'll be tipping you off. So 1 year after helping him out with this, I somehow got experience of this Airbnb business. So I told myself, if he's making money through this, then I can make it. So what do? I need to get finance to start this business. Where do I get it? I go back to my poetry work. I believed in myself, started doing poetry here and there. 1 year later on, I get a call from UNHCR, the Kigali office. They tell me that we've seen a poem of yours that you had written titled Refugee, and we'd like to work with you. Long story short, after that opportunity working with the UNHCR, I started getting gigs here and there. Money started coming in. So I now started believing in myself that it's about time to be rich. I'm going to make some changes back at home. They're no longer just going to be depending on the ratio of food that they get each and every time. But still, when I went back to start the business, the money was not enough. So again, I went back into poetry. And it's through that time, I was able to meet the team from Amahoro Coalition. They gave me one of my biggest breakthrough. I got a call one evening that there's an event that is happening at Huru Gardens. And who's going to be performing there? One of the biggest stars in Africa. We call him Mr. Obio Davido from Nigeria. So being given such a platform that we don't get most of the time back in the camp, I got exposed. And after that, my phone was not resting. I was getting calls after calls. I was getting calls after calls. I got booked, and I was able to get some money to be able to start the business. And as a law-abiding refugee, if I may say, for you to start a business, what do you need? You need license, you need work permit, you need the KRA pin, right? So I took out my refugee ID, went to a cyber to go and apply for this KRA pin. But to my surprise, I was very innocent. I thought that it was about my time. I was told that this ID could not access the KRA pin. So I told myself, what do I do next? So I called my Kenyan friend, told him, I have the money here. So since I trust you so much, why don't we partner? I'll give you the money, right? Yes, he's a Kenyan. I know. So I give him the finance. Since he has the documentations, so he has the documents to get access to all this license, and he's already into the business. Why don't we start this business with you? You'll get a bit of percentage because you're doing most of the work. You're the one that is doing the documentations. So we start the business off. But behind the scene, I'm asking myself, until when will I rely on someone to do this business for me? There are refugees back in the camp that want to do this. So does it mean each and every time they'll have to look for a Kenyan so that they can get into business? So what am I trying to say? To any of the finance departments that are in here, let's start off with the Department of Refugees. Recently, I was very happy when I saw that the Shirika plan was being launched. This is an opportunity that can integrate us and give our documentations a chance to access these chances that we get. Because we're not going to be refugees forever. Someone at home right now that is watching this has the same story that I have, but he does not have this platform. So I'm here on behalf of them to tell you that give us an opportunity. I've studied here. Whatever that I've studied, let me put it into practice. Because it will be of no use if I go to school and then I just end up at home. The financial institutions also, please invest in the refugee business. You see, one thing that makes the financial institutions afraid, is the status of being a refugee. But one thing I can say is our status does not define our capability, right? I'll give you an example. For those of you guys that are familiar with Kakuma, there's a young man, I don't know if I should call him a young man, but there's a guy called Mosfin in Kakuma. This guy started off as a very small shop, and as we speak right now, he's one of the biggest wholesalers in Kakuma. He has not only employed refugees, he has employed the host community, that is the Turkana community that we've lived with all these years. So now my question is, how many refugees are in the camp that have the mindset like Mosfin, that can do these kind of businesses? So please, invest in us. Equity Bank, back in the days, I don't know if they're still doing this, but you are helping the primary people to get to high school, get into university. So extend your hand into their businesses that they're doing right now. For some of the people that you guys have educated are just at home. So what is the use of investing in the education and not extending it much bigger? So please invest in refugees' businesses and please make access to our documentations to be much easier. Last but not the least, my wife is a Kenyan. So what does that mean? So that means, one, I'm an in-law to most of you guys in here, right? Two, I'm gonna be staying here for long, right? Because we have a son with him. Because now I ask myself, whenever I go back home, in case I go back home, my son will be asking, where's dad, right? So make it easier for my stay to be much easier here by giving me access to these documentations and investing in what I have so that I can feed your daughter and my son. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's kind of very difficult to speak after a poet and to speak after lunch. So in Nigeria, we say it's double wahala, but I will try. I'm not the guy that speaks in the open. I like looking at the background. But it comes a time you just have to showcase what you do, speak about what you do. My name is Ibe Kalu from Nigeria. Amahoro found me, and life never remained the same. But before they found me, in the camps, there's an aspect of the camp life we neglect. Everyone seated generates some amount of waste, whether you're in the camp or you're in the city. What happens to those waste? I'm not here to give a talk on the plastic burden and all of that. You will have that later. But I want to talk about the solutions we are creating and how we are doing things from the most unlikely places. I started just as a social enterprise, a social good, trying to clean the camps, pick up plastics that was littered, because then it was, you just step out from anywhere you stretch your hand, your dustbin. And so over time, you have accumulation of waste across the camp. So I decided to just go pick it up just to keep the place clean because of my background. And 7 women joined me. So the problem was now, we can't just be doing it as a social good. It needs to worth your time. You need to get something from it. So we began to think of how to make it valuable for these women. We started segregating, sorting the waste by types and color, and then we began to ship it to a bigger manufacturing company. One of them is here. I've already collected contacts to become a supplier. We continued. But everything changed when I came in contact, or when Amahoro found me, I was always hidden at the back, trying to do things at the background. And they started off supporting us. They increased our collection capacity. we extended beyond the camp. From meager less than 10 tons a month, we now do 120 tons on average monthly, not just collecting plastics, we collect different kinds of waste, not just in the camp, but the surrounding community. There are 16 camps in Abuja. We have extended beyond camps, and we are now going to the neighboring states. Nigeria is divided into 36 states, and that was only possible because Amahoro got us a collection truck, so we could go as far to bring in. We can go very far to bring in this waste. This is another triple wahala, right? Yes. So, but I will try. So Amahoro got us a truck. We were able to do more, and they didn't stop there. They increased our capacity to process by getting us a belling machine, and that helped us to compress the waste. But they didn't stop there. They kept pushing us throughout the fellowship. By the way, I am the first bonds of the fellowship, the first cohort of the Amahoro Fellowship. So we started thinking of how to do things better. They drummed innovation into our ears that you could literally be hearing innovation in your mind even when you're sleeping. And they talked to us that we should try to do something different from the ordinary. And with me and my team, we decided to look at the waste stream that is neglected. Some of us have taken this today. In our business, this is multi-layer plastics, just your food wrapper, your chocolate and biscuits. To so many, it does not have recycling value, but we have found a way to turn it into value. They supported us, encouraged us to go into research and development. Remember, what started with one man trying to gather waste is now doing research and development. So the conversations we've been having here, a lot of action has gone into it. And I am one of the beneficiaries of those actions. So we decided to use the multi-layer plastics to do what we call composite boards. And this we are turning agricultural waste, mixing it with these multi-layer plastics to get these boards. In the coming future, this board will replace whenever you have a wooden part of this furniture. This has the capacity to do that. And they kept pushing us. They supported us to get all the certifications we need to make sure the program drives. They supported us to get to government, to get all the approvals so that it can be certified. And we continued due to partnership with some research companies. We've been able to figure out that you can use these boards to make a modular shelter. I'll talk about modular shelter later because someone said that we are one step away from needing emergency shelter. You remember what happened in Myanmar a month ago? Some people were in their skyscrapers. Just in the space of 5 minutes, they were needing emergency services. And for me, it happened, we were sleeping, we had gunshots all through the night, and in the morning, we needed to be crammed into a little space. I don't want you to imagine what happens in those little spaces. And so solving modular shelter is very, very close to my heart. And this piece of product performs more than the metal sheets in many ways. It is water resistant. It does not conduct heat like the metal sheet. And it is modular. You can fix and remove. And so this is where we are currently. Something that started with one person picking waste from the streets of the camp. So, the conversation we had in 2021, the one we had in 2023, I am the product of those conversations because the actions led to me standing here. And I know that there are many people who wish to stand here like this if given opportunity. I want to say we've gone beyond conversations. Whatever contribution you're making here, whatever question you're asking, whatever we're talking about real lives. And something that started with only me to 7 persons, we now have 10 permanent employment, 52 part-time employment, And we have collectors across 3 states, totally more than 300, because we have to go around and bring this in. And each one involved in that chain earns something from doing so. Now, we want to move from this to this, and that is scaling. That means getting a manufacturing site, that means distribution, that means marketing, that means the architect constructing. Just imagine what will happen if we deploy this solution at scale across Africa. Could you imagine the number we would do? So with your support, with what we've been doing, and the conversations we're having, more and more lives will be impacted positively. So I invite you as we usher in this section. We are talking about money, not just money, but we're talking about real lives that are being affected and their lives can be improved. Once again, thank you very much for listening to my tech talk. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm back. I am back. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Absolutely incredible, this work. It really, really is. And what a solution. Good luck and thank you.
And we used what I took from you to do it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So, I mean, I've been eating them. I'm going to finish the whole bowl.
Yes, that was why I took it from you. To show
did you?
what we could do from it.
And I was feeling better because I didn't think I ate that many. But now that I see your pockets full.
Thank you.
I've got to work extra hard to get rid of the peppermints. But that was really fantastic, both of you. Oh, man, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And this session, you've already started asking the questions, because we're going to talk finance now. But we're not going to be nice and gentle, are we? We need to talk properly. We need to change things. We need to figure out what's going on. We've known for years that there's a problem. There is a problem. We need to figure this out, and we need to change things. So let's call up the guys that hopefully can help us through this. And then what we'll do as well is that I feel I don't want to carry on talking to you. I want you to join the conversation. So I'm going to open up the floor for questions on these next 2 sessions we're going to have. So first up, let me bring, and the topic is all about financial institutions' role in driving public sector investments in forced displacement context. So here we go. First up, IFC, from IFC, the Senior Investment Officer, Saleh El-Assa, if you could please join us on stage. Thank you. Then from Equity Bank, we've got Sarilyn Wairimo. Please, would you come up? Thank you so much. And Thomas Hussan, who's from Proparco. Thomas, there you are. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to kick off the conversation, and then I'm going to keep looking around the room, because if you've got a question, please put your hand up, and we'll get a microphone to you, and we can start opening these questions up. And I know you got a lot, so let's do that. Thank you so much for being with us, and it's a nice way to sort of start rounding things up together. So, Salah, let me begin with you. You've played a key role in de-risking private investments in very fragile contexts through initiatives like the risk-sharing facility with Equity Bank and the Kakuma Kalabai Challenge Fund. So, I mean, these really do demonstrate this approach actually has a long-term resilience for companies' operations. So, let's talk to that, and let's talk about the risks that are associated with this.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and thanks for raising these important points. So, you mentioned the risk-sharing facility and the collaboration. I think the theme over here is all about collaboration, and this comes in line with IFC's strategy of identifying suitable, strong partners and collaborating with them, the like-minded partners, in order to establish and execute solutions to address developmental issues. And in this case, we're talking about issues related to refugees and host communities. So when we're talking about the risks associated with them, we have to bear in mind that these are displaced communities and displaced personnels. So there's a need for financing, there's a need for job creation, there's a need to sort of develop the economies and develop the markets within which they're operating. In doing so, and in addressing these risks, we've had several interventions, and I can speak about a couple in Kakuma. So one of the interventions that we've had is the Kakuma Kalubay Challenge Fund, and for those who are not very familiar with it, so this is IFC's first refugee-focused intervention in sub-Saharan Africa, with the purpose of addressing issues and sort of developing and unlocking the potential of the refugees and the hosts within these communities. The other intervention, a more recent one, is with our strong partner bank, Equity Bank, which is the risk-sharing facility that you mentioned. And for, a very quick explanation, risk-sharing facility is basically we partner with this bank, and we agree that they will be on lending to refugees and stakeholders in these host communities, and IFC will be assuming 50% of the risk. So this kind of gives us more engagement in this, and we understand a bit more about the issues and so on. And it's not only confined to that. In doing so also, we engage with the regulators over there to identify any issues related to the bankability in the case of the risk-sharing facility, the bankability of these refugees, and we address these issues. So issues would be along the lines of security, KYC, and so on. Under the fund, for example, we also engaged with the regulator and to facilitate and to develop the operating environment. So issues related to availing information that touches on the policies, that touches on the processes of establishing and obtaining permits for establishing their businesses and so on. So in that sense, we identify the risks and we try to develop the enabling environment, so to speak, and also attract more private investments in these host communities. In doing so, we're creating jobs by supporting these businesses and giving them finance. In creating these jobs as well and developing these businesses, you're actually increasing or maybe introducing new services within these communities. So it's all kind of interrelated in a way. Also, the other factor is that in providing the technical support, you also engage with the borrowers themselves. So you look into their business models and you provide whatever technical support you can. You address issues in order for them to sort of fortify their business models and address any risks over there. And again, it's all interrelated. You provide the funding, you provide risk mitigation, you develop their business models, and ultimately you're developing the sector, you're developing the bankability, the enabling environment, and you're attracting new investments within these host communities. Finally, I think it's a holistic approach that IFC sort of applies within these communities. It's a holistic approach, it's a collaborative approach. I think collaboration is key. You have to sort of present your strengths, and you have to identify the right partners to collaborate with. All of these engagements were collaborative efforts. We also have other partners along with Equity Bank, developmental institutions, other funds, the governments themselves in doing so in order to address all of these issues. Maybe I'll stop there.
Good. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving us the kind of an in-depth version of how this actually works. And then we'll move to Equity Bank. Sarah Lynn, thank you as well. Thank you very much for being with us. I mean, Equity Bank has got a real interesting way, because you've leveraged risk-sharing facilities with international finances to ensure financial inclusion of forcibly displaced people, which is incredibly important. But I suppose the question that needs to be asked is, what steps need to be taken to transition borrowers from de-risked portfolios to commercially viable, unguaranteed lending? How do we go about doing this?
Thank you so much for having us here, and thank you for the question. So, as Salah mentioned, we have gotten into a partnership with IFC, And that came against the bedrock of other conversations that we were having with various partners around supporting refugees both in urban settings and in urban camp settings and urban settings. And we did a little bit of work as far as that was concerned. We had a little bit of what we'd call proof of concept. And so IFC came in then to strengthen the work that we were doing and to help us to scale to a large extent. And so the lessons we have learned, to your question, number one is the need to strengthen the borrower's creditworthiness. Because essentially here we are talking about the partner behind the whole program being IFC, and then there is equity, and then now there is the third party being the borrower. And for us, it's very, very important to have that keenness in terms of the person that we are lending to. I have listened to our brother from South Sudan, John, and I've heard you in terms of supporting beyond education. And we have many other programs that we are running, as I come back to the question, beyond the Wings to Fly and the education component. And these are programs that are available probably in our website. You'll be able to see what else we are doing in terms of supporting vulnerable populations in areas like financial inclusion, in areas around energy and environment and climate change, in areas of skills building, in social protection and so on. So we can have a conversation after this so that then we have an understanding of what else we have been able to do, both for the refugee community, for the host community, and for the populations that we serve across the region. That said, the borrower to us is very important, and their capacity in terms of how they manage their businesses. So looking at how you support them in financial literacy, in empowering them with business development skills, how you enable them to formalize or register their businesses, and so on. Because then once their creditworthiness is built, once they're able to track how their businesses are going, then they become better borrowers. And in essence, you can be able to graduate them from guarantee supported lending to fully, or what we'd call commercially viable ventures. The next thing that we have noticed or have learned works well is where you have a graduated mechanism, so that then you have iterated departure from guarantees. And that means then you start with small grants, or rather small loans, which are fully guaranteed. Then you can graduate them to larger loans that are partially guaranteed, and then eventually you can push the loans to fully commercial. And those are concepts that we are still testing with what we are doing with IFC. But that tends to work very well, so that then you don't fully move from guarantees, but you make it a phased transition. The next thing is around looking at customized products. So we do not look at a one-size-fits-all approach. You look at context-specific products, so that then as we are customizing or designing the products, we bring in an element of innovation. And it's innovation in terms of maybe even the collateral that we ask for. We don't go for traditional collateral. We'll be probably looking at movable assets. We'll be looking at social collateral, where you group the beneficiaries or the customers in groups, or bring them into how they are organized in society naturally. So form them into groups, especially for women who have a social orientation, and then lend to them in that setup. And that has worked very, very well. Finally, there is an element of also tracking repayments. And as you track, then you're forming credit history. So you build that history for the customers. And once you build the history, then there's also an element of sharing it across financial institutions, if that is then going to be beneficial across financial institutions. So whatever credit registry we build as equity, we should be able then to share it with other institutions, so that if they would want to get into the same, for example, household and support in terms of financial inclusion, they have something to reference as far as that is concerned. I think essentially those are the key ones that have worked for us, among several others. And of course, partnerships are key. because what we've been able to achieve so far with the guarantee is based on our partnership with IFC, our very strong partnership with UNHCR, because this whole conversation around our involvement in the refugee space is primarily focused maybe on our purpose, which is transforming lives, giving dignity, expanding opportunities for wealth creation, and a lot of partnerships that we have gotten into within that purpose, especially with UNHCR, starting off as cash-based assistance, programming conversation, and then we move to durable solutions and looking at how we can sustainably support refugees, and that is the point at which then we came up with the co-creation with IFC. So a lot of partners, we are working with a lot of partners across the region. So when we talk about this guarantee that we are running with IFC, it's been informed by a lot of conversations with other partners and dialogues that have brought us to a point where we look at this as the most viable approach in terms of durable solutioning for refugees.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for elaborating on that. Thomas, we happened to meet on the flight down, and we sort of enjoyed Kakuma separately in our own ways, and we had a very brief time to just talk a little bit about what Proparco does, a development finance institution. But I suppose a question we need to ask is, how does the model of Proparco's financing balance investment viability with challenging business environments? And at the same time, perhaps maybe you can talk to us about some opportunities, because I know you said you saw so many opportunities in Kakuma.
Thank you so much, Lian.
Thank you.
And before I start answering, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate this conference, and I really appreciated the visit yesterday. There is a very high level of positive energy, and it's very inspiring to be here, so thanks a lot to the organizers. I'm having a great day. Just to explain in 2 words what Proparco is, because I'm aware that not many people know us actually here. So Proparco is a French government development finance institution. So we invest in private sector projects for sustainable impact in 115 countries in the world. Our portfolio, just to give you rough figures, is 8 billion euros, and we commit about 3 billion euros a year. As part of this strategy, Proparco highlights the fact that we need to be proactive and to have a very proactive strategy when it comes to investing in fragile and conflict-affected states and in LDCs. That's a central pillar of our strategy. Our commitments in fragile and conflict-affected states, by the way, we are using the World Bank list when we say this, was 323 million last year, which is an increase over the last years. And so that's about 11 or 12% of our portfolio in fragile and conflict-affected states today. And when you had LDCs, that's above 20%, which is not too bad. Our main investments in fragile countries last year were in Nigeria, in Mozambique, in Chad, and also Palestine and Ukraine, because we also work around the world. But 2/3 of all our investments in fragile and conflict-affected states last year were in Africa. Africa is really our strong priority. So I want to say, when operating in fragile and conflict-affected states, there is a tension between our mandate as a development finance institution, which is to fight against poverty, and poverty is increasingly concentrated in fragile and conflict-affected states. It's over half of the global poor today are in countries which are fragile or conflict-affected. So this tension between needing to invest there and the need also to manage our risks. And so blended finance is an answer to that. When I say blended finance, I want to highlight that it's very important for us, but most of it is actually in-house blended finance. So we are able to use resources that are given to us by the French government, by the European Union, to de-risk ourselves and to finance more risky projects. In total, last year, about half of our projects were in some way relying on blended finance mechanisms. 3/4 of that was actually to de-risk the investments that we are making. And then the rest was either loan subsidies, so trying to make the loan cheaper for our clients, or technical assistance. And by technical assistance, I also want to stress that what we need to do more in the market is what we call upstream activities in IFC's jargon, or pre-investment technical assistance. So we actually need to help our clients before we actually look at an investment opportunity, which is not typically what most financial institutions do or most DFIs do. But we understand that when we invest in fragile and conflict affected states, we actually need to help our clients to fulfill whatever criteria we have or to fill the gaps that they have, for example, on compliance issues or ESG risk management issues. Sometimes it's also on conflict risk management, which is important. And so we are doing more and more of this in fragile and conflict affected states. Actually, last year we joined our fellow British and Dutch colleagues, so BII and FMO, in a partnership called ARIA, which is really about going deep in a few African markets. So the countries are Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea, DRC, and Ethiopia, and Togo and Benin. I almost forgot. In these markets, we have people on the ground, consultants permanently. We are able to help the companies we are looking at and to work with them even for 2 years before we actually are in a position to invest, because we understand that we need to be proactive and we need to help the companies to be investable before we can invest in them. We can just wait for the companies to be ready. Yeah. When it comes to forced displacement, a couple of points. I wanted to say that, first of all, forced displacement is increasingly in the radar or a topic in the DFI community. Obviously, IFC has done it for quite a long time, and by the way, thanks to IFC. But also, European DFIs are increasingly looking at forced displacement as a topic. We are increasingly discussing on it. And Proparco, we have a commitment from the top, from our CEO, to do more and more investments in forced displacement context. We have done a project, for example, last year in Uganda on microfinance institution, to help 2 microfinance institutions in Uganda, UGAFOD and Vision Fund, to do more lending to refugees there. We are partnering with a foundation called Grameen Crédit Agricole on this topic. And we are looking right now at 3 other opportunities with partners such as ICRC, the Red Cross movement, and also Mercy Corps on access to finance and on energy. So my message here is that we are in a key moment, I think, because forced displacement is increasingly recognized as a topic by DFIs, and we kind of need to prove the case. So DFIs are all about transactions. We need to demonstrate that, okay, this is an important subject, but this is also a market in which we can have successful transactions. I think we can really achieve quite a lot, in particular in 2 sectors in which DFIs have already references of transactions in very complex environments. The 2 sectors I have in mind are financial inclusion and energy. We have projects, for example, in Kivu, actually with IFC, with an off-grid company. We have a project with actually FMO in Chad on an off-grid company. We are doing a project in IT. So if we can do investments on energy access with off-grid in this context, the leap to do it in forced displacement context is pretty small, I think, and it's really achievable, and it's something we can really do. And the same goes for financial inclusion. So I think we are really at a point, and this conference is very really pertinent for us, because we really need to now make things happen, at least in these 2 sectors, because I really think we have a track record, we have transactions that we are comfortable with, and we have blended finance mechanisms in place, so we can get going, I think.
Amazing. I'd like to open up the floor very quickly to some questions. Okay, first mic, if we can get a mic over there. Any other questions? There we go. Oh, there's lots on this side. 1, 2, and I see a hand there, 3 as well. For now, let's take those 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm not asking more. This is for the audience. Okay.
Thank you. I think my questions will go to Salah and Wairimu. Thank you so much for the activities that you are doing in the refugees and the integrated community, that is Kalubiye and the host community. We looked at what works in terms of the market in the refugees. I also want to know what does not work and why is it not working? What can be done so that what is not working can work? You got
Great. Love the question. That's for you. Hold the thought. Hold the thought. Let's pass the mic on.
Oh.
Let's get the next question over there. Oh, you've got a mic. Go for it. Please ask, sir. Thank you.
Just 30 seconds. Remember, not everyone can become a business person in this world. We have also elderly, accompanied children, and people living with disabilities. What are you doing to those people who might not be able to take up these activities of maybe doing businesses? Demand and supply as well. Have you done your marketing to know whether there is purchase power that can be able to buy the product that the people are given these grants to maybe do businesses?
Okay, good. There we go. So we got. Please keep your answers in your head. I just want to get another question in. There we go. Thank you, sir.
Hi, thank you. My name is Abdul Karim Jama. I'm with the City University of Mogadishu. I want to address earlier, there was a comment about the refugee hosting countries. And in Somalia, we are known for producing a lot of refugees. But also, I wanted people to know that there are also some refugees hosted in Somalia from Syria, from Yemen, from Sudan, and they have very progressive policies where they're not required to have work permits renewed or visas staying or starting businesses. So that's just for information. My comment has to do with providing financing to IDPs and refugees. And we had the experience with some help of vetting banks, working with banks. We work with Amal Bank in Somalia. And they provide training, we provide support, and experience have been that over 100,000 in one organization dollars spent, 100% of the money was returned, and it's in the second cycle. It would be good if larger organizations would provide additional funding for similar projects. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. And then just one more comment, and then I'm going to come back to the panel. That's for you. There we go, next to you. Okay.
Hi, my name is Divine Mugisha. I'm a Mastercard Foundation scholar student, but I'm also a refugee from Zerika refugee camp in Malawi. So my question goes, I know the conversation has been surrounding Kakuma refugee camp, but what are some of the, funding opportunities or, financial accessibility for refugees from across the continent? We have refugees in Malawi, we have refugees in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, in Tanzania, who are also in the same situation, with the cutting funding of USAID. UNHCR is stopping to give support to refugees, but we have not yet held things like Shirika Pran or any other support that is coming in for refugees. So for Sarah and Thomas, I know you are an international organization. What are you doing to extend your support to other refugee camps apart from here in Kenya? My last question is about community-based organizations. We all know that we have so many CBOs that are doing an incredible job in refugee camps. How are you also going to support CBOs that are non-profit in order for them to also access funding, because they are doing a good job and they are driving big impacts in refugee camps?
Thank you. All right, let's come to the panel. Would you like to pick it up?
All right, maybe I'll start with the question on what has not worked, and maybe I'll reframe that question as what have been the challenges. So, like I said, we partner with our brother developmental institutions, let's put them that way, and there's been specific programs that we were unable to launch in certain jurisdictions. Maybe I shouldn't name them, I mean, that's not an important detail. But amongst the challenges which have sort of constrained deploying these in the way that we wanted to within these jurisdictions was regulatory issues related to banking, again related to KYC, compliance issues, collateral, those types of challenges. And the way around it, or the second best solution we found around that, was to actually deploy these resources within these communities. So the way we figured it was that this was an indirect way of developing these communities, in the sense that you're actually injecting funding over there, so you're growing the existing businesses and you're creating, by doing so, opportunities for job creation and financial inclusion as well, so that you can actually avail opportunities in an indirect way for the refugees within these communities. So that was the way around it, and again, and those were the challenges.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thomas?
Yeah, I would like to give you a few points on the questions, if I can.
Please.
Yeah, so the first thing I want to say about what are the challenges and what... I don't want to flip the question over to the audience, but I think we, DFIs are able to invest at least in let's say at least in 3 sectors that I think are investable in the context of forced displacement: financial inclusion, financial services, energy, and agriculture. At least these 3 can be done, I think. What we need, I think, across the board is what we call market creation. We don't use that term at Proparco, but BI and FMO do. So we need bigger markets, less silos, so a commitment to build bigger markets through more refugee-friendly regulations, to open a business, to have a bank account, to get a loan. This is super important. Maybe unified systems, centralized systems in the humanitarian community to have cash transfers. So refugees have a credit history, a financial history when they enter the financial industry. That could help a lot. And more continuity between humanitarian efforts and developmental efforts as well. And that, it's going to take time, it's going to take years, but I think really it should be about enlarging the markets, and when the markets reach a critical size, you will see that investments will definitely happen. And I also wanted to say that, talk about financial innovation. It's one point I really wanted to say in the panel, is that financial innovation is important, but it shouldn't be seen as a magic formula, or we shouldn't have a tokenistic approach to financial innovation. If it all starts with a sound business model and a growing market. If you don't have that, there's no level of financial innovation that can fix the issue. Financial innovation should not be an end in itself. It should be serving a purpose. Financial innovation can allocate risks among different financial players on a transaction, but it's not going to solve the issues of a business model that is not working or a market that hasn't reached critical size. Regarding CBOs, just wanted to say that it's not Proparco's mission to finance CBOs, but we are part of a larger group from the French Development Agency, which is very committed to finance refugee-based organizations, and they have big programs for that.
Okay. Cyrillin, anything that you'd like to add? And the one question I know was a lot to do with other opportunities on the continent, because we have focused and spoken a lot about Kenya and Kakuma in particular, but not deliberately so, but I suppose because we are in Kenya, I know you operate in Kenya, but are there options for other refugees on the continent to come, for either one of you, I mean all of you, anybody on this panel, if you'd like to speak to that?
I think I could comment on the Equity Bank's reach. And essentially, for all our countries of operation, and that is DRC, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, South Sudan, and of course Kenya, we are supporting refugees. So the same, products, financial products that we're offering to refugees in Kenya are available to refugees and forcibly displaced persons in the rest of the countries. The partnership that we are implementing with IFC is only in Kenya for now, but we are looking at scaling in case then we form enough evidence that enables us to scale to the rest of our jurisdictions. We are happy to do so. But in terms of the other forms of support that we offer to refugees and displaced persons, host communities, they span across all our 6 countries of operation in Africa.
Okay. I know there's one more question over there, and then unfortunately, far from one more. Okay, I've opened a can of worms. Let's quickly get that one over there. Question there.
Yeah, my name is Bizo. I'm a refugee based here in Nairobi. I'd like to commend Equity for the work we are doing, including all of you as well. We are doing great work. for us as refugees. There is this program that Equity has developed on climate change across all the countries in the region. My question was, is there any particular consideration about the refugees in that particular program, or especially on climate change? You see, climate change is a global issue, and even the refugees, wherever they are, they contribute on climate change in one way or another through their activities. Now, my question was, because refugees are restricted, they know the countries where they are restricted, they are not that free like any other nationals. Now, my question was, do you have any consideration in that project on climate change, that program you have across the countries in the region for refugees? My question, can some CBO led by refugees apply to come up with some projects and they submit to you for support? So that was my question. Thank you.
Anyone? Equity?
Do you want to go?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So again, given the development impact of climate change, I think under this collaboration with Equity Bank, under the risk-sharing facility, any eligible green financing or climate change-related projects are more than welcomed. Of course, there would be given a priority in that sense because you have, like, let's put it this way, a double developmental angle to it: refugee support along with climate change support. So, Sarah Lynn, if you want to add, please go ahead.
Yeah, so there's provision for support in terms of refugees and any other, because the IFC facility is focused on 20% refugees, and 80% of the facility is focused on other arid and semi-arid counties. So for anybody who's eligible, and we are particularly supporting SMEs, there is a provision, and of course a little bit of preference for persons who are focusing on climate-related initiatives. So it has a very strong component on ESG. So if you come forward and you're taken through appraisal as a CBO, and you qualify, and we have flexible appraisal templates because of this guarantee and the backing thereof, then if you qualify, you then are eligible to get the facility as an individual, or even as a CBO or whatever group you would be working with. So we can have that discussion.
So I unfortunately can't take any more questions on this one, but what I can do is I can get a guarantee for my guests, if that is at all possible. If people would like to approach you, get their questions answered, come and speak to you personally for some of the issues that they have. We've got Sarah Lynn from Equity Bank, and of course, it sounds like they're wonderful opportunities that people can get from you, Salah at IFC, and then of course, Thomas, thank you as well, from Proparco. So please, try and get to our guests, speak to them directly, because we've got another panel that we need to move into now, which is going to further on what we've just discussed now. So I'm going to give our panelists a big round of applause, if you don't mind, and we'll move on. So thank you. Thank you so much. All right, you are welcome to step down as I move into the next part of the day's discussions. And as I say, this was really just a foundation for where we're going. And remember that this is what today is about. It is a forum where you have access to the people that are in the room. So please make sure that you utilize this opportunity. Go and speak to the role players here, because you never know what will come of it. So in this panel, we heard about the specific strategies that are available from the financial institutions. What we're going to do now is actually examine how these strategies translate into the real world, because that's what we want to know. That's what the questions you've been asking. And we want to identify what adjustments are actually needed to unlock the full potential for refugee markets. So we've got some great people that are going to come up and talk to us about this. First up, it's my pleasure to introduce Douglas Cox from Renuvia. Douglas, thank you. Habiba Suleiman from TGI Nigeria. Habiba, thank you very, very much. Julian Ola the CEO and, of course, co-founder of Inkomoko and one of our co-conveners for this. Thank you. And then we've got Amahoro, we've got Chris Sinano. Chris, thank you. And that's us. We got everybody up here, which is so lovely. So I don't want to waste too much time because, again, I want to try and get out into the audience to get this answered. So, Douglas, the first is for you. As a renewable energy company operating in very challenging context, I mean, one can only imagine what it's like. If you look at specific approaches outlined by the financial institutions that we heard here, which elements have proven most valuable to businesses such as yourselves? How does it work? What crucial improvements would actually transform capital flows of refugee hosting these things?
Cool, thanks. Well, I will try to make our sort of brief background as brief as possible.
Please.
I think I could talk about refugee electrification for, a lot of hours, but we have other things to do tonight, right? So just a quick history of our company. We started as a US-based solar company, but about 10 years ago, started up here in Kenya before expanding also to Nigeria. Here we focus on solar mini-grids. And so for those of you who aren't familiar, we find communities that are so far off the grid that it's unlikely they'll be connected to electricity at least for the next few decades. And then we build them not only their own power lines, which of course is important, but nothing if they're not connected to something, but then also the solar power plants that, in the communities that then generate the electricity that they can consume. We sell the power to customers, just like KPLC does to anyone who's living here, and we take payments on M-Pesa through smart meters, and so it's kind of this very innovative and integrated solution that we provide for communities that just don't have any other chance at electricity. The reason I'm here today is because I guess don't tell the other communities, but my favorite community is Kakuma Refugee Camp, where we've been working since 2019, starting from the far western side in Kalubei Settlement Village 1 in that area of Kakuma. We started there in 2019 with funding that came through GIZ, and then also some equity funding from investors in the US. And I'm going to list all these funders because you asked what's worked for us. Well, kind of. You're about to hear it, everything. So starting with equity and grant, and then in 2022, we expanded with amazing assistance from the IFC KKCF program, which you heard about earlier, the Kakuma Kalubei Challenge Fund. That was an incredible step up for us because it helped us to build the largest mini-grid in Kenya that's currently serving 3,000 homes and businesses. So do your math, but something like 15,000 humans receiving power right now from that in Kakuma. And then in just about a month, we're going to start construction on the phase 3 expansion. That's again taking funding from the KKCF program, and then also from the CEI Africa Foundation, which is mostly funded by KFW. That alongside a loan to make it all happen. So you've heard me say kind of all three pieces, equity, debt, and grant have all gone into this mix. That's worked for us because, partially, this is infrastructure funding, and I don't know if there's any country in the world that's ever built out its power systems without grant funding. Or I say grant funding, it probably didn't look like grant funding, just, taxpayer dollars, just subsidization, right? These are long-term investments, and I think, it's 2025. The word platform is kind of losing all its meaning in every way, but in a very literal sense, infrastructure is like a platform, right? It's something that we can all build up upon. And that's how every country in the world has seen it so far. And so I think that's why grant funding makes sense and continues to make sense for our business. But then also because as we've grown, as we've gotten more economies of scale, as solar components have gone down in price, which is something we're extremely thankful for. We're just kind of riding a wave that the rest of the world is pushing forward here. It's become easier to be a commercially viable business. And so at first, we weren't commercially viable in Kakuma. We were losing money. We were burning too much diesel, trying to keep the lights on for people, dealing with operating costs, harsh weather conditions, everything, right? A lot of that stuff costs a lot of money. What IFC did with their investment in 2022 was to bring us to the point where we're paying off our costs with the revenue from the customers. And I said it earlier, but I will just, say it again. We are selling electricity to our customers, to the refugees. They pay us. It's not like UNHCR pays us or something. It's we connect to them, they pay us. And that's been working quite well. After the expansion this year, where we're going to bring it now to 2.4 megawatts, will be the largest solar mini-grid in Africa, and it will be powering about 100,000 humans in Kakuma. We'll be not only paying off a loan and then returning money to equity, but obviously, I said that in the wrong order, but of course covering our costs, right? And so it's going to be a very very nice, I think, success story of how this can go. If you pay attention to the numbers, I said 100,000 people, that's a cool number, that sounds all great. There are about 300,000 people in Kakuma right now, and so we are very not satisfied by that situation. And then, of course, there's about 420,000 people living in Dadaab across the country. And so we are raising now for the next level of this, phase 4 in Kakuma, plus building for the first time in Dadaab, to cover every long-term resident of both of these refugee camps. And now that we've built up 6 years not only of operating history, of data through our smart meters, of experience, the pitch that we're making now is quite commercially viable, needs a lot less grant funding percentage-wise than it used to, and honestly just makes a lot of sense. So I'll just shamelessly, you know, there's a lot of deep pockets in the room. If you're interested in making money and doing good at the same time with me, come find me afterwards.
There's a solution. Yeah, like I said, I keep saying I wish I had 300 million on me as well.
Me too.
Yeah, exactly. We all do. We all do. But you're doing amazing work. That's so lovely to hear. It really is, and I hope it just gets bigger. Habiba, let me come to you now, because TGI Nigeria has really made bold investment decisions to invest and work with displaced people in Nigeria. So, again, I want to hear about the disconnects. What exists between how investors perceive refugee markets and the commercial realities that you actually experience on the ground?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us. So yeah, just to provide context, so TGI is a multinational. We're in about 13 countries. We're headquarters in Lagos, Nigeria. We do agribusiness, so end-to-end. You know, we're one of the leading agribusiness players across multiple value chains. Rice, for example, sesame, soya, shea, poultry, cotton, name it, about 7 or 8 value chains in the agribusiness vertical. And so what we do in this space largely is that we work from origination up until FMCGs or even exports, right? So rice, for example, we work with smallholder farmers in rural communities. So again, one of our models is we do not own commercial farms, and it's deliberate because we're very keen on working with communities to source. And so the Agro program that we run finances production. So what we do is we work with smallholder farmers on their farms. We provide all the agri-input financing, provide all the technical support, extension support, and then we guarantee offtake when they harvest. So that's how the model works. Now, these communities, as you know, are also the rural communities are where you find displaced persons, internally displaced persons, refugees, FDPs, really, right? And so it's really plug and play, because you then would have to come down to understand the context of these environments where you're working. What do they need differently? What do you need to do differently? And I think for us, it's about really that understanding and that learning about why we need to remodel and learn and how to tailor solutions to meet where they are. Now, in terms of the misconceptions, like you mentioned, business is really designed to just be profit-making, and so the idea is ROI, what am I getting at the end of the period where I'm lending that money? But I think one thing to really hone in here is that we can't be profit-driven at the onset when we're dealing with refugees. We can't really just be about what will come out of it. These are people that have lost everything, have hit rock bottom, and why are we about profit and interest and all those things at this point anyways? And I think really, this is why patient capital is very critical at this point, because you need to come back and say, how do I even get them to at least get back to something? They've lost everything. How do you not come with, I need you to pay me this amount plus that amount by this time? There's so much pressure. And I think one thing to note here is that if, for example, we loan to our friends, our family members all the time, sometimes they don't pay us, right? And at times you see that they made the money, but they just decided not to pay you this, but they lounge and they refuse to pay you back. In this context, these are people that may need to take their kids to hospitals or something. They need to feed their families. And so if they are unable to pay, why are we not patient enough to understand that the context is very different? Why are we not designing capital to really understand the context where these people are from, what they've gone through, and give them time if that's what it requires, right? And so I think one of the biggest misconceptions really is that we just look at the whole thing, one size fits all. It's business, this is what I should get out of it, without really understanding the context. Another thing is also, the financing models as well. So like I said, adding to that as well, we can't really do interest at current. So currently Nigeria commercial rates are about 34%, for lending. That's impossible.
Yeah,
That's really impossible for anybody to borrow. And so what we do really, will be loss making if you looked at it, because we'll borrow at that rate and we're giving them a non-interest. So if I gave you 100K worth of agri inputs, all I need is at the end of the farming season, give me back your 100K worth of produce, right? And so if there's, again, climate change, I think was reflected in the last panel, what happens if they lost everything to flooding? What happens if they lost everything to, to disease? All of these things are possibilities that we need to, capture in designing and programming as well. And so I think there has to be really that deliberate effort. Another thing is, I think we overestimate the risk. So again, I'm not saying it's all unprofitable and is loss-making. No, they pay back. They're very motivated. They're very honest. They're very credit-worthy people. Because really, who's more motivated than someone that has lost everything and has to start from scratch? And so I think even that resilience they have, I think we need to give it more room to shine and understand that these are people that will go all the way, because you're giving them a chance, really. And so I think for us, it's really paid off. So currently we have 100% recovery rates on those loans that we give to farmers. We guarantee markets. They're doing good. They're, providing good quality raw materials because you're training them, you're providing extension support. And so I think, more investors, I think these platforms are good because we probably need to tell more people that you need to get in that space. You need to invest in smallholder farmers, and help them get to where they need to get to. In terms of what we need to do better, like I said, you highlighted grants. It can't be overemphasized. At that level, this is what they need first. And then maybe you start to move to maybe make some profit, and that's fine. But at the very beginning, can we tailor something where can you just get your money back without losing any of it? I think that's fair enough for a start. And then obviously give them a chance. Again, I think another thing we do wrongly is maybe we homogenize refugees. So in Nigeria, for example, because of how big the country is, refugees from the north and south are very different. So the skills, so the guys in the north are probably agrarian, from agrarian communities. They are good farmers and all of those. In the south, in Lagos, they are more skill-based. And so if your solutions, again, is not tailored to take that into consideration, you'll miss it from the very start, right? And so I think these conversations are very critical to allow us to really redesign and take into consideration what the context is before we design solutions.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think putting it into a massive context here, the risk is so high, but the returns are just as high, and that's the reality. Julian, how do you do it? Let's go there, because when I look at what you guys have done at Inkomoko, I mean, you're the largest lender to micro and small refugee entrepreneurs in Africa, not sub-Saharan, in Africa. How do we do this? How do we work this and make sure that what we're talking about here is translated into assisting refugees who have these brilliant ideas and yet just don't have the means?
Thanks, Leanne. Thanks for that question. And just getting right down to it, how do we do it? Well, we just do it. You just do it. Like, and I'll go into a little bit more detail about this, surely. But first, let me just explain a little bit about what Inkomoko does. We provide capital to micro and small businesses, mostly in displacement-affected communities. We've worked with around 100,000 businesses in 5 countries in Africa. We have a 97% repayment rate on our investments. Thank you. And I want to specifically call out, we say investments and we actually mean debt financing, but we also mean Sharia-compliant Islamic financing, because I don't think that anyone should have to choose between their faith and access to capital. So we want to make sure that we are inclusive as possible. Over the last decade, this work has impacted about 1.2 million lives, and we're not satisfied with this. And let me tell you, thank you for the clapping. But I had a really honest conversation with one of our friends and partners in Ethiopia, where we shared these stats, right? 100,000 businesses, 1.2 million lives. We want to be at 500,000 entrepreneurs by the end of the decade. And the guy from the government of Ethiopia said to us, Add one more zero. Add one more zero. Because I think this is the hard talk. Forced displacement has basically tripled in the last decade. What we are doing now is insufficient. What we are doing now needs to be done more, and what we are doing now needs to be done in partnership with so many other organizations. But I think, Leanne, to your very good question, the simple answer is we just need to do it. We just need to be brave. And when we started lending to refugees in 2016, 100% of the people we asked said, don't do it. They said, don't. They said, refugees don't understand loans. They only understand grants. You're never going to get your money back. And we said, you guys have never then been in a displacement-affected community. There's capital turning over every single day. There are informal lenders. There are people there who are taking a chance on businesses because of trust, because of understanding the community. And so we said, well, we're not going to believe you outsiders to not do it. We're going to believe the people who live there, and we're going to believe the businesses there, and we're just going to do it. And you know what? We're just going to take a risk. And that risk has paid off, and we're going to continue to take the risk. And at the last Global Refugee Forum, we committed to investing $150 million US in displacement-affected communities through micro and small business loans by 2027. And that's going to give us a lot of data, and a lot of data that we can give to you guys and any of your friends or colleagues or people who are considering doing this. Because as an organization that takes in philanthropic capital, we believe that one of our duties is then to use this basically as research and development for other private sector companies to come in and do this work with us. So that's one of the ways that we do it. And I would say that the other thing that's so important is that we hire people from the community. It's really hard to invest in displacement-affected communities from London or Dubai or, well, in the US we don't do that, so. But hire people from the community because the people from the community know the best places to invest. Because there's no better person that understands their market than the person who lives there. And if you want to get a return on your investment and if you want to continue to invest in those, well then hire people who are great at seeking talent, who are great at seeking opportunities, and that's how you're going to grow your portfolios. So I'm happy to answer any questions, I'm happy to take any comments, but I'm also happy to share our data. And I'm happy to share our experience and then take it. We are very, very open source because this issue is just increasing so significantly that, like Ahmed said in the panel on Sudan, doing as much as we can isn't good enough anymore. We have to do whatever it takes. And that means bringing more people into this group. For many people who've been doing this for a long time, it's been very lonely. It's incredible to see a much bigger group today than it was in previous fora. But to newcomers, come in and move fast and be big, right? And we're all here to help. So thank you.
So, Julian, I'm not going to end there. I just want to ask you one more question because I'm reading some really interesting statistics, and I want you to tell me if they're true or not, because you know the numbers. I'm sure a lot of other people know the numbers. But I find it very difficult to understand why boardrooms ignore refugee-led investments, if this fact is true. So I'm reading that, according to the Refugee Investment Network, the global refugee market is estimated at over $70 billion annually in purchasing power. Is something like this true? And if so, why the hell are corporates and banks and financial institutions in the private sector ignoring a figure like this?
Well, I can't speak for all corporations, but our thinking is outdated. Our thinking is really outdated. I think two reasons. We had a great conversation with one of our financing partners in Ethiopia, the second largest commercial bank in the country. And we partnered with them on doing some lending in several of displacement-affected communities. And they were quick to jump on, and we said, well, why haven't you done this before? And they said, well, we were never asked. So one, I think it's access to information. It's access to understand this. But I would also challenge us as private sector. Gosh, I mean, Apple wasn't asked to create an iPhone, right? We have to be visionaries. We have to see opportunities. We have to continue to create markets, and we have to listen to potential customers, but we have to take risks. And so I think one of the reasons why boardrooms are not paying attention in this place is, one, we as people doing this work, we need to get out information, market sizing information that encourages people to come in. We also have to invite more people to come see great investment opportunities. And as private sector, we need to shift our thinking. We need to get out of the systems that worked 10 years ago, because those systems aren't going to work 10 years from now. And it's on us to say, how are we going to push systems? I mean, if you ask a displaced person to help us better understand how to do this work, then we're missing an opportunity, and we're putting too much pressure on that. So I think we need to be more bold, and we need to be more brave.
Thank you. Thank you for easing some curiosity in my brain. Chris, let's come to Amahoro now. And for your organization, also one of our partners here, it's really proving that grant capital in complex contexts ensure that communities are empowered. That, at the end of the day, is really what we want to see. But it requires not vulnerabilities are worsened. So my question is, what safeguards or adaptive mechanisms do you employ to mitigate these unintended harms?
Thank you for that question. So my role at Amahoro is really spending deep time with the fellows. And the one thing that we know about money is that people are always worried when you deploy the money, will it really be used for what it's intended? Yeah. So the first part of control for us, or let me talk about the framework. We have a CCC framework: capacity, the community, and the financial control. So from a capacity point of view, it's about ensuring that before the money gets into the fellow's hand, we have built them up. So we spend 9 months through a long route of leadership courses, first leading themselves, learning to lead themselves, understanding the area of the business that, or the opportunity or the social enterprise that they want to work in, and helping them build robust plans. If they already have an existing enterprise, then we build that capacity. You've seen some of our fellows on the stage today talking about what we've been able to help them do. We also help to give them market access in terms of connecting them to people who can help make their ecosystem for that opportunity better. So first is capacity. The second is that as we take them through the program, we ensure that we ensure that there is a link to the community. Because one of the values when you go through the Amahoro Fellowship is that you come out ensuring that you're hiring people from the community, both the host community and the refugee community. So that's the second part of it. And the last one is that we, as Amahoro, I think we've made one of the single largest investment in any refugee enterprise at the level of about $150,000. But some of this is stage-gated. And so over a period of time, you deliver certain milestones. And of course, that helps us build trust. And as that trust is being built, we're able to deploy more capital. But those would be the three. The CCC framework is what we use to basically deploy capital. Ultimately, it's about trust. And then ultimately, over the period of the fellowship, we get to know these people, and we're able to work with them better.
I very quickly want to go to the floor and just get, again, one or two questions. So there's a hand over here. So if we've got one, I can already see my first three hands. 1, 2, and 3. I'll stick on this side of the room now, and I'll see if I've got time to go back to that side. Okay, do you want to stand up? There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, I'm Chanwat James, a team leader for Kirandongo Video Advocate. I'm a refugee born in Uganda, grew up in Kakuma, and got matured in Uganda. Therefore, I have experience of the both two settlements. With today's presentation, I became the most jealous human being in the house. All the conversations lies Kakuma, Nairobi, Ethiopia. Uganda is one of the leading refugees hosting country in East Africa. And I come from one of the settlements hosting the highest number of the Sudanese refugees right now. The Sudanese community, they are not into agriculture. We, the South Sudanese, we are much into agriculture. Now, the Sudanese are brought into the settlement where people are practicing agriculture, yet their background is entrepreneurship or business. Now, here, I'm first sending the question to the crowd. Who told you that refugees cannot pay loan? To the house. That is your question. Think about it. The investors, the colleagues, who told you that refugees cannot pay loan? That refugees are dwelling on grant. Don't give us grant, give us a loan. Check whether we shall not pay. That is for you. For the house. For the panel, for the people in front of us. Why? Because I'm the voice of the Kirandongo refugees settlement. Why are you keeping yourself and you don't read to us? Okay. I kept this same question to you when we're in Kigali. Why can't you come to Kirandongo? Don't you think those refugees also need the same service? Why can't we extend our services beyond Kakuma, beyond Nairobi? But let us reach to the rest of the settlement. In Uganda, we have 11 districts hosting refugees. I'm just a representative of Kirandongo. But we have Palabek, we have Bidi. I know most of you are well familiar with Bidi. Please, when we extend our services beyond Ethiopia, beyond Kakuma, beyond Nairobi, I think the rest of the refugees will have that access. But my question here is, why can't you reach to us? What makes you not reach Kirandongo? And what makes you not reach Uganda? Thank you.
Okay, I'll let you respond in a short moment. I just want to get these last two comments, and then I'm gonna close the comments from the floor because I've got something else I need to go to. But these comments that you're saying, so I think it was the lady in the grey jacket and the gentleman there with the, I don't know, it looks like a white and black, white shirt, black jacket. There we go. Okay.
Oh, okay. My name is Karen Birunji, and I'm a banker from Uganda Centenary. So I know he's very happy because I'm from Uganda. And yes, your questions and concerns are really valid. Now, I want to first address Chris. What is your future plan? You know, when you give grants, it's very good, it spurs innovation, and it, of course, creates fulfillment. One of our challenges as the financial sector right now is that there is a perception amongst persons of concern to be really considered for grants, which is very good. Now, after the US executive orders, realize that there is a lot of changes in funding. What picture and journey are you painting for sustainability, because we don't want to create an impression that grants shall always be there. 2, how are you managing gender lens investments as Amahoro Coalition, again for sustainability? Because the issues to do with gender are very, very critical. How do you ensure that you promote gender equity? Then lastly, to Sarah, what target segments are you looking at? I'm really particularly interested in this subject because I know that refugees are segmented. And just like he earlier on shared, the refugees in every country are unique. So Uganda's refugee policy is a little bit different and admirable on the global map. So I want to hear your experiences on how you're managing different contexts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then our very final comment from... There we go. Thank you.
It's actually amazing when you have discussions basically around finances. And I think it's important to actually mention that my bosses are here and my bosses are refugees. I think they're somewhere there, not 1 or 2. They're around 3 beautiful ladies. I work for them, a beautiful initiative we have running. While it's important to actually build systems and structures that actually majorly center around infrastructure, resources, and all that, how do we try to actually now close that gap by including refugees when it comes to policy? Policy conversations, creating bigger structures that not only Inkomoko, not only Amahoro can actually follow through, but when it's, I think, any international bank, any international financing partner, when they want to come work with the refugee, they already find already established structure that's actually working through, pushing through. So I think it's important to see how to build such conversation. We have beautiful people, beautiful refugees here working. My name is David, I forgot to say my name. I am part of a youth think tank that's actually now basically working on that, whereby we create policies, we train these refugees on matters of master classes, how to actually run their funding, their businesses, their organization. So I think there's actually a bigger need. While we see the short-term goals of giving funding, giving grants, giving loans, importantly also going the full 9-yard and building the systems and structures that can be replicated globally 50 years to come. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much to the 3 of you for your comments here. Very quickly, let's get just responses, but if we can keep them very, very, very short so we can try and get a little bit more in. Please, Chris, over to you.
Yeah, so first of all, we love Uganda. We really love Uganda because of your refugee policy, for example, but talking about us as Amahoro, 13 of our fellows are actually from Uganda. And to answer your question on the 13, please clap. About the gender lens, 60% of the fellows are actually female. So we didn't put a gender lens, but we've ended up with more female entrepreneurs. To your question on grants, at this point, we're looking at a payback of 0 if we decide, in terms of implementation, that as the businesses and enterprises grow, and this could be year 3 or year 4, they're allowed to pay back the original so that we can put it back in the pool and we can give it to other people. But the idea here is let's spark the initiatives, let's boost some of the existing businesses, and let's get people who are actually operating, thriving enterprises that can hire and they can give hope to the communities, both the host and the refugees. Thank you very much.
Maybe I can answer the question. My friend, I love this question about why we are not working in Uganda. And I love this forum because of what Isaac mentioned earlier is the opportunity for connections. Here we have our other friend, a banker from Uganda. Why do we need an outsider to come in to do financing when you already have so many wonderful financial institutions that already exist in Uganda? And we have people here who are now learning about ways to do better, more contextually accurate financing in each one of the locations. And so what Inkomoko can commit to, I don't know if we can commit to coming to Uganda or not. That's something we have to put into a plan. But what we can commit to is we can actually work with existing financial institutions already in Uganda to say, here is what has worked for us. But since we don't know the market deeply, and you do, here are ways that you can then add or adapt your model, taking some of the learnings and making it even better. So that's what I would challenge you to turn and connect with the financiers who are already working, and then connect us so that we can share as best we can.
Great. Sarah, I'm not sure if there was a question that you wanted to take. Are you good? Yeah, I'm not sure. Is there anything, Habiba, did you want to respond? I think there was something coming your way.
Yes, I think I
Please.
just wanted to speak to that whole grant something, right? So grants are not sustainable for sure, but it helps to de-risk initial investments, because if the community is very vulnerable, like refugees and IDPs and all of those, there's no collateral. In fact, they can't go and borrow from conventional banks because there's nothing to offer. And so at that very beginning, they need something to help them. Another thing is there's intangibles involved. So if you want to finance agribusiness, for example, you need to train them. You need to provide extension support. You need to provide all of those sorts of things that private sector will not necessarily finance. You need grants to allow for those things to happen, to build their skills, to do all those sorts of things. And so this is quite important. And like I said, it's very key that when we're designing for this, this segment, we're looking at what is very contextual. You have people that are widows, you have children that are orphans. And so how do we allow for us, to provide solutions that take all of these nuances into consideration when we're coming in with solutions in these communities? And so it helps at the very beginning. And then as you move, like you said, very important, because the plan is get them to become viable businesses. And like you said, not everybody wants to be a farmer, rightly so. If you want to start to do something yourself, how do we help you to get to where you need to get to? Probably you don't even have the skills. And you say, oh, you know what? I want to start making bags. Or I want to start building something. How do we get you to build those skills? We should be able to come together and help for that to happen. And so if people can come and leverage finances and time, and grants really do not have to be funds. You can come and volunteer and say, I'm going to train this number of people, build those skills, and then help them to start up something, right? So that's really where we're saying that, look, the current commercial lending rates, for example, in Nigeria, I don't know about Kenya, is not feasible to finance viable projects in the displacement space. And so we need to be deliberate. And even to financial institutions and DFIs, how do you tailor funds that please would cater to these specific nuances and peculiarities in these communities so that businesses can go and invest and private sector are incentivized to go to those places and invest. So that's really it. I just wanted to add that.
I want to get Suhail. Where are you, Suhail? There you are. Can I get a mic to you for 1 second? I just want you to comment on one thing, if you don't mind. And it's very much so just a question in terms of what shifts need to be taken to enable more inclusive private capital for the underserved markets. I think it's an important point, if you don't mind, from your perspective to perhaps just very briefly tell us about that.
No, thank you very much. I mean, since morning, and I will start from where Kelly ended, we are trying to fix a square peg into a round hole.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm Suhail Awan, I work with UNHCR Kenya operation. And then I will move here. Uganda, 1.8 million refugees and population almost similar size of Kenya, more or less 5-6 million difference. But Uganda only has 12 microfinance institutions. I'm just giving you a context. Whereas Kenya has 46 microfinance institutions, 58 licensed digital financial institutions. Kenya started this M-Pesa. This was the piloted between Vodafone and Grameen in 2003, right? So, I mean, it's the market. But again, now you come to Kakuma and Dadaab and refugees, 50,000 being hosted. 45% are between age 18 to 59. The poverty is 73% in host and 75% multidimensional poverty in refugees in Dadaab. It's 86% in Turkana, 82% in Kakuma, and 83% in Kalobe. Labor force participation is only 9% in Kakuma in refugees as compared to 40 plus something percent. So if we read all these big figures, that brings us to what was being said. Challenge is too big, and the uptake is too small. Now, there are two things. One is this, market-based capital for entrepreneurs, MSMEs and all that. But then there is a energy challenge, clean energy challenge, and it's a private sector market-based solution only can resolve that. Then, Renewia. So on, so forth. There are so many challenges if you look into it. What is basically needed? In my humble understanding, and I can be wrong in this, perhaps I'm the most, incompetent person in this hall. Ecosystem approach is needed. Regulatory frameworks are the first thing. You asked a question about refugee investment networks, why the corporations don't see that. What happens in most of the refugee hosting countries, political and regulatory uncertainty is number one. Why private sector does not invest? Then the security, then the access. Refugees are put in the areas which are the most inaccessible in the country. Asal in case of Kenya, arid, semi-arid lands. From Dadaab to Garissa, there is a road which cannot be built in last 3 decades. And it will just take few million, right? So, so on and so forth. In fact, what is needed, a complete ecosystem approach. We need to get away from grants. We need to get away from concessional. Yes, it is important, but then it needs to have a whole graduation approach. Yeah. Because if we really want to, somebody mentioned here, after these very complex positions taken by certain countries, funding going to the defense and others, and the kind of a squeezing envelopes we are seeing, if we want to really capitalize on even this $300 million which Mastercard today is donating, this will end, in few days. So are we coming up with the sustainable, scalable solutions, whatever we are doing? The question is, and the answer is no. Yeah. Because still, in case of refugee camps, though, there is a $20 million this risk-sharing facility by IFC, there is a 1 billion shilling credit guarantee facility by SIDA with Kenya Commercial Bank, so on and so forth, but still only 3 players. Inkomoko, Equity Bank, and Kenya Commercial Bank, as compared to huge Kenyan financial sector players. Why they are not there? Because the ecosystem is missing. Regulatory regime is missing. Enabling regulatory regime is important, which is, we are trying to help work with the World Bank, and we are trying to fix that, and Central Bank of Kenya, now refugees are part of National Financial Inclusion Strategy, Sharika plan, so on and so forth. But ecosystem approach is needed to scale and to look at things differently, because, 5,000, 10,000, that's not an enough number. The challenge is so big, we need to come up with a solution where we can scale. And we can only scale where we work in coalitions, in partnerships. No one alone can do that. Yeah. The solution is partnerships, but again, looking at the whole ecosystem, right? Each and every player is important. There is, I think a Kuman fund was also here, and there are several investment funds available, but they are unable to go there in refugee hosting. And there are viable businesses. Renewia is in front of us. Refugees pay back. That's how the microfinance started. The gentleman who was the teacher of Dr. Yunus, he said that the microfinance loans go to the poor, and poor are credit worthy. Dr. Akhtar Hamid Khan, from whom this Grameen was inspired and everything. So that's there. Refugees are credit worthy, but the point is, are we doing enough? Still, the documentation does not help. When documentation does not speak, it does not speak to the credit, registry, when it does not speak with the credit registry, a financial institution its ability to lend becomes limited because they don't have credit history, right? So on and so forth. Unless we look at sustainable responses, looking at things, exit approach should be there from the day one. Whether it's, and especially the more responsibility comes to us, because we as a key enabler, we need to look at things differently now. We cannot feed people forever.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sohail, thank you very much from the UNHCR, just giving us, again, guys, this is a conversation. Unfortunately, I can't carry it on, but it's something that you realize how important this is. This is probably one of the biggest conversations and biggest issues that are affecting. And when we talk finance, when we talk the gap in this, we talk about the logistics, it's very difficult. But I thank all of you for tackling it on head on. Can I end as we started? Are you happy with what you've heard here? Guys, you kicked us off. I mean, they know, look at them, trying to put the mics back on. I'm putting you on the spot. Are you happy? Do you feel like we're moving? Or do you feel like...
I think a lot has been said, but still.
A lot has been said.
A lot has been said, right?
A lot has been said.
But just to make it easy, a lot has been said, but it's time for action.
Yeah.
So make it short. Let's put what we've discussed today into action and create more awareness for those that are back in the camps that are not here today to get to understand what we've discussed today and help them out. And Julian, you said earlier that we should come in and move in fast. We are ready. Are you ready? Thank you.
Okay. Just to circle back to where he stopped. We need to begin to build the ecosystems from country base. I love what you're doing in Nigeria, but the key guys are not in. I know how big you are, and you can pull the big guys on your side. And for me as an individual, I'll take it upon myself to make the noise, to create the awareness so that a lot of persons can come in and see what is there. Many businesses in Nigeria are not aware the opportunities in this sector. And I would take it upon myself with the representative of Amahoro working on private partnership in Nigeria to really drive this, to get them to be aware. So for all of us seated here, there is something you can do in your own little space to advance this conversation from a talk to an action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for participating. I got to wrap this session, and there you go. You see, 1 point. You better make it quick.
I may not make it quick. I'm a marketer. Good afternoon, everybody. I understand I was on the screen this morning jumping up and down because my products were
yes,
at the wholesale.
Yes.
My name is Marianne Musangi. I am managing director of Hako Industries. We're a manufacturing company. We operate in 11 countries across Africa. I want to ask a question. How many private sector people are here? To the organizers, I think that's where lies the problem. If we need to make a change, as was communicated before and we've heard on this stage, we need to get more private sector people in this room. And I'm not seeing enough of them. I may be right saying I'm probably the only manufacturer, but I know you do some manufacturing. You're here. Okay, 2, 3, right, on one hand, right? I went to Kakuma yesterday. Thank you very much to Amahoro, UNHCR, for taking us on that lovely jet. And we went to a wholesaler, Claude. You saw me jumping up and down on screen. My products had reached, despite the poor logistics, had reached the town. I forget the name of the town, but it was just outside Kakuma camp, and Kolo Bay. What action needs to happen and what private sector needs to realize? There is a whole potential market that is based in these camps. They eat, they drink, they require products, they build, they work. We must also realize that these people, when they come there, are educated. We saw some serious talent yesterday. Mm-hmm. They have skills. It's a viable labor force. Now, for me, who sells product in Sudan, in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Burundi? Why can't I source for labor, for salespeople, for technical people who can work in my factories when I'm doing business in their markets? These are such opportunities where private sector look for the return on investment. Right here is return on investment. Right here are potential consumers. And that's how we need to look at it. I am willing, I will also take the stand like yourself, Amahoro, UNHCR. I sit on the board of Kenya Association of Manufacturers. I am the chairperson for women in manufacturing in Kenya. I will take you to make a presentation to the Association of Manufacturers.
Amazing.
I think I'll stop there.
That is a brilliant place to stop, because you're going to get, and that's what I was saying earlier, is that I don't know if these facts are true, but if it is true, why are we not tapping into this? And we need, granted it is the end of the day, and I am hoping there was a lot more of the private sector in this room, which I do think they were, but I mean, $70 billion annually in purchasing power. What is wrong with us? Because it is helping everyone. If you want to make money, and we are in a capitalist world, that's the way to do it, and you're helping at the same time. Guys, thank you to all of you for being on the panel. Thank you so much. I know we can't carry on, but we could, but we can't, so go away. I'll get you back on here later. Before we end, we go into the final closing for today. I want all of you just to hold I want you to hold the beads that you got around your neck. Because I was holding them the whole time. For some reason, I was holding them in the refugee camp yesterday, and I didn't know why. But I want you to hold in your hand, and what you've got in your hand right now is heart. It is made with love. You have helped somebody just by being here. Those lanyards and the beadwork that you've got on there was made by 112 refugee artisans from Gambela region of Ethiopia. Yes, yes. They now live in South Sudan. They partnered with Inkomoko for this, and they created these conference lanyards. They are handmade, they are beautiful, they are heavy, they are thick. You feel them, and you feel that what is in there is the work of 70% single mothers and widows who've honed their skills into this beadwork. And you're making a difference. You are making a difference. And this is amazing. And this is a vital source of their livelihood that we are supporting right now. So please cherish this. Cherish this lanyard. Take it home. Love it. Enjoy it. And I have to also say something here today. I am the first female to be here hosting this conference. And yeah, I need to say that. And it will not be the last time. I can promise you that much. Women need to be represented. We need a voice. And today I have seen a lot of powerful, strong women voices that have been present here today. And that is unbelievable. So ladies, give us a round of applause. That's it. We're all in. We're all in. I'm being cheeky. I know I'm being cheeky, but that's okay. That's me. I'm just cheeky and naughty. Where am I? We're going to end now, aren't we? Where I've bring in the big guys up here, the big guns, as we talk about the joint leadership reflections now. This is where I welcome on stage two individuals who work on organizations that have the ability to resource and to power the solutions we've heard today. They're going to have a very quick conversation here for us between themselves. And I've got Andira Kara, who's the program manager at IKEA Foundation. And I've also got Musin Hassan, who is the Managing Director, Awards Data and Learning at Lever for Change. And they're going to talk to each other and have a conversation about this. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Great. Before we actually start, we had a wonderful lunch, so I'm just going to quickly improvise and maybe ask everybody to just stand up where you are for just a few seconds. Please, everybody just stand up. Let's just move a little bit. I think the DJ might play something in the background, you know. People just, kukutingika, as we say in Kenya, tuwatingika kidogo. So, and then just maybe, look to the person next to you. Maybe you didn't get a chance to say hi, just hi. Shake hands, high five, Just move a little bit.
Peppermint or chewing gum? I swear to God, now we know. We can eat these with a good heart.
My name is Fariji Napa.
I'm from Ituri, Northeastern Democratic Republic of Congo. And I'm going to give a story of a lost village. He's the one who said. He's the one. Thank you so much. Dans mon village où je suis né, papa était là, oh, maman était là. Dans mon village où je suis né, tout était bien et tout marchait bien. C'était à 1999. Mon village Blukwa était sous le feu. Kasahau ya kwamba Mungu alituumba tuishi pamoja, hata toboi koyokana, lelo pe toboi kosangana, ya motu ya boyokanga, na nzembo yo. Mon village, mon beau village disparu. Thank you so much. That is my story. Enjoy your time. And thanks for having us.
Thank you so much. Please give it up again for Fariji Napa. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Just very quickly, Fariji Napa is a Congolese musician, originally from Bunia in DRC. He's currently seeking refuge in Kenya. Faridi won the African Sings Korean Soul competition in 2013, which supported him to record an album in 4 different languages, in Lingala, in Kiswahili, in French, and Korean. Please give it up to Fariji again.
And when he was performing, I couldn't, when I was watching everyone, there were people who were shedding tears. Did you notice that? Look at your neighbor. Can you see any tear in their face? That's how real that was for most of us. So, Mohsen.
Yes.
Yes. You want her to say a word, yeah? Yes, absolutely.
We will. اوكي تفضلي. السلام عليكم. كيف حالك؟
تمام.
ايش اخبارك؟
كويسة.
So niambie, unaonaje conference inaendeleaje? How's everything?
Masaa imekuwa kidogo sana.
Okay. Let's switch it back to English so people are not shocked that we're not going to speak in a language. But this is a demonstration of kind of those of us who have this experience of fleeing and living in many places, and some of the themes that emerge today. I think in this conversation, what we're going to do is just share some of these themes very quickly. But before we kind of delve into those reflections, I know they kind of introduced us, but most of us are more and beyond just our names and titles. So, Andira, very quickly, can you just maybe speak to your journey? Why are you here? How have you found yourself, at IKEA today? Just kind of talk us through that very briefly, if you're able.
I'm gonna put it very short. I know we're really tired because I can go on for hours. And I think if you were keen, since the story of Since in the Morning, all these stories represent just who Andira is. I'm originally from Sudan, a place called Nuba Mountains, and I've lived in Kenya since I was very little, maybe since 9 years old. And now I live in the Netherlands. Is it a blessing? Is it a fate? Is it real? But that's who I am. Mohsen, tell me, who are you?
That's a good question. Well, yeah, as you've heard, my name is Mohsen Hassan. I am today based in Chicago in the United States. That's where I call home. But I'm first and foremost a child of the continent, and particularly Kenya. This is where I was born and raised, to a father of Yemeni origin, with some Ethiopian and Somali also in me, right? So just in many ways, a child of East Africa. And it's great to be back. Actually, the last time I was back home in Nairobi was 9 years ago. So I'm so excited to be back. But that is me in short. Somebody who has always been passionate about displacement and continue to contribute in however small ways I can in positions where I can sit and kind of influence conversations. But yeah, so let's get into it really quickly. Could you maybe share a little bit? We've had a fantastic agenda today. Shout out to Amahoro and the conveners and the planners, a great agenda to keep us engaged. So could you maybe just reflect very briefly, what themes, stories really resonated with you today, throughout the conversations that we've heard?
Very briefly again, I think what stood up for me since morning is the stories were told by real people who experienced these stories. Is not often what we see. There was a lot of words that were shared as well since morning, and I think a lot of them, were Ubuntu. I heard about Umoja, I heard about Mahaba, I heard about inclusion, but another word that was very common was trust. And it came up in wonderful thing. And it says when it lacks, something needs to be done, and when it's not there, we need to question it. But again, there was also another word, inspire. a lot of people said we were inspired. I was with the team yesterday going to Kakuma, and everyone, when the question was asked, how was your journey? For me, I was going home. It was a reminder. For me, it was about commitment. That is what I take. That has been my reflection. Oh, Sid, tell me about it.
Thanks for sharing that. I think similar to you, I think I heard a lot of themes, those of us who are here since the morning. One thing that emerged to me very saliently was this concept of, it's very obvious actually, and it's a sad state of the kind of reflection of the state that we're in today, that we have to say this, which is we need to invest directly in refugee-led organizations, right? That's a theme that's come up throughout the conversations. And I say because, again, I was involved in a challenge that we were running, focused on durable solutions for those who've experienced forced displacement. And in one of the virtual visits that we had, where one of the 5 teams, they were all competing for a $12 million grant. And they had an opportunity to actually speak to the donors who are backing this. And these are folks from the private sector. And I'll come back to this around kind of what we do at Lever for Change and how this ties into this. And he made he put it much more eloquently than I will attempt right now. I'm quite jet lagged, to be honest. But he said, when we actually speak, for example, today about we need to support women-led organizations, right? Or the gender lens, right? It is absurd if somebody claims that I'm all about supporting women initiatives. And then if you look at the organizations that are funded, those organizations are all led by men, for example, right? That's something that we will not accept today, even in this sector. But then when it comes to refugee work, we don't really see that reflected, right? Everybody talks about localization. Those of us who have been in this sector have heard this for decades. So we all recognize that it's something that needs to be done. But when you look at the majority of funding, when it comes to humanitarian work, very, very little, something around 0.01% actually goes directly to refugee-led organizations, right? So that's something that we really need to address. And the other thing that came up for me is this notion of resilience, right? That just by virtue of going through these very traumatic experiences, right? A lot of those of us who have actually gone through forced displacement, somebody earlier said it can either make you or break you, right? And this is something that you see even in the workforce, the resilience that characterizes a lot of individuals who have actually gone through displacement, right? And these are qualities that in the workforce are actually very essential, right? In terms of making a worker driven, right? I think Barakat mentioned that, for example, the drive that a lot of us have or bring to their work. So these are some of the key themes that I saw or I heard that really resonated with me.
Thank you so much, Maxine. There was one thing that I wanted to ask you as well. Yeah. I think we've talked a lot here, and I think when we were getting introduced, there was something to do with the big pockets, and we can be able to get the work done as well. I want you to talk about what's the effective way, where do we start, and where can people collaborate as well in these spaces?
No, that's a great question. When I met Isaac a few years ago, and he told me about Amahoro and what you all are trying to do, it really resonated with me because one of the things that you see in this space is when people hear displacement, refugees, solutions around these issues, people always think this is the remit of government. This is the remit of the UN and the various agencies within the UN, or nonprofit sector, or philanthropy. And the reality is that it's not. The private sector has a role to play also in the solutions that we want to allow, especially if we're talking about bold solutions. And that's where, for example, our work at Lever for Change actually comes into play, where we recognize that it is hard to give. Quite frankly, if you are a donor with deep pockets, right? We work at institutions and maybe are in circles where we interact with people with deep pockets, not our own deep pockets, unfortunately. But it is difficult sometimes to know where to start, right? There's so many organizations doing fantastic work. We want to give, and we want to give responsibly, right? I think even some of the earlier speakers mentioned this point, right? The gentleman there mentioned, for example, giving loans to refugees because they will be accountable, they will pay back, right? So how do you navigate that system? And then on the other hand, if you are an organization, if you're a change maker, a problem solver, how do you access opportunities? How do you access funding that truly push you to be bold, right? If I'm talking about, for example, improving education outcomes in Kakuma, and I come in as a funder and I say, here's $10,000, what can you do as a change maker? Whatever you design as a change maker will be commensurate to the $10,000, which is nothing, right? So what we're trying to do is incentivize, on one hand, donors to give larger and much more at significantly higher levels, because truly we need a lot more philanthropic capital to go into this sector, more capital from the private sector to go into this space. But then what we've seen is that that also incentivizes change makers to be bold in their approach, to think bigger, to think outside the box, right? So we give grants that typically are minimum of $10 million. We have open calls that really make it easier, because you don't need to know who I am, for example, or a program officer or anything like that, right? You don't need to be able to attend conferences where you can rub shoulders with funders. It's transparent, it's open, we're inviting people to participate, and then it's really the merit of your idea, as evaluated by your peers, first and foremost, and then others from the sector, a diverse range of expertise, right? So really democratizing expertise. And this is a great way to actually foster collaboration. So if you are a private sector player or an interested donor and you don't have the infrastructure, for example, you can still actually do something, right? There's others like you, and you don't need to be able to set up a whole foundation to do something about refugees or any issue that you're passionate about. So just want to put that out there. Again, if you're not familiar with who we are, leverforchange.org. If you're a change maker, plenty of opportunities. Please check us out. Please apply. We're actually going in June, for example. I'm just going to make a quick pitch here. We will be launching a $25 million open call focused on supporting youth-led organizations tackling climate change, right? So if you're a youth-led organization working anywhere in the world, you'd be able to apply, right? And you'll get at least $1 million in general operating grant, right? So this also goes back to that notion around reporting and making it difficult for people, right? So let's give money to people who have actually shown the track record, trust that they'll deliver, but we also hold them accountable. But it's a process of working together rather than coming in and saying, we want 50 different types of reports and we're only giving you $10,000. So that's kind of what I will share very quickly. But then turning it back to you, Andira, we both sit within philanthropy. One of the notions that we've heard today is this question of localization. In your experience, what does that look like, right? What does true localization and centering local voices actually look like?
It looks like me. It looks like inclusion. It looks like investment and support. And it also believing and trusting in the designing of solutions by the people that are affected. That is what it looks to me. That's what localization means. It doesn't mean bringing whole different ideas, but investing in the ideas that have been working in the communities all this time. That's exactly what it means. Just to wrap up, because I know we're really tired, and like I mentioned, we can go on here, and this is an example for us. They call us lived experience, I hear. And for us, we can go on forever. But we just want to spend maybe a minute or two just to share with you. And Mohsin, maybe you can tell us, as you look ahead, what's giving you hope and what's inspiring you right now?
No, that's a great question. The first thing is that we're obviously living in very different times. When I arrived, I was having a conversation with Sheba, and she asked, how are you doing? And I kind of just gave the standard response, I'm okay and everything is good. But then she said, how are you actually doing, right? Coming from the States, and we all know what's going on in the US, which gave me pause, and I actually had to think about, being authentic and providing a real answer. So we recognize that kind of the current administration's retreat from, development, right? We all know USAID has been dismantled. That's going to have very serious consequences. We're already seeing that. The damage and the pain is real. But having said that, I do think that there's a silver lining. One thing is that for the longest time we've talked about having local funders step up to meet the moment. We're seeing that already in the US, for example. A lot of funders today have announced increasing their giving in response to what's going on. But what I would like to see is funders based in Africa, based in the continent, because there's so much money and so much wealth in Africa itself that we really need to stop, if I can borrow a colleague's wording, professional beggars, because that's what a lot of us in nonprofit kind of or philanthropy have turned to, right? So that's one thing that I think gives me hope. And the other thing I will say is that seeing young people actually advancing these solutions, seeing young people actually stepping up to the challenge, stepping up to the plate, and showing that we have actually attained results, and these can speak to them for themselves. Because the great thing I will say that I'm seeing, especially in the donor space, is that back, maybe 10, 15 years ago, we used to really have a lot of difficulty getting donors to think about, proximate voices, funding solutions that are actually led by people closest to these issues. But today, donors ask for that. Today, they've recognized the necessity of having inclusion, of diversity, of equity. So this is a moment, right? And we all know things change very quickly. So as soon as, things might change, this window might not always be open. But for me, it's now that it's open, we need to take advantage of that, right? So I really, truly hope, I know it's a very dire situation in development or kind of philanthropy, but I do think there are silver linings that I hope that, we're resilient. And I think we'll come out of it for the better. Maybe this is the push that we need to truly stop depending on foreign aid. So I think these are all possibilities. So, I'll leave the audience with that. But yeah, I will return back the question to you and say, what are you hopeful about? How do you see kind of factors in the sector, and what gives you hope to kind of continue doing what you're doing?
I think you've mentioned a lot of what I see as well, but I just want to add one or two things. I think for me, I see this as the beginning. I know this is the third forum we're having, but for me, it's beginning of great things, and that gives me hope. It gives me hope that there's always a beginning to something, and action is needed. And like everyone mentioned, it's just tonight. Tomorrow we go back to work. Let's work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to both of you. I'm not even walking up there. I've been all in. I've worn high heels the whole day. I haven't taken them off. I have, but I'm done. I'm walking up here one more time, and that'll be after we hear from our co-conveners. So I'm going to call them up one by one so they can go onto the stage, and they're going to wrap this up for us before I give you some final departing notes. But please, let's call them up. Onto the stage, please, Isaac, please come on up. Nancy, you, Julian, come on. Let's get the final words from all three of you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. It's been a day. It's been a beautiful day. It's been a wonderful day. We're wrapping up now. And as typical AFD fashion, we get the mic and the chance for Julian, Nancy, and I to come over here and run our mouth for a little bit. But we're just going to spend a few minutes just talking about the day, some reflections, and then sort of next steps, yeah? I'm going to start with Nancy. And it's interesting, Andira, where's Andira? Andira made a comment about this question you said, it's me, about localization. I remember 2021, first AFD, you on stage as the Mastercard Foundation Youth Advisory Board. And now you're program manager at IKEA Foundation, live in the Netherlands. That's amazing, right? That's incredible. That's a very incredible story. And thank you for coming back, and thank you for honoring with your presence. With that context, Nancy, I know that this has been tough. I know that those of us who went to GRF, Julian and a few of us, Sarah Lynn was here, GRF, the Global Refugee Forum, is a very different construct. They read minutes and they read declarations, and they're very serious people, huh? They have PhDs on PhDs. They're very smart people. Some of us are not. And so when we offer this conversation about, let's do something different. Let's do something in the continent. I know maybe there was some heartburn. especially you serving as an interlocutor between a very huge, slightly bureaucratic organization, and then our organizations. I want to ask you a very simple question. What's changed? Have you seen the progress made? All those conversations we had from AFD1 to now, what are some things that have changed for you and what progress have you made?
Wow, yes. 2021, when we first proposed this, and how we envisioned it, that was very difficult for us to understand why we would have an event in the format and even the type of program that we had. But we knew the why. I remember there was a speaker earlier that said, no, I think it was you, Isaac, actually, that said, when we know the why, then you push on. And one of our objectives at the time was, we were inspired, obviously, by wanting to see more African representation at the Global Forum, but we also wanted really passionately to change the narrative on the continent. So when you ask, or about the continent, and those of you that were there will probably remember that. So when you ask me, have we made progress? Yes, that's the first place I see where we have made progress. I ask myself what more we can do, but I think we are making progress when it comes to the narrative about Africa. We're making progress when it comes to the narrative about those who are displaced. We heard from them in Kakuma yesterday. They would like to be referred to as and seen as clients. And we talked this morning too about the fact that we're not here to empower them. We're here to accompany them. So I see the language is changing. Our narrative is really changing. And I think we still have a bit to go, but I think we're getting there. The second place I see progress is in the value of this conversation. At the first GRF, the Global Refugee Forum in 2019, you have heard this story many times. We were about 5 companies from the African continent. At the last Global Refugee Forum, you were able to go on stage, and on behalf of these forums, and at that time we had only had 2, you were able to quantify the value of investments that has gone into this space from all our partners that have been involved in this conversation, and if I remember right, it was just over $200 million. And that was the pledge that went in from the African private sector group. So I think we see a lot of progress when it comes to that. And the third area where I think I'm seeing progress is in the magic that is happening when we convene. The circle is expanding, the conversation is deepening, and I think this forum for me is testament. We continue to do more, we continue to challenge ourselves. When we talked about bringing a group of people to Kakuma the first time, everybody thought we were crazy, just as they thought we were crazy in 2021 when we said this was possible. So it's giving me so much courage that we can actually push ourselves and be brave and continue with that conversation. And as the circle expands and people build collaborations amongst themselves, a lot of magic is happening. So,
thank you so much for that. Thank you. I know this wasn't planned, but I'm going to twist it a little bit. I want to ask Julian the same question in a different context. Julian, I came to you a few years ago and I said to you that, hey, we made this pledge as GRF and I'd like for you to be one of a leadership circle. We didn't have a board at the time, a leadership circle. And Julian's first response to me is like, dude, you can find somebody else, not me. And I said, no, I want you. And we're back again in 2021 and we said, hey, we're GRF, we talked about this thing and we want to do it. Can we make it happen? And again, same question to you. I remember standing in Geneva, freezing after dinner. And as you reflect back on this, again, this is number 3. We're going to have the same conversation, number 8, number 10. Have we made progress from your perspective?
So the first time we had this event, I think we could barely get 150 people to come. And granted, there was COVID, but even at that point, it was really difficult to convince people to come. And today we had 650 people walk through the door because they were either committed or curious or somewhere in between. And I think just seeing the numbers increase from the first year to now is something that is really inspiring. And it gives me hope that for our next forum, we will see maybe even double the number of participants, double the number of right participants, but actually expand our definition of who should be here and can continue to give space. So yes, tons of progress. tons of excitement. And like I said before, we need to do more.
And so, Isaac, a question for you. You got us on this crazy journey. What is next?
I have no idea. Look, I think every year at AFD we talk about commitments, right? And we ask private sector. Marianne challenged us to say we don't have enough in the room. And you're right, we don't have enough in the room. But we have more than we did before. And that's not a good answer, but it's a start. But and you're absolutely correct also in challenging us to say, look, we should do more to get more private sector actors in the room. And so you're right by saying that the scale is too big. You're right. But we got to start somewhere. And I think there's this tension, right? There's this tension between what I call grace and impatience that we struggle with, right? And that tension between grace and impatience is something that permeates the whole Africa continent, irrespective of the space we're talking about. And this is what I mean by that. Let me just provide a bit of context, and then I will go into the commitment thing. We talk about this Africa private sector as a polity, but the truth is, the Africa private sector really grew in the last 20 years. 20 years ago, what was the Africa private sector? What did it look like? Most African countries, most businesses, and most people were highly dependent on aid, on DFI, some NGO stuff, and that's what we did, right? I mean, things were not great. Over the last 20 years, things have grown. I think now we're saying, according to some estimates, what, $2 trillion in liquidity, African private sector actors, multi-level billionaires, blah, blah, blah. That's fairly new. And so even this conversation we're having, I remember 2018, we had a conversation, we had 85 CEOs in a room at the Capital Club, not too far from here, and we are having the same conversation, and most of them, to the question someone said this earlier, no one had asked them, and Julian is right, that we don't have to ask for you to do, but the truth is, now hear me out on this, most of these companies work with the UN agencies to get tenders and to get work. They want to part of the solution. So I am the company A, I go to Nancy, I say, Nancy, I need this contract to do procurement for you. Nancy, not you, somebody else. But the truth is, how many companies really, or how much, and let me put the UNHCR on the spot, how many times did UNHCR go to companies to say, be part of the solution? And then maybe they didn't because they didn't think the capacity was there, or some other reason, it doesn't matter why. But the truth is, that's sort of the narrative, right? I mean, plus or minus. So now, 20 years later, we're in a situation where African companies have money, and they're growing wealth. African businessmen and women are growing wealth, multi-generational wealth. And now we're asking ourselves a question, and again, narrative shift, then narrative is changing. What is Africa, Agenda 2063, macro level? As it comes down, the question becomes, what is the Africa that we want? What does Africa look like for us? What continent do we want our children to live in and grow in? And for all of us who've been privileged enough to get a good education, as Amos said, what are we doing with it, with that gift? So, so that's the grace, right? So please have some grace. Let's have some grace and say, gosh, you know what? We need to do more, but we're on the journey. And at some point, like all things, you hope it catches fire. Now, the impatience part is also the stark reality. 45 million and growing. We are the continent where there are conflicts. Every other continent has some conflicts, but I think we've sort of mastered the conflict thing a bit too much, a bit unnecessarily. Climate effects, on the drought, and it's become a problem. And for businesses that we're talking about, how do you expand into different zones? How do you expand to different countries? So these are the kinds of things that become very real. So our ask is very simple. Tonight, in about a few hours, we're going to go to a gala dinner, and we're going to ask people in this room, and others are going to be joining us to make commitments. Now, I got to be real about something. This is not one of those things where you make a commitment and you disappear. For those of you who've been before, we're quite relentless. We will find you. We won't shame you, but we'll let you know we made a commitment. So please, if you don't mean the commitment, don't make it. Because you have to understand that the commitment you're making is going and is directed towards something that is so important that we don't have the energy or the time to waste energy on it if you don't mean it. So, but having said that, we do need people to make commitments. We need commitments for the work that we're doing, right? Obviously, money is one. The UNHCR has a big, private sector partnerships has a big fundraising goals that they have. Livelihoods is another big one in terms of how we support individuals, creating jobs, entrepreneurial activity, building capacity, helping Inkomoko expand to Uganda, even though she doesn't want to, right? etc, etc, etc. And also just ideas, right? What else can we do? Gosh, we don't have all the answers. We're just starting. And someone said the word platform is dead, but it's not dead, right? We're just a platform. So join the conversation, be an active participant, do contribute, share your ideas, not just ideas, but put your money where your mouth is, put your energy where your mouth is, and do your part to make sure that Africa that we want, the Africa that we need becomes a reality. And so tonight, when you see the three of us walking around, going from table to table, that's what we're doing. We're going to call on some people, we're going to ask for some volunteers, but we really, really need you to think about this very critically, because at the end of the day, a prosperous Africa works for everybody. This demographic dividend everyone keeps talking about, people who are population without skills is quite useless. Population without anything useful that is weaponized positively doesn't do much for anybody. We need to get this right. And everyone in this room is part of the solution. So that's my commitment pitch. Was it a good pitch? Did I do okay?
It was a very good pitch. Okay. We will see how successful you are tonight. Over to you, Jim.
So I just want to add a little bit more to what Isaac said. When we walk around tonight, we're not going to be that friendly. We're going to be a little aggressive. We're not quite going to get to the stage of bullying, but we are going to be encouraging. And I want to just give a few examples of some commitments that have already been made today. I don't think he is here, but Io, who just stood up there in the first session, said that he was committing to hiring 20,000 displaced people in his company in Nigeria. So if you are a hiring organization, that is a good example. We had Ahmed from CTC today who committed to, and we'll hold him to this, 5% of profitability going to the creatives to increase or to amplify Sudanese culture. And that's someone who is rebuilding his company over the last 2 years. So that's another example. If you're an entrepreneur, I encourage you to think about this 45 million and growing population on this continent as viable consumers. If you are an academic, or if you're a journalist, you might want to commit to changing the narrative, highlighting the resilience and opportunity in these communities. I want to share that we've put out press releases on this, about this event. And there's a lot of good media coverage happening right now. But if you notice that every single stock image of Forum on Displacement has tents in the first cover photo. And we've actually had to ask the publications to change the photo because right now in media agencies, they don't have enough good images of what we're all talking about here. And I would say that if you are interested in getting other ideas about what you can do to make a pledge tonight or later on, there are so many incredible solutions from people who have lived experience in this room. Go ask them for inspiration, talk to them, get inspired by them. But we can't make our commitments if we are still sitting here in this room. So it is my absolute pleasure to wrap up our part of this session by just giving some thank yous. First, and I would actually ask, if you either hear your name or you feel connected to who I am saying, please give yourself a round of applause, because it's hard to, one hand clapping, no sound. But the first thank you I want to give is to this entire audience. This is an audience of people who have been inspired. This is an audience of people who have probably been frustrated today. This is an audience of people who have been doing this work for decades, feeling maybe alone. People who have been pioneers, and thank you for giving us your time, because that really is a gift. So thank you for attending. And a specific thank you to the attendees who are forcibly displaced. Because traveling, when you don't have the right documentation, is really, really challenging, and we know that you have had to go an extra mile in order to be here today. So thank you to all of those. I want to thank the speakers, the panelists, the performers. Thank you for sharing your insights. Thank you for fielding questions out in the breaks. Thank you for continuing to field those questions and continuing to challenge our own thinking. Thank you for recognizing yourself. Yes. I want to thank our partners. I want to thank IKEA Foundation, the Mastercard Foundation, for believing in this work and for not just believing in it, but representing us, or representing yourselves here. Clap if you want. For yourselves. I want to thank our hosts, the government of Kenya. We like to rotate where this event is, and we're really happy to be here. I also want to thank, yes. I am specifically not thanking the co-conveners. I am wanting to thank our event organizers, which includes people from these teams. Okay, so if you hear your team, I would actually like you guys to stand up so we can give you a proper recognition for the work that you've done. So if you're part of the event organizing team from Amahoro Coalition, UNHCR, Inkomoko, Why Aren't We Standing? The Mastercard Foundation, Maulam, and the wonderful people at the Pi Experience.
Marlon, we don't see you standing. Can you please stand so we can clap for you?
It's difficult to put on this event. Any event organizer knows it's really difficult to put on this event. It's especially difficult to put on an event if you are having to work with us. But we appreciate all of this. Also, special thanks to our excellent MCs who have helped keep us on track. Georgie in Durango yesterday, and the fabulous Leanne Manis today. Thank you for your excellent moderation and the connections. And with that, I believe I have thanked everyone. If I haven't, thank you. And we have more opportunities to thank those of you as you get inspired to say more tonight at the gala dinner. But on behalf of all of us, on behalf of all of you, thank you for coming. Back to you, Leanne.
Thank you so much, guys. Beautifully wrapped up. And I think really there's not much left to say except a couple of logistics. And actually, there's a lot more to say. We're doing the scanning thing again. Because remember how we started? We spoke in the beginning about what all-in means. That was in the morning. So much has changed since the morning. It really has. I want you to scan that again. And I want you to tell you what the one word that you're leaving here with today. Got a feeling that I think I know what the word is, but let's scan it. Let's do it together. I'm going to do it with you because I want to get my word in as well. Yeah. Trust, inspired, urgency, impressed. Oh, I'm glad you're impressed. That's a good thing. That's a nice word. Hope. Mindset shift, energized, re-energized. I like that. Passion. Yeah, it's beautiful, guys. Thank you. I think the words are speaking for themselves. Hashtag 2015145. There's a meaning behind that. I want to know what the meaning is, but we'll get there. Yeah, it's a code, okay. It looks beautiful, but I'll tell you the word that's jumping up, that it's not a coincidence that the word trust is the thing that's really shining out here, because that was the word I was expecting that would really shine out. I think today we learned more than anything that we need to trust. We need to trust that things will get done. We need to do it. We need to trust our refugees. We need to trust this process that we're on. I know it's not easy, and I know that it is almost impossible to change everybody's lives. You can't, because what we've acknowledged is that this crisis is growing exponentially every minute of every day, and there are more and more and more people that are displaced in this world. But what is stopping us from helping one person, 2 people, 100,000 people, 20,000 people, donating whatever you can? We can make a difference. We really, really can. And we need to trust in the fact that we can. I love the wow, because that is a brilliant thing. And perhaps we're going to be wowed tonight, okay? You keep sending your words. I think it's making it for a beautiful photograph in the background there. And I really want to just tell you that we have got buses that are leaving for this gala dinner. The gala dinner is happening at another venue. It's the Amahoro Coalition, and it's the first bus is leaving in about at 6. Is it 6:30? No, yeah, 6:30, 6:45. Is that correct? First bus is 6:45. You got to understand that the script moves every 2 seconds, so I'm keeping up with it as it goes. I think, yeah. So the first bus is leaving at 6:45. The second bus leaves at 7 o'clock. Okay, so 6:45, if you're down, jump in there. That's for the men. Ladies, 7 o'clock. Okay, girls, we got that extra little bit of time. And if we see any men on the second bus, it's not fair. You guys are literally having a shower and putting something on, okay? We got a little bit more hard work to do. There's something I need to, and you asked me, you were asking each other for things, ideas. And you know, somebody found my email address in the audience and sent me an email. And I'm obliged to read it to you, because perhaps we need to look at this for going further next year. And before I even do that, I want to acknowledge our performer for today. We never said your name, and your name deserves to be spoken, and I'm going to say it for you. Aluch, where are you? Aluch? She was the amazing performer that was on stage a little bit earlier. Aluch, where are you? There you are, you beautiful woman. Aluch is, she's a performing artist and a choreographer, dance educator and trainer, and a part-time human resource manager at Cheza Dance, or Cheza, but I think it's Cheza, yeah? Cheza, okay, at the Dance Foundation. Thank you, Aluch, thank you very much, well done. Having said that, this is the mail that I got, and I think we need to take it seriously. And that's why I'm reading it. If you want me to say your name, you can stand up if you want to, but if you don't want to, then I'm not going to. But what this person says is, I'm a passionate youth leader. I'm dedicated to community development, and I write with a heavy heart from the conference in Nairobi, under the theme Beyond Borders, Job Skills and Labor Mobility. We have heard inspiring solutions, beautiful in design, promising in intention, but there's a deafening silence around one truth. Talent has been forgotten. It is deeply painful to sit through conversations about opportunity while knowing firsthand that talented youth, especially those in refugee settlements, are excluded from national sports platforms simply because they lack a national ID. This is just a policy gap. It is a moral failure. Yesterday evening, during the cocktail dinner, a few gifted youth performed with passion, lifting the spirits of every guest in the room. But when the lights dim, the applause fades, and the plates are cleared, no one asked if they were okay, if they felt seen, if they had a future. They're left with nothing but claps. And yet we cheer for stars like Eduardo Camavinga, a Congolese origin shining at Real Madrid, forgetting that many others like him are silenced by systems that see them as invisible. I come from Uganda, a place teeming with raw, breathtaking talent in music and soccer, yet our youth are barred from showcasing their gifts nationally, not because they lack ability, but because they lack paperwork. Children are born with gifts that are meant to change the world, and how long will we ignore them? I urge everyone in this room, policymakers, donors, stakeholders, let us include sports in this conversation. Let us create policies that recognize talent beyond borders. Let us not let other Kamavingas grow up unseen. We must do more than just clap. We must act. We must join hands because talent deserves a future. Wow. If the author of this mail is in the room and if you want to stand up, you're more than welcome to. But if you don't, your words are here. They've been heard. I promise that I agree with you because we saw the talent. There you are. There he is. Very beautifully said. We saw the basketball yesterday. I watch with glee when I see the Olympic refugee team. I know there is talent. We know that. We need to embrace it. There is nothing better than looking at the colorful, beautiful talent of Africa. Please, let's embrace it. We're ending. Have a fabulous evening. Bless you all. Look after yourselves. This year was 650. Next year, 1,500 people. Which country? We don't know. But we cannot wait. We know we're growing. Have a beautiful evening and have fun tonight, everybody. Take care. Let's enjoy music again from our performers. Oh, gosh. Before you go, we got to do a selfie, apparently. We need to do a big selfie on the stage. I forgot about that. Can I get the photographer onto the stage? There you are. Are we going to all come and... Are we gathering in here, as close as you can into the middle of the room so that we can do one big fat shot of everybody in the room, please?